If I heard that you 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 way I live life. Lately I feel I can't find my feet. Pushing closer, my heart skips a beat, and now I'm falling deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going. In my time I've been dreaming of a space to really fill my place. I wish she'd sing what I had dreamed. Before these darker days, I thought I found my way. Quickly it fades, losing the race, closing the page. In and out, I move myself again. Time moves fast, I feel my heart beating. And now I'm falling, deeper than I fly. I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going, I just keep going. I just keep going. Dark against the sky, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combine. Rotate back. to low HP. Victory!
Eu acho que a Lupus é um time que a gente sabe muito sobre eles, então eu acho que a gente consegue ganhar facilmente deles. E com certeza eu quero enfrentar eles e mudar essa história.
O pensamento que eu tenho sobre a Alpha 7 é que eles são um time bom, tomam decisões erradas o tempo inteiro.
美国队伍都是未知的，实力怎么样，就是我们就做好自己的。现在进这个 EWC，把握好这次的机会吧。
Kita nggak terlalu takut sih, soalnya kita udah lawan mereka juga kan di liga kemarin, jadi Vitality bakal kita kalahin sih.
Kaya namin. I think confident kami na kaya namin kasi hindi naman sila totally ganun kalakas nung naka-scrim namin sila dati.
Boom Esports, but I think they're like a really strong team overall. They're really aggressive too.
把握好这次的机会吧，不让自己留下遗憾吧。
Ini adalah pertarungan kita.
Time to make history.
Now is the time to prove ourselves.
It's now or never.
From the golden sands of Saudi Arabia, the Esports World Cup returns, united under one banner, where champions rise and legends are born. Welcome to the Honor of King's Scourge. This is the KWC 2025. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. And here with me, we're gonna have Holler, Kintofu, the best analysts and casters that we have here in the game.
Thank you.
How are we feeling?
I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great. And obviously, I think you're a little too high in the compliments as of now. Thank you so much for that intro. Couldn't have been any better. I'm super excited to be here. Of course, 18 teams vying for 3 million USD.
Yep. And they have one dream, but only one team makes that dream a reality. Who will it be this year?
It is going to be an amazing journey that starts today. We are here in Saudi Arabia, man, like where all the gamers, all the esports fans from all around the world are gathering all together to enjoy the best of esports and the best of Honor of Kings for sure.
Yeah, and I mean, look, the best of the best are going to be here. Obviously, everybody is super excited. It is like the mecca of gaming at this point, and having the best players of Honor of Kings, it's just been an honor throughout.
But of course, for champions, we need them to be consistent. And consistent is key here. They're going to be playing a best of 3 today. And of the 18 teams, I think we want them to be at their best because KWC calls for the best. If you are having an off day, I think it's going to be a hard time for you in one of these series.
It's going to be amazing, man. Like, it's our second year right over here in Saudi, man. Like, let's be realistic. The Boulevard is looking top level. The feeling is amazing. what do you guys think has changed 12 months from now?
I mean, the biggest thing is obviously the arenas have just been upgraded. Everything, the whole experience has been on next level. Like, they've topped it up from last year. It's even better this year. And of course, the players with all the experience, the level of play has increased as well.
Okay, and one more thing. We are so much closer to them. As you can see behind us, they are right behind us. So we can hear, example, we have Danny over there. I'm pretty sure he's going to be very loud today. And we have the Loops gang as well. They were shouting and screaming at the back of the stage. That's what I want to hear this year.
This is what we all want to hear, man. That's the energy that we want to put all together. For a lot of you who are completely new to us, welcome. We're going to hold your hand so you know exactly what is going on. The whole tournament, the Esports World Cup, has a very interesting format and a way to work. We've prepared a video for you to know exactly what's going to happen.
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the Club Championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million, and of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
It is an amazing format. It is about gamification, man. Like, it's about games. Let's be realistic. At the end of the day, we're all here playing games. It might be professional, it might be everything, but we cannot just let it go, man. The format is going to be like that. It's interesting, it's supposed to be made for the young people, and the young people gotta love this.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see the best of the best, right, going into this one. I mean, every single, like, the different teams that are here, and then just vying for that club championship. And, of course, the keys with all of that, there's an extra stake involved.
Exactly, and there's one rule that I really like, which is you must win one of the titles in order to qualify to be a champion of the club.
It is important, and we know that there's already a lot of teams that they've been ranking right over there. It's already the end of the first week. We're starting the second one, and there's already a club championship that we can see right over there. The top 16 ranking teams are right over there. Already some championships, some people that have just engraved their name on history.
Exactly, quite a few teams here as well, and we have Gen.G Esports, one of our favorites here, and it looks like they're on the rankings as well. #1 tied with a lot of other teams as well. So let's see if they can make history in this year's KWC for their club championship.
It is going to be early, man. It's very early on in the whole tournament. We got to remember that this is going to be a 6, 7, 8 weeks almost kind of tournament. It is going to be a long time. The teams are going to be able to score different amounts of points depending on their ranking on the different competitions. 1,000 points is what everyone is going to try to be aiming for. But if they can grab a 200, a 500, man, a 50, I don't think that they're going to mind.
Yeah, I mean, every single game matters, and the fact that you're actually playing for the overall prize pool of the club championship, right? So that you're just supporting not only yourself, especially when it comes to other games where, you know, you have 1 or so players, and then now you're representing the org in general.
Yeah, exactly. I think right now, let's take a look at the keys, because this time I think there's something different, right?
The keys are going to be right over there, man. Like, each team is going to have a key that is going to go into a trophy. It is a lot of things. You know what? Don't take me for my word. Watch this video that is going to explain to you everything you need to know about the trophy.
No competition is as ruthless as the Esports World Cup. Its trophy system is no exception. The Club Championship Trophy, awarded to the one club that rose above the rest and reigned supreme across all EWC games. The Game Trophy, when a competitor closes their eyes, it's all they see, and it's not complete until it's sealed with a champion's key. Every participant earns a key engraved with their name. That's their right to compete. This year, returning champions hold a key unlike any other. Only one can place their key into the Game Trophy and become an EWC champion. The frame of the champion's key is embedded into the totem, a stone marker of legacy displaying every champion of the year. The keys of the eliminated will be crushed. The champions select 3 broken keys as a personal token, a reminder of who they have humbled. Beneath the totem, a resin block holds the remaining keys, Will your dreams be broken or your name carved in gold and stone? At EWC, nothing is granted, everything is earned.
Keys will be crushed, dreams will be crushed, and at the end of the day, only one team is going to put their hands on that trophy and carve their name in history as the top esports competition winner.
I absolutely love this because, look, this is a tangible result of not just the destination, but the journey as well. Every single step you take a piece of your past and put it into the future as well.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing is, I mean, like, the losers that have those keys that have been crushed, at the end of the day, I would love to take one of those home.
Oh, me too.
Count it as 3, and we're gonna take it home as well. But well, the KWC is going to have an amazing tournament format now that we're gonna have. It's gonna have 4 different groups. The top teams around the world in the esports of Honor of Kings. They're going to be grouped in A, B, C, and D, 4 groups, where as long as you win the first game, you're going to move forward to the playoffs and you're going to move forward into the upper bracket. If you are to lose, that as well.
For sure, for sure. And I love the fact that OG Esports, you know, the KM West winner versus Nongshim Red Force, the KME winner on that one. It could be a grudge match of East versus West. That will be an interesting one.
Not only that, it's also for that community grassroots. ACT used to come from the Open Series. They came all the way here to KWC, but that's not the only thing we're going to be talking about. We're going to be talking about the prize pool as well for today.
It is true, man. It's going to be a gigantic bag of $750,000 US for whoever that wins all their games and moves forward to become the champion. Second place is going to take 460, and as you can see on your screen, there's a lot of money in there for everyone. A grand total of $3 million.
Yeah, that's the craziest part. And the fact that you're 15th through 18th and you're still going home with 60,000 USD, that speaks volumes about this prize pool, about the support and this community that is growing in Honor of Kings. It's absolutely amazing here.
Yeah, we welcome everyone in this game, right? This support has been immense. I mean, even for us, this is, I mean, what, 1 year into HOK? It's been a fabulous time, and it's going to grow even more in time to come.
It is lovely, man. You have mentioned that we're a very inclusive community, right? We've got teams right out there that they have been able to see how they go from home all the way into our arenas. And going from home to the arenas is just one of those things that only at HOK you can do, man. You can just one day just be right over there watching, seeing us yap about it. And then at the next year, you could be right over here just showing your skills. That's going to be today's matches for today. We're going to start with Alpha 7 against Loops, which is going to be our game 1 of this whole tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, going right into game number 2, which is going to be Dominator Esports versus Team Vitality, formerly known as Bigatron Esports. It's the grudge match from Indonesia. The third match is going to be Blacklist versus Paws Gaming. That will be interesting, as well as the final one, Gen.G Esports versus Boom Esports.
Right, so this is something that all of us, right, all the talents on the backstage, we've been talking about it quite a lot, right? A lot of strong teams coming in. And the fact that there are a couple of rematches, there's some history behind these teams. But more importantly, I think this year, we want to really focus on the players as well. And for Alpha 7 and Loops, they definitely have the star players. I want to see if they can perform today or not.
Yeah, I mean, the best part about all of this is the fact that the players are getting very familiar. Like, they've been playing together, and they're kind of, you know, you're seeing the growth of this team throughout. They've gotten much, much better. From where we were last year in terms of the EWC, it's night and day now.
Exactly, and as you can see on your screen, the players are being showed as well. Now, there's a couple of things that I want to talk about this game. I mean, we always focus about consistency of players, right?
Yes.
And more importantly, the stress of playing on stage. Right now, you're playing not just in front of your friends, you're playing in front of the talents. You can hear our voices on stage as well. But let's introduce Alpha 7 Esports.
Alpha 7 Esports, Nyap, Danny, Fury, CR7, and Bilal. It's going to be the 5 lads that they're going to come here from Alpha 7 Esports and try to put down Loops in front of them. Alpha 7, Holler, what do you have on us?
I mean, this is the team that was supposed to be the super team from Brazil, right? There was a lot of hype in going into this one. They were second place in the regular season in the Chuck BR, but they actually ended up losing to Loops in the grand finals when they had a lead of 3-1. They made a roster change. Almighty is unfortunately out. They've picked up the man from the depths of hell, so to speak, and they brought back Bobby. He's going to be CR7, not Cristiano Ronaldo, the ambassador to EWC, but it's going to be Bobby back in the driver's seat at this point. It will be very interesting to see how he plays with the rest of the team.
It is going to be really interesting to see if they can bounce back. It's very difficult to bounce back in a game like ours. They were 3-1 up, and then they lost it, man. And that does not happen a lot. That does not happen a lot. Let's see what Alpha 7 can do today. Hopefully, they can really just regroup themselves and face their opponents. And their opponents are going to be right over here. Loops, Freaks, ABH, One, Vento, and Manu Freezer.
All right, this team, I mean, Loops is the king of comebacks, right? Many times they have been put in a very difficult position, and I like the fact that they like to recover. Look, it's not just about the struggle. Struggle is a privilege for these teams because now you have a chance to really get that power in and win the entire series back. And I feel like maybe, because I voted for them, Loops might be the winners today.
Okay, well, Loops, there's a lot of, I would say, pressure. They were, again, undefeated in the regular season in the Chuck BR, and the fact that they came back speaks volumes about this team. But there's a little bit of a, dare I say, bad blood, because, I mean, they were ex-teammates. One was previously Vivo Keed. Danny and Niap also previously Vivo Keed, right? So they have a little bit of familiarity, but going into this one, grudge match, and who's going to be representing Brazil?
Okay, look, if you are so familiar with someone, you know exactly what their weaknesses are, but you also know what their strengths are. But there has been some time before KWC, so have they done their homework and have they done a little bit more training?
Both of these teams have been spending a lot of time in China just doing camps and trying to learn a lot more about the game, right? Like, they've been over there just polishing their work, trying to master their craft. Do you think that in these 12 months, from last time that we saw them here at the Esports World Cup to right now, do you think that those names that you guys just mentioned have really evolved?
Yeah, I think so. And I mean, to kind of Kin's point about the fact that, like, you know the strengths, you know the weaknesses, you know all these places. People, it seemed very personal, like it was like an ex-girlfriend, like I know what's going on. But at the end of the day, it's been 1 year removed from that moment, right? And to really show up, you want to outshine that ex-girlfriend here.
That's true. I mean, you want to show them that they're doing better, right? And this is the stage to prove it because KWC is global, right? So you definitely want to put up your best performance in front of everyone. Now, on your screens, you can take a look at the players. Do you feel the stress and tension? What's your feel on them?
Okay, look, there is no room for error in this one, right? The format, the GSL format is ruthless in the sense that if you lose 2, unfortunately you're out. You could be out in like day 2 or 3, right? That's how quickly things can just like turn on you, right? So every single game is gonna matter. The fact that they're best of 3s, everything about pace, having that cheeky draft might come up here.
Yeah, I think definitely you can have the potential of blitzing your opponent, right? Best, like, just give them 2 great games and you kick them out to that lower part of the table. Now, but for Alpha 7, my main concern is, look, is there enough synergy?
All right. We can see over there, like, already the players. The nerves are there, right? Like, let's be realistic. It's impossible not to feel the nerves. It's got to be there, right? Like, the people can back right over here and say, like, oh, it never happens, but you can always feel it. You get used to it, but they're always right over there. And the nerves need to go away as the BP comes in and they start making the first decisions that they're gonna carve the path of their history.
Yep, many strong picks here. Look, Alpha 7 coming in with Niap's favorite, the Dharma. This has been a game changer for them since the Pro Leagues as well. And one of the combinations you will see as a new player, this is one you definitely need to keep in your books, the Lady Sun and Ming combination. A lot of burst potential from the Lady Sun and a lot of heals from Ming.
Yeah, and look, the potential of that combination is just kind of rounding out their draft. That solidifies the bottom and the way that they want to play. Like, the play style is very clear in terms of just letting CR7 run on this Lady Soon, give him that space, and just kind of, you know, accelerate his farm as well as his damage with this Ming pick here.
Yep, this is a signature pick, right, for CR7. But let's take a look at Loops. They have the overpowered Algren. Okay, not as powerful as last time, but Algren, one of the main junglers. And this is a specialty of ABH as well. This is going to be be paired with the probably a support Liang and Charlotte on that clash lane as well.
Yeah, just trying to be very strong, trying to solidify, you know, the just matching of pace that Alpha 7 are going to want to bring. Obviously, they're going to kind of pick their jungler in the second phase of the draft here by Alpha 7. And kind of, I mean, what sort of counter picks are you looking at? Are you looking for, you know, who do you want to go up against this Ogren here?
Look, I want someone like a Musashi, the Aguda who has been banned already from the side of Alpha 7. One of the known counters, right? This is one hero you can use against the Ogren. And there's a lot of control on the side of Loops from the Liang ultimate, right? So they need someone who's able to stun them away from the side of Alpha 7 Esports. Maybe someone that also needs the attention of the Liang. But here's another combination for you. Princess, Frost, and Liang. All you have to do is to get the freeze or the stun from Liang, and it's an instant kill combination if the cards are played right.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen this throughout all the different leagues, right? The Princess Frost Leon combination has just been really, really something to highlight. Once Leon hits level 4, he's able to flash, control you, and just lock someone down. You're talking about the winners here. On top of that, you have this like combo that just blows them up. But now Alpha 7, I mean, it seems like, you know, if they want to go with that team fight, you have that Dharma. Niep can jump in at a moment's notice. Plus, you have the Lady Soon. Who are you kind of rounding out the draft to counter pick the potential stun lock of this Leon?
I'm probably looking at Lady Chen, right? It's one of the best picks, but the fact that Loops has banned it out means, look, they have to try something different, and the Shi comes true. So this is going to be a single target catch from the Shi, and hopefully this Dianwei, who is able to deal true damage to your opponents, goes in, rushes them down, and hopefully with aggression, offense is the best defense. Alpha 7, Lady Sun, and Ming and Dharma, the three of them will be able to have some freedom to search for that perfect target.
Yeah, and we were talking about in the pregame the fact that these two teams are very familiar with each other. They kind of knew what sort of draft they were going to have. They definitely had a counter in mind to go up against the Ogren. They wanted to round things out. The Shi, I think, just kind of, you know, it locks it down. The Silky Orb will be very difficult to kind of deal with, especially when Liang, who's kind of a very static hero.
Okay, and they finish up with the Lung. Now, this one is a big pick for the side of Loops because Lung can operate independently, right? His ultimate, the Infinite Vastness, the one where he turns into a dragon, takes to the sky, he is actually immune during that period. So he has a free get out of jail card.
Yeah, and I mean, it's going to be super important, right? The lockdown is going to be key. But if you're looking at the draft, and again, you right behind us, you're seeing just how fired up these guys are. They're ready to go. They're gearing up. Super important in this game one here.
Yeah, of course. This sets the tone for the series, right? And this could be a very quick series if either of them play the cards right here. All you have to do is to get 2 wins. It doesn't have to be in a row, but you definitely want a 2-0 scoreline and build your confidence as we kickstart KWC 2025.
Yeah, now we know that the heroes that have been picked, everything going into this one. Who are you giving the edge to, though, Kin?
I actually prefer the Loops lineup because in order for them to hit kind of that first power spike, you just need to hit level 4 on the Princess Frost and the Liang, which is much earlier than that Lady Sun and Ming combination.
Okay. I think that you're still just going with the Loops pick because of the fact that you did predict them at the end of the day. Your bias is showing, my friend.
I don't think so. I mean, we can do this round after round, you know, in loops. But at this point, can they bring the A game on the side of Alpha 7?
Yeah. No, I mean, it really comes back to Danny and this Dianwei. Is he able to kind of keep on pace with the ABH Ogren? I think that is going to be the key matchup in this one. Who's going to get that farm and that space?
Yeah, at the same time, right, I'm curious to see, look, Danny has been a pretty passive jungler for, you know, the duration he has played this game. And I think we've seen shades of him being more aggressive this time. So will there be a Alpha 7 lineup rush?
Alpha 7 and Loops, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 1 of our KWC. Alpha 7 is going to be on the left side, and Loops is going to be on the right side. Holler, Kintofu, take it from here.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we get underway, this is the first game in, of course, the KWC. And going into this, look, nothing really kind of thrown off at this point. They have so much familiarity with one another. This laning phase is going to be, dare I say, a chess match to kind of start things off.
Okay, but ABH has a slight EXP lead, and this could be a difference maker because ABH could hit level 5 first.
Yeah, and okay, look, between Danny and ABH, who needs to really show up and to kind of accelerate the farm? Who wants that advantage earlier?
I think Danny needs it because based on the team composition, right, there is a saving grace from the side of One and Vento as well as Mano Frizer, right, because they actually are able to put down a little bit of control and give him a little bit more space on the side of ABH. But on the side of Danny, if he's far behind, he's supposed to be the frontliner. He's supposed to go in and engage.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to take him time for him to hit that critical mass, so to speak. But one thing to kind of take note of, Fury was in the bottom lane, kind of, dealing with the lane because they were trying to prioritize CR7 as much as possible, especially early, right? He is your lifeblood. You recruited this man from the grave, and you got to give him space to really carry you.
Yeah, you definitely need to funnel all of that farm into him, right? And right now, I want to just take a look at Niap and Freaks in that clash lane because Niap has been a cornerstone on the side of Alpha 7, right? Yeah. But for now, Freaks is winning that lane, and he's making faster rotations.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be super important for him to do so, right? Ensuring that, like, look, if we're talking about the Dharma and the Charlotte, I'm always going to give the laning advantage to the Dharma, player aside and all of that. I think that that's going to be key. Freaks just needs to ensure that he holds the fort, doesn't really lose that lane in the top lane, so that when the fights are starting to happen, he can really make the jump on the back line and getting on top of Fury and, of course, CR7.
Yeah, for sure. And right now, I think both teams, they understand what that risk is, right? So they aren't actually too aggressive in finding those openings, but maybe this could be the first one.
Yeah, look at this. The fact that Mano Frizer is level 4, but he's been pulled away, and CR7 was first blood. Welcome back to the Honor of Kings esports scene.
Big moves on the side of Alpha 7, and now you can start to see, hang on.
Oh, the winner is here, right here, locked in, nowhere to go. Fury pays for his sins, and it's 1-for-1.
Okay, so this is how close the game is going to be, right? So sure, we give Alpha 7 that first kill, but look, Loops, we're going to make you run in circles.
Yeah, I mean, this is why. It's one of those things where it's like, you have a slight edge, and you're kind of throwing it away back and forth. Net worth, it's a bit of a wash at this stage. We knew that these two teams were evenly matched, and you're seeing exactly why here.
Okay, so Freaks, he's going to get this space right once again. He evens it out, but there is a slight advantage because Freaks does have an EXP advantage against Niap.
Yeah, and look at this. The fact that ABH, a slight level advantage over Danny, kind of accelerating a bit. I mean, look at the fact that Loops are kind of fortifying the area around the Tyrant. It looks like they want to start it here.
Okay, so this is super important.
Yeah, it looks like the ABH is going to take that one out, smites it away. They had it for good measure. Great play by Loops here.
Okay, so now you will start to see Danny, he just hit level 8, so there is a slight EXP advantage for ABH. And as the game progresses, that 10-minute mark is so important because this is where the enhanced versions of the neutral objectives will come out. And if Danny doesn't catch up, it's going to be a freebie for the side of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, but we still have 6 minutes. I don't want to get the cart ahead of the horse at this point. This is just a matter of time. Danny has been largely quiet, which is very weird to say because when you see this player play live, he's the one of the most vocal, right? And once he gets going, he hits that critical mass. Danny is going to be super scary in the mid game.
Now, I think this will come when A7 actually starts to go invade. And for now, Danny hasn't spotted out anything except for the boars. And this is one camp stolen. Can he do more?
Yeah, I mean, look, a little bit of space taken away in the top lane, and you're seeing the fact that CR7 and Valau have made their way in the top lane. But the bottom T1, that one's going to be taken out and traded with the top T1 here.
Do you see how close this is? Like, every single movement is matched by both teams. You take a T1, I take a T1. And for this particular one, they have actually taken that Overlord. It's not the Shadow Overlord just yet, but A7 now have a neutral objective under their belt.
Yeah, and look, it's like a yin and yang. I mean, both of these teams are taking the space that's given to them, and they're just like barely behind, if anything, right? Again, the mid T1, they need to play a much better job of just like defending that, because that's a much more superior objective in the early game.
But as the game goes later, it is much more beneficial for Luz, because a bleeding lane on the bottom side, which means that there's a further distance that they have to go in clear lanes. They might not be able to take a 5v5 in that enhanced Overlord pit.
Yeah, I mean, Alpha 7 doing such a great job, like putting that pressure on. That Vanguard is there, and Loops don't have anyone. That looks like it's going to be a free bottom T1, but already the top T1 has been taken, so not too much lost.
I mean, they're trying to make a conscious decision here to try to put pressure on the T2 on the top side, right? Yeah. Just additional, just nudge that wound that they have made for the side of Alpha 7.
And look, Niap already rotating. It looks like the fact that Alpha 7 have kind of taken a 600 gold lead. I mean, it's not small, beans at the end of the day. They have a decent amount of a lead, and with these Vanguards, it'll continue to put a little bit more pressure onto Loops, which is not great in the early game.
Yep, it's pretty tight now. It's what, 200 a goal that sets both teams apart. So you know what? Later in that fight, when it happens, we need to keep our eyes on Niap because he's going to be the game changer here. His ultimate is actually able to catch everyone. If he slams them into the wall, Loops will not be able to fight back.
Yeah, we'll have no chance. I mean, it's going to really come back to that. That team fight, once Danny gets in the front line, he's going to attract attention. It's going to take more than one member of Loops to take him down, and then Niap will come in with that potential flash truth, right? And just changing things up. But look at the fact that Niap has actually pushed the top T1, had that Vanguard there, teleports to the bottom lane, makes a beeline. That split pushing has got to be super annoying for Loops to deal with.
At the same time, because of his pathing, he actually knows that, look, Loops are not around, and this is not a good fight to take though.
Yeah, but ABH still up in front. He's going to use the Conductor of Souls a little bit early, but nothing too lost. Danny looking to go in. Infinite Vastus on back on this one, but they have the lockdown onto Danny, but he's too tanky, and he says, come at me, but the truth coming in from Niap on the side, setting it up, and ABH goes down.
That is what I'm talking about. That was what we want from Niap. That was a big initiation. The fact that he knows, look, no one is here. I have the safety, and now I am the hunter.
All right, look, 7 minutes in the game, Niap already with a highlight. I mean, this is exactly what we wanted from Alpha 7. You knew he was going to set up plays, and to just kind of set that one up, that was a three-man truth to really lock it down to ABH.
Big movements. And you know, Dharma doesn't have like super long cooldowns as well. This is a situation that can present itself very soon.
Yeah, I mean, look, ABH is already back off, so they'll stem the bleeding as much as possible. They didn't really lose any towers, so it's still not the end for Loops, but man, that net worth lead has completely shifted in favor of Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, this is a decent lead, right? Because of how close they were in the early game, a 2,000 goal lead now, especially with heroes like Danny, the Dianwei, true damage, this hurts a lot. So Loops, they need to find an opening, a way to recover, and it has to be through one of the neutral objectives or a team fight, but that window is closing because Alpha 7, this is the tyrant for them.
Yeah, I mean, look, that net worth lead is kind of expanded on. They're starting to compound their interest, so to speak. They've taken the Tyrant, they've taken this out, and now they're just kind of exerting that map control, making it very difficult. The map is getting a little bit smaller for Loops, and it's going to be tough.
And this is one of the things as a new player that, look, vision is very important. This is why Alpha 7 is hiding in the brush, right? When you have no information, you might make the mistake of solo checking brushes, get picked off.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be key. But I mean, they kind of are flowing together. Like, Alpha 7 understand that the potential risk is there. No single man is going out there. They're like kind of using the buddy system. People are holding hands as they walk from brush to brush.
Yeah, I mean, Honor of Kings is a team game, right? It's not a 1v5. You can't really do that too many times. And right now, at this point, Alpha 7, they have a tight grip over the map, but they need to make sure that the T2 on the top falls so they have a little bit of balance pressure for that 10-minute mark.
Wait, you call it a team game, but how come all of my ranked games feel like it's 1 versus 9? It's like a solo game, no?
It's all about perspective.
All right, but speaking of perspective, top lane, Danny doing a great job taking the top T2 already. Loops right now looking to grow, like it's group up. They want to go for the flank, but you know, the way Alpha 7 have been moving, it's been very difficult to find and catch somebody off guard.
Okay, Alpha 7, they are looking for the cat.
Oh, here we go. Niap goes in, he goes with the formlessness, infinite fastness on back, but ABH not able to get away. CR7 with the damage.
Yeah, ABH wanted to keep the rest of Alpha 7 away, but when Niap comes in like that, he's gonna get a kill regardless.
Yeah, I mean, regardless there. I mean, Freak wasn't even on the map at that point, and now they're gonna try to take an Overlord. Even with the ABH down, this seems to be the right call, but the bottom lane, the Shadow Tyrant, you're talking about the importance here. It looks like Alpha 7 are gonna take this one for free.
Okay, so this one at the 10-minute mark is an important one for the side of Alpha 7. This allows them to fight a little bit more, right? You will get that lightning charge buff, which means every basic attack or every skill they use, there is a chance of a lightning strike being set down onto your opponents.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is going to be enhanced right here, but with these Vanguards, it could potentially slow things down just a bit. But right now, Loops, they need to just breathe, calm down, understand that they're still not out of this. Danny looking to go in, and he gets knocked back for his troubles. He's looking to go for the chase, tries to go for the slam dunk, finds Mono Frizer, but he's been controlled, the Conductor of Souls, and Danny still surviving. He's going to dash away, and not much was lost on that one.
Okay, but he tells you a big thing, because one, look, that was a zoning ultimate, right? That freezing field coming in, even though it's supposed to push them back, look, Alpha 7 did not feel the pressure at all. Danny was able to survive, and the damage coming out from Vento is also a cause of concern for Loops now. He needs more time, and he might not have it.
I mean, look, the map, again, a little bit darker, but they did take the bottom T2, so that a potential team fight just kind of attracted Alpha 7 into it, and there were openings elsewhere in the base, and now with a little bit of an opening in that bottom lane, I mean, you were talking about the fact that it is definitely a long way around, but it is an opportunity to get into the T3 bases.
Okay, so let's talk about that benefit for Loops. So with that Shadow Overlord, right, you're actually able to send it down onto one lane, clear all the minions in that lane, and this is where Loops have managed to kind of even out a little bit of that map pressure, right? But as we take a pause, so Alpha 7 and Loops, this is a perfect position for Alpha 7, and this is a position they're familiar with. But let me remind you, Loops, they're the comeback team.
I mean, look, we've seen it time and time again, but look, in a best of 3, not a whole lot of opportunities to come back. I think that if we're talking about some of the gameplay thus far, usually when you see the Liang, everything, like almost every single time that control is off cooldown, he's able to kind of make, you know, that jump. He's able to kind of get that control and to get that lockdown and to get the kill, right? Mono Frizer really hasn't been able to do that in this game.
Because there's no vision, right? I think Alpha 7 has been great at playing with the vision of the map. Yes, they have kind of evened out the turrets in terms of the map control, but the thing is, Fury on this Shi, he's able to make those catches, second skill, Silky Beauty, right? And his range is slightly longer than Liang, right? So Mono Frizer, he's at a risk in comparison to what Fury has to offer for the side of Alpha 7.
So you're saying size matters, is that what you're saying?
Yes, size definitely matters, but it also matters how you use your equipment.
Okay, okay. It's the motion of the ocean and just kind of getting that orb out there when you need it. Got it, I understand it. Okay, but we're going into this one. Look, I think that Alpha 7 Esports definitely have a bit of an advantage. I mean, they've been doing well. They put themselves in prime position with this 2K net worth lead. Loops right now need to figure out ways to kind of barrel themselves into this game. Right now, they've been kind of struggling and have been playing Alpha 7's game.
Oh yeah, for sure. Now, and there's one thing that we need to talk about, which is that tier 1 turret in the mid. It's actually one of the best resources in the game to take, and they haven't been able to take it just yet, which I think if Loops are able to kind of make this work for them, take the T1, it opens up the map a little bit more, and maybe you don't fall for that vision game coming out from Alpha 7.
Yeah, I think it's going to be key. I mean, just setting themselves up. But it looks like the game is going to be underway in a second. I think at the end of the day, I mean, look, both of these teams very close. Nobody's going to give this one up. Loops are going to, fight to the bitter end. They're going to find ways. But Alpha 7, again, the fact that they've been grouping up, it's been tough to find any sort of pick-off for Loops.
Exactly. And if you take a look at the one player we did not talk about on the side of Alpha 7, it's actually CR7. He has been absolutely quiet. And as a farm laner, that's what you want to be. You want to not be seen or heard until you get the farm level 15, you're 6 slotted, and then you say, hi, Loops, do you want to have a chat?
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, the fact that we haven't, called out CR7 at all, I think it's been done such a great job.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are having some technical difficulties at the moment. We're going to come back to you with the game at any second. So don't worry about that. It's part of the esports world. It's what happens in here. When technology just doesn't want to be there, technology is just not there, man. It's just what happens in these kind of things. But you know what, lads? Let's just take 3 steps back. This has been an electrifying first 10 minutes of the tournament. It's been amazing. Let's talk a little bit of the highlights of what you have seen in these 10 minutes.
I mean, look, I think that Alpha 7 just really showing up to play, right?
Yeah.
The fact that, Danny has kind of gotten going, he's been kind of scary, he's been very aggressive when he needs to, and he hasn't really been taken down himself, so he's done a great job of just stealing resources.
I think that is just the pick, right? Like when he picks that Genway, just has the ability, just when it's just being frozen down, just unlocks himself immediately because of his own ability and can move around. So there's a lot of controls that are coming on at that Genway, allowing him just a lot of the other teammates just to jump in.
I love the fact that you say that because Genway actually is able to remove, get those debuffs in, remove the debuffs away from himself. And this is exactly what Danny needs to do.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Again, Alpha 7 against Loops, 12 minutes in the game.
Okay, so I want to continue about Danny. Danny is providing so much space for the side of Alpha 7. And this is where, you know, Nyap has benefited greatly, right? His rotations have been on point. Those ultimates, the big truth mantra where he catches majority of the members on the side of Loops, they have been big game changers.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think they were, I don't remember how many kills there were on at that moment, but Nyap really set it up. I mean, they got that first blood onto ABH. Any single time you can kill him, especially in the early game, you're just slowing him down. You're going to have a great time if you're able to constantly focus in on ABH.
Yeah, but they're peeling the layers on the side of Loops, right? Another T2 taken down. And so right now, Alpha 7 has a lot of pressure across the map for the side of Loops.
Yeah, and look at this. Loops has to congregate in the mid lane, just trying to hold the fort, right? Just hold the line, stay alive, give themselves a chance. Alpha 7 understanding that, hey, we dictate the pace of this game. We're going to put the pressure on. We will control the map how we want.
And I want to point out something, like both teams, they don't exactly have the best wave clear abilities. So if you can't control the waves, Loop is going to suffer at that T3 defense.
Look at you with your reality checks. I don't care about that. They have enough wave clear. I think that these guys are going to be fine at the end of the day. I mean, you have ABH, that's Precipice, you have the Frigid Prison. I mean, you have ways to kind of work around it. Plus, you have Vento, who's going to be kind of really accelerating and doing that damage.
Oh, look at the range of CR7. They can't even touch him. And this is going to be a huge problem, right? When CR7 uses the rolling rate, that's a first skill, right? She's able to move into different positions. And you might be caught out on the side of Loop because you want to get this kill on CR7.
Yeah, but Ultimate Gel looks like it's going to be expended early. Danny just tanking things from afar. Vento understanding that, hey, I know where my arm's reach is onto Danny, staying alive. He has that infinite fastness if he wants to go. But here's the pull in. They find ABH. They shut him down. The control is right onto Danny. He dashes back to safety. Nyap, though, continuing on. He wants to go for Freaks. He's been isolated. He dashes over the wall, and now it's going to be the great escape. Does Freaks get alive? He get away? It looks like he does, but Danny goes down.
It's a consolation prize nonetheless, right? There is still a lot of advantage for the side of Alpha 7, but someone needs to fix that wave on the bot side. You don't want to give free damage.
Yeah, don't want to give free damage, but with no junglers, they have the controller. They find Fury. One gets the kill, and now they have an advantage, and Loops off of that pause. They've been bouncing back.
Loops fans, they are starting to believe because this is what we have seen, right? This is history in repeat.
Yeah, okay, Loops fans, but are you believing, Kin?
Of course, this has to be. Look, the gold gap has been cut down. It's 1,000 now, but Nyap does secure that Shadow Overlord for the side of Alpha 7. There is a little bit more map control, and Loops, as long as they manage to clear the heroes, not just the minions, but the heroes on the side of Alpha 7, I think they're in a good position.
Yeah, Overlord for Tyrant gonna be traded here. Here's the replay. Break it down, DJ Kin.
All right, so they actually caught out ABH, which is meant to be the guy that it pushes everyone away. And the fact that now you have no frontliners means your entire backline is exposed. While they do get a catch onto Danny, the positioning and the map control of vision is very important. And so with the lack of those frontliners, both Danny and ABH, this is where mistakes start to happen for both teams.
Look, I mean, it's about playing error-free. Those mistakes are going to kill you at the end of the day. Alpha 7's lead has dwindled at this point. They still have an advantage, but Loops, man, they are fighting back.
Oh, Flash committed, but does not get a catch, and this is going to be a big battle spell gone for the side of Fury.
Yeah, oh my gosh, one, oh my god, CR7 with the damage. You were talking about the fact that this guy's been off the map, he's been largely quiet, but he has massed an arsenal and is doing some serious damage.
Okay, if you take a look at his profile on the left side, you see that blue marker, that is the Azure buff, and that's the amount of damage he did without additional buffs. When he gets the Crimson Golem, the red color of this is going to be huge.
Oh, ABH going in, the Conductor of Souls finds Fury, they get the snipe out with a Flaming Palm, and that is going to be gravy for them. They have a numbers advantage, but the Shadow Vanguard in the top lane is going to throw Loops into a defensive position.
Look, CR7, who it's Vento coming in. The burst potential from both of these farm laners are so huge, and right now, 4-4. Is it time for Loops to start coming back?
I mean, the biggest thing is like, how did they get onto Vento? I mean, if Loops, like, this is pretty much revolving around him. They don't really have the lockdown. Yeah, you have the orb. I mean, but he infinite vastness on out of this. He gets alive, right? So his positioning is going to be key. The fact, whoa, okay, that's one way. Just blow him up, and Vento insta-kill by CR7.
Okay, so to alleviate the pressure, there's also a minion wave on the side of the bottom side of the map. So right now, Loops kind of vulnerable, and you can start to see Alpha 7, they are able to find those little markers. And when you're able to take out Vento, Where's the damage coming from on the side of Loops?
I mean, look, you're going to look at ABH. He was kind of like that guy. You always have an Augurin, you always have an end game. You have a route to victory, right? But again, Vento needs to stay alive. The 1-2 combination of both of these heroes needs to be there. Vento going down there, that was actually very critical. And now CR7, completely scary at this stage.
Oh, he got him!
Oh, he finds him right here, but Danny, it looks like Freaks is going to bash on out of this one. He's going to stay alive, but the mid T3, the big one, they find him with the truth, and ABH not able to get away. They have the control on the Niap, but then they lack the damage.
Yep, it's an open wound in the mid lane, and this is not looking good for the side of Loops. The fact that Freaks wasn't there, he actually got stopped by Danny, meant that there was no 5-man defense on the side of Loops.
Yeah, but you're okay. You're talking about the fact that, you know, ABH and Vento are the damage dealers. If you're looking at the other sides, Danny and CR7 are the guys. Danny wasn't even in there, and CR7 was able to insta-give Vento, and now they've taken the top T3. They're looking to end this game soon.
Yep, this is where you see the strength of that big burst damage coming out from Milady Sun pick, right? She's able to roll in, get free damage on the turrets, even when there are no minions.
I mean, look at the pressure. They've kind of, you know, the retreat call has been made. They're going to look to regroup at this point, but Loops holding on, hanging on by a thread, so to speak, with this bottom T3. ABH is back on the map, though, but again, hey, look, this is going to be a tough one.
Okay, look, Alpha 7 at this point, it is 6-4, but it's like holding a pot of boiling water. You do not want to get let go. If they allow Loops to come back, they're going to get burnt.
Yeah, this Overlord is going to go for the steal. ABH takes this one. That would have been disastrous, but he's going in. The control, insta-lock it down, but Freaks flashes away. He's going to be Sage's Sanctuary. He wants to go for round 2. He stays alive, and somehow, oh no, he falls in the end, but Loops is on the run because everybody's so low.
But you can start to see there are some shades here. Alpha 7 not really holding on to the lead that they have. Yes, you have 2 broken lanes on the side of Loops, but if they continue to fight like that and allow one to get those freezes in, it's not going to be the story that they wanted.
Yeah, Alpha 7 right now with a almost 5K net worth lead. Tempest Dragon just around the corner in about 30 seconds. I mean, Loops has the avenue to kind of come back in, but they've made it tough. Alpha 7, that is. And they've just kind of been forcing it out, just trying to find that pick. But that was a great one. They find ABH. Danny gets slowed down. He has to dash away. Vento wants to go in. Sage's Sanctuary gets the pick. Infinite Vast is on in. Does Hunty get the pick? They find CR7, and that is massive, massive loss for Alpha 7.
Yep, they also have the Vanguards coming down as well. This is what I'm talking about, Loops. This is a big moment for them. They can open up the T3s at the top and the bottom as well. They're rushing, they're making a beeline for it. Can they get the T3 on the bottom? They need something here.
I mean, they're putting the pressure on. They're going in the top lane. The Shadow Vanguard is there. They've already taken the bottom T3. Freaks might die for his troubles. I think he's going to stay alive, stays alive with a sliver of life.
Yep, and right now, Loops, hang on, is there a comeback available here?
I mean, this is an option. You have Vento still alive. Yes, he doesn't have the Infinite Vastness, so they need to be careful. If Alpha 7 were able to get like a Silky Orb, some way to control him, and it doesn't look like the opportunity is going to be there.
Okay, look, right now, tables have turned. That T3 in the middle, very, very low. But the big thing, this is the Tempest Dragon, the ultimate win for the side of Loops if they can get it.
I mean, Tempest Dragon at half-life. Danny circling around. He's like a vulture. He wants to potentially jump in. The Orb, who gets the Tempest Dragon, and Vento takes this. One is still there. He's got the passive. He's going to stay alive, but he gets picked off. CR7 finds him. Niap looking to go, but he trades his life away. Vento somehow still alive. They find him. Oh, but they find Danny as well. And now the chase is on. The 2 members are down. The base, the Winions are going to be there, but here come the other minions, and now they're going to have a little bit of a skirmish here. Alpha 7, hang on, at least for now.
Okay, but it's 30 seconds that both Niap and Danny are down, and Vento is still alive.
Oh, they have the black, they have the orb where they find Mount of Frizer, but he goes golden. He's going to stay alive. They don't have the minion wave to continue on. They need a way for the Tempest Vanguards to make an appearance. ABH still up in there. They take the mid T3. They've turned this around. Freaks looking to go 1 versus 2. He gets hit by the crystal, but they go for the base, who's been locked down. They've got Fury, and they want to go for it, and Loops with the comeback.
What did I tell you? This is the comeback team, and Mano Frizer, he saved the life of Loops. This Liang was on point. Let me just give you an inkling of what happened. That was a guaranteed, soft guarantee steal on the side of Danny, but he got stopped right at the mouth of the pit for the Tempest Dragon. That's why they lost it. And Vento, come on, this boy, the Dragon Boy, he takes to the skies. You're going to be left on the floor.
What a game 1 to start off the KWC. Just the fact that the comeback potential kill. And the never say die attitude that you see from Loops, being able to bounce back like that, not every team can do that.
Oh, exactly. And this is why it's so exciting because, look, while this is a rematch, this is a new history, potentially, because it could be a clean win for the side of Loops.
Yeah, I mean, look, at the end of the day, if I was Loops right now, and, you know, again, they're probably way more mature than I am, but I would be saying GG easy all over the place.
Yeah, big catches. It was a perfect start for the side of Alpha 7, right? Nyap looking at the control here. But let's take a look at the rest of the action happening across the map.
It was such an amazing game, and like it was since minute 1, everything was going on really well for Alpha 7, but Loops at the end turned it around in these fights, just like you can see on the screen.
I mean, it just set it up after kill, just like slowly but surely, Loops was like, oh my gosh, we're actually losing this game because we're getting picked off. Being able to kind of find out Fury on that one, that was an absolute monster steal, and that was like kind of like the tipping point. Loops at that point were like, actually, we have the damage, we're fine. Yes, Bento got picked off and just kind of slowed things down. This was a great team fight here.
Yeah, this was a big moment for the side of Loops because they actually got very important kills. And as the game progressed, Nyap and Danny were down. These were two core members on the side of Alpha 7 that would have been able to change the fight for them. This one, Mano Frieza is my MVP in this particular moment. They have so much control, and the fact that Danny and Nyap are gone from the fight, you have no frontliners, and CR7, he needs defense, he needs protection.
I mean, coming back from that one, and the fact that we had Game 1, Tempest Dragon, to start off the KWC, what more can you ask for?
Nothing much, but maybe Alpha 7, we want a little bit more out of you. Danny, I think he played his game well, but a little
whole time. I liked a lot the way that they performed when you start going lane by lane and you start actually checking on man by man. Danny had a very good performance. ABH on the other side, like he did not have like the best performance that he could have asked for. Things that work like this in KWC, normal things. But at the end of the day, Alpha 7 for me looked like the stronger side.
I mean, they played a much stronger game. I mean, they controlled, I will say the gold graph, and that will see exactly what you were saying in the fact that they controlled it. They probably were winning about 80% of the time, and then all of a sudden, just like that tipping point, and then just like the world had crumbled. It's a moment where, hey, when you're in the lead, you cannot give any sort of gap to kind of come back in this game.
Okay, so gold can buy you a crown, but it cannot buy you the spine to be a king. And right now, Loops, they have shown that they have a stronger back, and they're able to carry that pressure that comes with being a king.
One of the main things in this game when you want to be really good at it, like if you are at home and you're just kind of like jumping on rank right now, just remember, it's a matter of the waves. The waves, the minion waves, how do you control them? How do you actually get to push? Those are the main ideas of this amazing game that we call Honor of Kings. What is the main issue that I have in here with Alpha 7? 17 minutes. That's the amount of time that it took them to take the tier 1 mid turret. That's not okay.
Yeah.
Like, it cannot be possible that you have such an advantage and you cannot actually go around because you need to take that tier 1 down for you to be able to really get on the back. That's what allowed Loops to turn things around. Alpha 7's inability to be able to just take that turret down.
Yeah, that surprise factor was completely gone, right? Once your T1 is gone, a lot of vision in the middle part of the map is not available to you. And that vision game that Alpha 7 were taking so good advantage of in the early starts of the game, gone. And now you know why vision is so important. Yes, you need the farm, you have big burst damage, but if you can't see where the hits are coming from, what are you going to do?
Of course, the micro was there, right?
Yeah.
Like, we could say that in every single battle, like, Alpha 7 had a very good performance. It was actually really good to watch. But then the macro, I do believe that there's just that one step to be able to do better. What do you think, Hollard? What they could do in order just to get that tier 1 turret down earlier?
The turret one, obviously T1 is super important, right? I mean, taking that down, it was a huge mistake. But, you know, Loops was like, actually, if we keep this alive, we're going to be fine. We just need to play the long game. We need to be patient. Yes, we know we're losing, but it's not the end of the world. We have ways to get back in. And Loops did a great job of playing a losing game, as weird as that sounds.
I love how you posted like that, like when you push it in the way that when you're losing, like let's imagine that you're facing a team that is just playing better than you in the laning stage, which is super normal. What do? Do you start just fighting, or do you do the Loops thing? protect the turret, just go on the defensive, try to find the moment where you can actually turn the wave around and really push for the crystal. Because at the end of the day, I might be talking a lot about the tier 1 tournament, but at the end of the day, you gotta push the crystal if you wanna win.
Exactly, and it exposes, I mean, Loops exposed the one core weakness on the side of Alpha 7, which was control. They didn't have too much. The moment when Nyap is taken down and Danny, you are now exposed to the stuns, the control, the suppressors, everything that you want. Loops has it. They have the suppress from the Liang, they have the stuns coming in from the Princess Frost, they also have the ultimates, the big AoE effect. So if you're caught, you don't catch one person, you catch the whole team. Yeah. And Loops just won every single fight from that point on.
It comes down to the BP, no? Because at the beginning, the first 3 picks from Alpha 7 just told Loops the kind of game that they needed to play. And that's why the BP is such an important part.
Oh yeah, totally important, right? And the fact that, you know, you're talking about CR7 was largely quiet with the lady soon, and it did do a lot of damage, but let's talk about Vento, also very quiet, and once he got the damage, he would make those aggressive plays in typical Vento fashion, where he would go in, get the pick off, and Infinite Vastness on out of there. He was next level. He was my MVP in that game.
Multi-core, man. You gotta be multi-core. When one of your teammates is just kind of like falling down, falling apart, man, like someone else needs to stand up.
Yeah.
Like for sure, the Ogren was not his day, but then Vento was like, yeah, you know what? Like if Ogren is not working it out, the Lung, I can stand up and just deal business, man.
Yeah, huge respects to ABH. He really took the punches for the team, and Vento was allowed to grow into that dragon that he was supposed to be. So I agree. I think he has the highest potential of being the MVP, but I really want to give a shout out to Monofrizer here. His Liang on point, the later parts of the game, the way he controlled every single member on the side of Alpha 7, along with the help of one, that Princess Frost. Princess Frost is one of my personal favorites. The zoning was so good.
I mean, it was very good, right? Look, Manofrizer took a little bit to get going. I think they would have had a much better chance if he was able to kind of, you know, start off early with those, you know, flash control plays and get those pickoffs. Unfortunately, it looked like Alpha 7 were ready for that, and you saw the value much later in the game.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there were a couple of times where we saw Fury actually commit the flash as the Shi to try and get the catch right with the second skill. Didn't really catch too many people, and I felt like that was a huge investment with very little return for the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the Shi, just overall. I feel like, you know, like the potential for that perfect orb and that pull is very enticing.
Yeah.
But to pull it off against teams that know it's coming, and then because you're just so squishy, you might end up just being like a range creep at the end of the day.
It cannot be your only initiation, man.
That is true.
It cannot be the only way that your team has to initiate fights. And that is super important in game as well, man. Like, how do we initiate fights? When you're thinking about the BP, when you're choosing your heroes, you need to start thinking about the fact, like, you know what? Like, we need someone to initiate, we need someone to suck in damage, we need someone to deal damage, and we need people just to support around. You need to be thinking about that. And the Alpha 7 team, they did have initiation only with the Shi, or just trying to do with Nyap. The way that Nyap just flashed in and used his ulti, that was amazing. But that ulti and that flash, man, they come down in cooldown, and there's a whole long time to wait.
Okay, so that was a beautiful game 1, but here's another beautiful thing about Honor of Kings. Now, they have picked all of these heroes in game number 1. We have something called the global ban pick, which means if you use a particular hero in the series, you will not be able to use it again. So, game number 2, limited options for both teams. What will happen from here?
I mean, it's still very early. There's so many heroes that are available, the combinations, but I think the biggest part, and to Isaac's point, about the ban pick, right?
Yeah.
If we're looking at the Alpha 7 side, it really seemed like they didn't have the catch, you know what I mean, to kind of lock somebody down like a Lung, you know, who's just able to fly away at a moment's notice, you know, to lock down ABH as well. So there were definitely some gaps, and Loops kind of played around with it. Yes, they were losing, but they understood what they needed to do and just stay alive.
Okay, so it opens up the doors to game number 2. We might see the RD being taken into the gorge itself to have those floral dancers dance around the map as well and put in massive amounts of damage. We also have not seen the Zhang Fei, one of your favorites.
Yeah, one of my favorites, but again, it was kind of not so great in Chuck BR. I think it had like a 35% win rate. It was like top 5 pick. I mean, it's a great hero overall. I love it myself, but it seems like teams have really solved it, and it's just like really not a meta hero. But again, the potential could be there because it just adds so much team fight.
We're gonna move into game 2, lads. We can see that Loops, the boys are right over there. The Alpha 7 lads are over there in front of them. What needs to change? Because right now we already saw game 1, great performances by both of them. If Loops wins this one, they move forward, 2-0, end of the game. Alpha 7 is their backs against the wall. What do they need to do in order to turn things around?
All right, Alpha 7 needs to just stick with their tried and true. That game 1 strat works,
It
right?
was
But
working.
you need to just kind of close it out. You need to suffocate the enemy team even
Agreed.
more, being very aggressive and just like taking the enemy jungle constantly and let Loops just fight for whatever scraps they can get and just extend the game, but by taking them out by slowly, so to speak.
I think, you know what, Alpha 7 needs to be a little bit more aggressive in the start of the game. As you noticed in the early starts of the game, Danny didn't really invade into the jungle of Loops. So I think it would make a world's difference for them. Give Danny that lead. Danny knows how to play aggressively, but he needs to have the goal to back him up.
I do believe that the whole Alpha 7 strat was working. I love the way how they won the first fights. But then let's just look back at the first blood, man. They win first blood immediately. And it was right before the first Tyrant was going to spawn. Take the first blood, push back, and then go and take control over the Tyrant. But it just felt like they stayed there for too long, and then they just gave 1 life back to the side of Loops. Some moments you need to know when to attack, when to push, and some moments you just need to understand, okay, it's been enough. I'm just going to pull back.
Yeah, like I said earlier in the game, you don't want to let go of this control. And I was worried that Alpha 7 was going to let go of the game. And especially when you let them drag, it's not good for you.
It is not, man. It is not. And our meta is just so fast-paced. I do believe that when you start seeing the top level of competition, you start understanding that the timing of it, just being able to move forward every single second, it needs to be something needs to be happening. Just making it work so you can get more and more gold and you can start snowballing early. I feel like Alpha 7 had the opportunity but did not actually capitalize on that.
Okay, well, it may not seem that great, but here's one thing I've noticed from both teams that I really like for their growth. They are now starting to make decisions as a team. Everyone is aligned about what they want to do. And I think game number 2, we'll see an even higher standard of synergy from both teams, which I'm very impressed by because look, Bobby coming into Alpha 7, he came in as a late substitution. So I'm pretty impressed with Alpha 7. Even though they didn't win game 1, I think maybe we can expect them to come back much stronger.
I mean, they set themselves up for success. They had an opportunity. CR7 had given all the space that he needed. He got that farm. He was putting himself in a prime position to win. But it's more of a team thing towards that end of just closing the game out. Not easy to do, but the good teams find ways to do so.
Yeah, it's very. You need to be efficient, right, Isaac? I think we agree that efficiency is the name of this game. Yes, you can get all the gold, all the EXP in this game, but you need to know how to use it to your advantage.
Yeah, you're totally right on that, man. That's something that I hope that over there the coaches are going to be talking to the players, man. Because how do we really just come back from that game 1? It's going to be a lot about what the coaches are going to be talking to them. It is a very important role in our game. It is something that most of people that are playing rank at home, you might not have a coach right over there just kind of telling you what to do. But when you come here to the professional stages, there is that one person, that one lad over there that is carrying the notebook around, man. Like, he is in charge of telling everyone what is going on.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing right now. I mean, Alpha 7's coach right now needs to ensure that their team is just calm, right? Kind of forget that game because that is a mentally taxing game that could have ramifications not only in this game, but in the future, right? Losing that game like the way that they did when they had an opportunity to win that one, that's got to be heartbreaking.
Exactly. I think morale might be impacted for sure. If I were to lose a game like that, I definitely would have my confidence crushed. I wouldn't be unconfident. I would still think that I'm going to win the next game. But let's see, right? This is our thoughts. You know, when you sit on that hot seat in the stage, I think there's a lot of unspoken pressure that you will feel.
Positive thinking, man. It's got to be. Loops is going to be taking the blue side as Alpha 7 is going to be taking the red. The bans are already all there, the first round of bans, and the picks are coming as well.
I like the bans though. Like Luna, definitely something we do not want to entertain on the gold.
Please don't.
Please and Arlie as well, right? The two of the most mobile heroes that's offered in Honor of Kings. And I like the fact that they open up the Dolia because it opens up so many options because the synergy is so good.
Yeah, a lot of opportunities in this one, right? I mean, you're going to see exactly how they want to play this Loops, that is. I mean, I think it just really sets themselves up. But Alpha 7 need to understand, hey, the Elaine, the potential. I mean, the Arlie's been banned out by Loops themselves. You have ways to kind of deal with this. But Loops have kind of got that strategy in mind. They seem very heavy-handed going into these best of threes, understanding and being very well prepared here.
Okay, look, so let's talk a bit about why this Dolia pick is so good. Dolia pick, her ultimate allows you to refresh any skill on any team member.
Yes,
and with the synergy that's offered by Dune, Dune is a very tanky hero that's able to fight toe-to-toe against the Ogren pick offered by Alpha 7. And look, the Clash lane, let's jump straight into it. Byron is one of the heroes you need to play as a Clash laner. He wins you lanes and games.
Totally meta right now, that Byron picking there. It allows you not to depend on anyone else. You can survive on your own, so to speak.
Yeah, once you have your passive, look, you're able to lifesteal back. You get that massive shield when you activate your ultimate as well. So Byron definitely gonna have a strong time in the lane. But Alpha 7, they pick up the Yixing. Yixing is one of my personal favorites. I have a good win rate with this hero. And he is
surprise, surprise.
He has good control in his game, which is why I love him so much.
Yeah.
Oh, come on, man. Like, we gotta go into rank after this, and then we need to see Kinto who's Yixing to see if it actually lives to that.
I actually can verify his Yixing is actually pretty good.
Oh, let's go,
man. Some of the other heroes, I would definitely not have that same opinion of, but definitely his Yixing is it's top tier.
Kin, carry me, mate. Carry me.
I'm gonna try, but I'm very surprised because this is one of the few times that Holler has complimented me on broadcast. So this is an unfamiliar territory I'm in.
Yeah, I hope you record it, and I hope you show it, constantly clip it, and just kind of play it back because it's never happening again.
Okay, so let's talk about the bans. There's a reason why both Nuwa and Gun and Mo are the final two bans. These are very big burst artillery mages in the mid lane that's able to kill off the Yixing and Ogren really quickly. So Alpha 7, they know what cards to play. They are providing so much space and a little bit more safety for Fury and as well as Danny in that jungle and mid.
Yeah, and also those two heroes, Nuwa, the Gun and Mo, just keeping people at arm's reach, which is kind of like not where you want to be with the Ogren. You want to be kind of dictating that pace and just being forced back. If you get damaged by those couple blades, you might have a bad time. So a very smart ban by Alpha 7 here.
Okay, so let's take a look at the bans of the side of Loops. Loops is a team that will probably fight together very closely, which is why the Guan Yu is kind of banned out. Guan Yu is very adept at gathering your opponents into one singular spot, of which is beneficial for Fury. As a Yixing, when you lay down your board, you want to make it as small as possible so your cooldown reduction is really short. But you know what, Loops is not going to allow that to happen, and they ban out the DRNG as well. But Fatih, the new hero incoming into Honor of Kings, he is one of the heroes that I absolutely hate to play against. He is so strong.
Oh, but why is that, man? Explain to us. Why Fatih is one of those heroes that you do not like that much, Kin? Come on.
Okay, so Fatih offers you two very big markers. Number one, he actually is pretty mobile with his first skill. He has 3 stacks of the first skill. The final stack of the first skill allows you to get the stun in as well. And when he activates his ultimate, he has insane life steal. So he is a pseudo tank in that matter when there is no control.
Come on, and that pseudo tank is going to be extremely important because right now Alpha 7, from the composition that I can see right now, that is what they're missing right now, man. Not everyone looks very tanky in this comp, and I'm a little bit worried that they might be too squishy.
Yeah, I mean, look, if we're looking at this one, there's a lot of sustain from Alpha 7. They have a lot of healing. The Venomous Staffs, things like that are going to be super key for Loops to kind of itemize around, ensuring that they're able to kind of like slow it down because, you know, long sustaining fights are not in the favor of Loops here.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, as an Ogren, you love it when the team fight goes extra long because, oh, hang on, life steal with my second skill. And at this point, I think control is definitely going to be the big weakness of Alpha 7, similar to game number 1, which is why Loops have picked up the Chano and the Lady Chun as well. Chano able to deal a lot of damage from afar, able to push you back with his first skill as well. But Lady Chun, this mid lane 1, being played by 1, I think is going to be the game changer once again.
Wow. I hope it's going to be, man, because right now, in terms of reach, on the laning stages of the game, Chano against Garo over there at the farm lane, who's got to have like a little bit of an advantage in that patch?
Once again, I believe it's a very skill-based matchup. But look, if the Garo gets caught out by the Wolves, the soul of the Wolves, it's a tough time. She does not do well in the early game.
So Garo just needs to try to kind of like hold the line, trying to clear wave, and then just go back to turrets. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Look, the Didier needs to heal her up as much as possible. She needs to keep her alive. If Garo dies in the early game, she's going to be out for a long time.
Yeah, it could have a potential issue right here. I mean, the sustain from Alpha 7 seems pretty good, right? But like, I'm not a huge fan of Garo just overall. Obviously, you have a little bit of range and you have ways to kind of deal with it. But again, we'll have to see.
Okay, the Gorge is ready. Loops is 1-0 up right now. Alpha 7 needs to come up with something. And let's go into game 2.
Okay, so one thing I think that was a big marker of success for the side of Loops is the fact that they're able to drag it late game. But Alpha 7, late game, CR7, he's going to be a monster.
Yeah, the Soric signal. Vento has to try to dodge the taking liberties. He flashes away. Oh, but he somehow stays alive. But he's probably going to have to leave the lane if any. No, he's going to stick around. He's going to play a little bit dangerously here.
Yeah, Vento almost became a bento of food for the side of Alpha 7. But in the Clash lane, it's a pretty good sign for the side of Loops, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, Loops need to do a better job in the laning phase. I think that they kind of struggled a bit against Alpha 7 in game 1. Loops kind of, you know, had to play the comeback game. That's not where you want to be game in and game out. So this is one where they need to do a much better job.
Okay, I hope you guys noticed this, but what is actually helping out in the jungle? As a mid laner, this is one of the things you can do to speed up that jungling process for your jungler. And ABH now hits level 4, Danny as well. This is something you can make use even in your ranked games.
Yeah, this is going to be huge for them. I mean, look, Danny is going to get wind-slashed here. They get the knock-up. He's going to use the Conductor of Souls in return to Freaks, who has to actually flash away, but here come the reinforcements. Danny a little on the low side. He still up in front. The Unruly Blade keeping him alive. ABH will limp away.
Loops is so lucky here that Fury is not level 4. If he had level 4 on the side of Fury, the Yixing, once he's able to lay down the board, it was instant kill. But hang on.
Oh, they find Danny. He's so low. Man, if he got picked off on that one, that would have been disaster. Slowing down Danny on this Ogren here.
Yeah, but you can start to see both sides, they have decent control. But for some reason, look, the range of this Garo CR7 is just outplaying Vento 1v1.
Yeah, it's going to be key, right? I mean, just like try to limit Vento's farm as much as possible. Take away that farm. Let CR7 go, man. I mean, we saw the potential of him last time. He was definitely starting to hit that critical mass of items, but he just wasn't able to kind of just pick people off from afar because of the fact that like Loops was just like running away.
Okay, so CR7, his marker of success is when he's able to get the Daybreaker, and that will be the turning point for them.
Oh, Freak's taking so much damage. Neop not letting him go. Freaks has to just stick around. Storm Strike, he's looking to go, has to use the ult just to stay alive.
Oh, and yeah, this is the power of the fight, right? So not only does he have that lifesteal, he's able to do a lot of consistent, quick damage as well.
Yeah, and Danny looking to potentially go for the steal. He spots it out. He's going to back off. He's just going to go back into his own jungle. But Danny, from game 1, the biggest issue I see is that this is not the Danny that we've seen. Like the aggressive, the, you know, overtly loud guy that's just like yelling at your face, just being that like steamrolling Hulk smashing dude.
Oh, hang on. You may have spoken too soon. Freaks is going to be pressured on that top lane. And once again, Alpha 7, they're able to get a little bit more map control, right? They are winning their lane so far.
Yeah, doing a great job in that sense, right? I mean, the fatigue pick was quite good, especially against the Byron. You're singing the praises of this hero. Obviously very strong, and we've seen it, but fatigue kind of adds an extra wrinkle. Makes it a little bit more difficult. Neop has done a great job in that top lane.
I think this game for Alpha 7 really relies on Fury's ability to get those big boards down, right? Once he gets his Weiqi ball down, if he manages to catch important members like maybe Vento or ABH, it's going to be a quite disastrous time for the side of Loops.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting in those team fights because ABH, generally speaking, when you're the Dune, you want to be unruly blading in. He goes in for this one. The board is going to be setting up, but now ABH is locked in the board. And I was right about to make that point, but it just happened.
Yeah, the board. This is where Fury provides so much value, and there's no way Loops can contest this without the help of ABH, who is dead at this moment. So first time of the game goes into the hands of Alpha 7.
Yeah, and look, Alpha 7 and Loops, whenever they play, generally speaking, the series goes the distance. They have so much familiarity with one another. They understand how each other play, and it looks like Alpha 7 striking first is going to be huge for them because, again, they need to make amends of game 1.
Yeah, okay, so a lot of people ask, why do professional teams go for that Tyrant first? It's because of the extra damage. You're able to get team fights well in your favor in comparison to what you're offered on that pre-10-minute mark for the Overlord. I think there's more value in having the ability to fight and get those lightning charges clear way faster as well.
Yeah, there's just so much value with it, right? I mean, yeah, the Overlord will be picked up, but I feel like it's easier to like last hit. Yes, it pushes it out and you'll probably, you know, push a little bit, but again, the Tyrant, it's all about that one, especially early. It sets the tone and that damage buff just accelerates the farm. You get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah, okay, so if you take that first 4-minute mark Overlord, it turns your minions into one singular Vanguard, right? Of which your hang on.
Oh, the flash away. Tried to keep him alive. Man of Fries are stuck in the board, but he doesn't care. He's going to stay alive, but CR7 not as lucky. He's going to be soloed in the bottom lane by Vento. The fight is still going on in the mid lane. Danny, though, gets wind slashed. He goes in for the unruly blade. They find Bilal, but he flashes to safety, and he just barely gets away.
Okay, so Bilal using the flash, not too big of a detriment to the side of Alpha 7. The big one is CR7. He was silent in game number 1 for the first, 15 minutes of the game, but he has been caught out now 5 minutes into the game.
Yeah, well, he's silent now because he's dead. No, that's not how it works. Okay, but CR7 is going to be back up. Again, he needs to just, when we talk about silence, we need the fact that he stays alive and we don't call his name out too much, right? Because then you know that he's got that space and he's farming.
Okay, but Loops, while they have recovered a little bit, hang on, out of position.
One, he's going to flash away. I mean, it's a common skill, might be key in the next big team fight.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's what, 120 seconds, 90 seconds gone for the side of one. That's an escape mechanism that's not going to be used and available for the side of Loops. Let's take a look at the replay over here. This is where they actually, oh, that's how they got it. The silence gave the confidence for CR7, right, to go for that 1v1, but Veno just sidestepped it.
I mean, you were talking about the fact that, you know, CR's, oh, they find ABEH, he's getting a little bit low, he's getting knocked around, he gets sear stated, and Danny finds that kill. That's a huge win for Alpha 7.
Unclear if they burnt out the passive of Fury. Hang on now.
Oh, Niap getting gone on. Vento started to feel it. He's got the leader stance, and the soaring signal snipes him out.
What a class. He walked away with the explosion behind him. Boom, movie style.
Yeah, I mean, playing it perfectly. I mean, Vento has been next level, not only in this game, this series, I mean, in the entire league. Vento has been the man, and there's a reason why Loops is one of the favorites from Brazil.
Yep, and we take a look at the gold difference. Look, 4.9 thousand in the pocket of Vento, but you know what? Niap has more gold than him, and this is where the strength of the channel is. He's able to get in so much damage, even if you have the gold lead.
Yeah, and I like the fact that they're kind of accelerating and just giving everyone opportunities. If Danny's not going to have a great game, somebody else will step up. Niap has been potentially that guy, but CR7, in my opinion, yes, he's just kind of only about 100 or so, 100 gold away from Vento. He's still got to really step up in this game.
If I'm Alpha 7, to be honest, I'm not too worried for CR7, right? Because we know that CR7 is not going to have an immense start in the early game, so this is still acceptable. But late game, you will start to see CR7 melt people like freaks because she deals an extra 50% damage to people with shields.
Yeah. I mean, just a lot of damage, right? And it's going to be key for this, especially since Loops has so many different heroes that can get those shields and readily available. But Loops doing a good job of just, again, sticking around. This 10-minute mark is about upon us, but Danny gets caught out. He's going to get knocked around. The Conductor Soul's not going to keep him alive, and Danny out of position, and Loops made him pay.
Oh, this is not looking good for Alpha 7 at all. And for the first time, we talked about it, the T1 in game number 1, nobody really took it. Not right now. Loops is putting a lot of pressure on the T1. They reward themselves with the Tyrant as well. Extra damage galore.
Oh man, and Loops are fighting back, finding ways to get back in. Alpha 7, I mean, Danny, man, it hasn't been the same Danny of old.
Yeah, definitely not. And I think maybe the pressure is getting to him. This is a different world stage. KWC 2025 is this a new Brazilian team in the making of champions.
Yeah, I mean, but Loops has done such a good job, right? If there's anybody, and you know that you have a superstar on the enemy team, you're going to kind of goad him a bit. You're going to be focusing him down, making things a little bit uncomfortable. Danny has not really been able to hit his groove in this series thus far.
I mean, Honor of Kings is not just a physical game where you have to play with your hands. You also have to play with your mind, and confidence is key. And it feels like Danny has lost a little bit of confidence today.
Okay, I thought you were going to go like Professor X with like this mind control thing. Like I can control my character with my mind. But I see where you're going with that. I like it. But now, look, Alpha 7 looking to regroup. The net worth lead has completely dwindled. It's 50-50 at this stage. But if they lose this Azor Golem, it's going to be bad for Alpha 7. They need to prioritize it. It looks like they want to go for it. They get this push back. They have the board. Danny's being very aggressive. Goes over the wall. Goes for the Conductor of Souls. Here's going to be the passive. It's going to keep him alive. He flashes away, but they're looking to turn. They got the wind slash. They find Danny, and they get the kill in Vento with just too much. Niap not looking to go for this one, but Freaks gets picked off. CR7 like a sniper rifle. rifle, gets him down, but Vento with the double on Niap. It's going to be a 2 for 3, and Vento down. I think Alpha 7 coming out the victors in that team fight.
CR7, this is where he has been all the time. A triple kill for this boy. And look, we talked about that matchup, the BP, why it's so important. Garo destroys heroes like Byron, like the Dune, because they have shields. And the fact that he got his hands on Vento as well, a big win.
Yeah, absolutely big win here. I mean, that's going to be the last turn before the next variation of the 10-minute mark. I mean, it's going to be key for this one. But let's check out the replay and see exactly what happened.
Okay, so there was a lot of control coming in from Fixie. He actually saved his backline. But the fact that CR7 was undisturbed in this particular point was the reason why they won the fight so hard. Because there's so much space available for him to stand and shoot. No pressure coming in from loops.
Yeah, no pressure at that one. But with one down, Alpha 7 finding ways to just pick off one, that's going to add a little bit of pressure on every single kill matters at this point. I mean, it's 6-5 at the 10-minute mark. How close is this game?
No longer close. So let's be honest about it. CR7 has hit that power spike. And if this game continues in the way that it has for the past 1.5 minutes, Alpha 7 should have this game.
Yeah, I mean, look, they're going to start put pressure in. The bottom T1 has already been taken out. Now they're looking to kind of put pressure on the mid T2. Alpha 7 in the driver's seat.
Yeah, there's very little ways, unless they can find a way to get onto CR7 again. And you know what? It's going to be very difficult because right now, Fury, he's still alive. I'm pretty sure he already has his passive. For those of you that are unclear, Fury's passive allows him to tank one last hit without dying.
Yeah, that maintaining initiative, he's used it very well, just staying alive. Just that split second is all you need to stay alive. And it's been tough for Loops to potentially kill Fury, who's been great with that. The positioning has been on point. CR7 has done a good job aside from that early death. He's really bounced back in this game.
Yep, and you know what? To make matters worse, CR7 has taken the Crimson Golem, so he has true damage, burning damage available right now in the hands of this Garo.
Yeah, he's got a lot of opportunities. I mean, it's going to be tough to find. I mean, look, ABH need to be aggressive. They need to figure out ways to get back in. Again, Loops has not, this is not unfamiliar territory. They understand how to come back, but Alpha 7's lineup, in my opinion, are a little bit better off than they were from game 1.
Yeah, but this one is a hard fight for them. This Overlord, Shadow Overlord, mind you, is going to be in the hands of Alpha 7.
Yeah, it looks like ABH is going to take some damage. They make a beeline for him. They set the board up. They try to lock him down. They're going to do some damage onto ABH. But Danny, with that blunder, he turns it around, gets the execute, making a double. He's continuing on. He finds Mono Frizer, who's on the run, who gets sniped out. CR7 is back at, baby.
Yep, you cannot fight them when they hit their stride. And Alpha 7, this is what we want. A-star performance. Only Vento left. What can he do? Absolutely nothing.
I mean, look, all 5 members of Alpha 7 are here. They're looking to close this game out. All 5 members, so tough for Vento to make any sort of stance. He tries to go get it, makes his pay, and they end up getting the kill, and Alpha 7 are back in the series.
Yeah, right back at it, and this is an ace as well. A full team wipe coming from the side of Alpha 7, and the confidence we were asking for, it's back here, baby.
I mean, look, CR7 really stepped up when they needed to, right? The fact that they were just like one little bit more damage, just CR7 just finding those plays, the silences, and this is the Alpha 7 that we know, and they've really bounced back in this game too.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I think it's a great performance from Alpha 7, but let's talk to our host. What do you think?
Smooth. It was amazing. It was an amazing second game. Exactly what we were looking for, man. We didn't want this to finish in a 2-0, and then right now it's a 1-1, taking us all the way to 3 games, man, and we want more. We want more of this that you can see on your screens.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth from both teams, right? It was a pretty balanced start. I mean, it was advantage to the side of Loops because they were playing with the range. But the fact that they could not silence Fury, the balls that were coming in from Fury was so dominant.
They were so dominant. I mean, look, Loops, their lineup is to just jump on top of you. That board just kind of mitigates all of that. And the fact that they were able to turn this around, and again, when Loops is on the run, they really don't have a chance. Vento just trying to stay alive, but CR7, that range advantage from downtown, just sniping them out, so good.
Okay, so that skill coming out from CR7, that one long red line, is actually a silence arrow coming out from CR7. So not only are you dealing with being silenced, you can't use your skills, you also have the lockdown from Fury and Valau, who are able to get onto you lock you in place. And this is where Nyap shines, right? As a Fadi, yes, mobility, he is quite mobile, but he needs a little bit of time. And once he gets his hands on you, look at the amount of slashes that he comes in with. How do you deal with that?
Yeah, it was really tough. I mean, look, this lineup, the Fatih, Nyap really stepping up. You saw the Ogryn, Danny, just like really next level. This is that 1-2 combination that they've had, and they've just been so aggressive. What a great game by Alpha 7.
It was an amazing game, man. It was really good because we got to see the Alpha 7 turning things around, really learning from their mistakes and being a little bit more decisive. In the moments when they needed to take the battles, in the moments that they wanted to really just take the battle and just deal damage, they were able to do that. There was this critical fight right at the 10 minutes mark where Loops uses all of their abilities just to take Danny down, but they forgot about CR7, man. No one could do anything to solve that problem. CR7 comes in, the Garo got the reach. 1, 2, 3, first triple kill of our KWC 2025.
Yep, I mean, this brings us back to the point that you said in game number 1. BP, the draft and bans and pick are so important because it dictates what kind of resources you have in the game. Not just for the gold, not just turrets, but what options can you explore? Can you get the stun? Can I get someone to hold him in place so that I can cut him off?
Yeah, I mean, just a great game, right? This is exactly what we wanted. I mean, it just overall Alpha 7 really stepping up and just showing just the pride of Brazil here.
It is going to be an amazing week. This is just the first 2 games. We're going to have 2 weeks full of this, ladies and gentlemen. We need to take some water because this has been a great battle, and I know that you two at home as well. So what about if we take a short break and then we will be back? Alpha 7 just took one back. Loops wanted to finish this early, but Alpha 7 said no. 1-1 in our best of 3 is going to be our game 1 of the KWC 2025. Welcome back. Boys, this was amazing 2 games. Now, this already set the tone for what we can expect for the rest of these amazing 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, we knew it was going to go the distance.
Yeah.
Right? There was no doubt that this was going to go there. And the fact that like both of these teams really fighting for it and the way that they're doing it is just really next level here.
Yeah, very consistent performance, right? We have seen that they've exposed the weaknesses on both drafts for both teams. And I think this is going to be a very important marker as we go into game number 3.
We always talk in these very big tournaments about the fact that it is difficult just to come in and perform immediately. Your fingers are stiff, you might be a little bit nervous, you're sweating. It's very difficult to come and perform. But look at what the Brazilian boys have just done in the last 2 games. It's been amazing. Like both teams from the Chalk BR are doing amazing performances that at the end of the day, in the next game, there's going to be only one of them that is going to move to the upper bracket and the other one is going to move to the lower bracket.
I mean, this has got to be a little disappointing more for the Alpha 7 side because of that game 1. I don't mean to harsh on the on the
No, go ahead.
But it's a situation where they had an opportunity to win that one out. And the way that they did it in game 2 and like, you know, ending the series would have been a huge morale boost. But again, we're always talking about the fact that you either win or you learn. They definitely learned from that one and they bounced back in game 2, which is going to be key. But game 3 is where everything is at stake.
So are they going to be able to do it? That's the big question, right? Because look, we've seen the strengths when both teams, when they're winning, they win with such force and domination.
Yes.
So game number 3, are we going to see like big forces going up against each other, or is it going to be a one-sided battle? I don't know.
I don't know either, man. I just know that this decisiveness in there, in the decisions, in not only the team decisions, but their micro. When you decide to go on a battle, are you really just jumping in there to win, or just kind of like just hesitating when you make your first step? I always talk to people about things in HOK. You need to be decisive. When you make a decision, stick to that decision. Of course, those decisions, they need to be premeditated. You cannot just go around and just, I'm going to go with the flow. Nah, there's no flow in here to go when you're playing at the top level of HOK.
Yeah, nothing else.
Intentions need to be clear and the whole team needs to be aligned. And this is something that I think I'm very proud of for both teams, right? For in a long time, we've seen them grow, and now every decision that they make is a team decision. Right or wrong, they do it together.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest surprise, right? By the fact that Alpha 7 Esports, we had some question marks about CR7. Was Bobby able to kind of really pick up the pace? Are they able to kind of compete and be that farm laner that you need to really carry them in the game? And it looks like he's proven that he can in that game too.
Come on, man. It's going to be game 3 right now. The boys are getting ready. This is going to be do or die. Nobody wants to go to that lower bracket. Of that, I'm completely sure. Everybody wants just to take that first dub, because if you take 2 in a row, that's it. King's Group, man. That's it. You made it through.
Exactly.
But if you lose this one, then you're fighting for your life just to clinch the one little chance for the rest of the week.
And this is something that we talked about, the momentum of the teams, right? And I know, Holler, you like the teams that kind of win the previous game. You feel like they have a strong momentum. They'll come in and, you know, swing everything into their favor.
Yeah, but normally that's what the thought process is. But I think going up with these 2, where we see that Loops has been able to just bounce back, this is definitely a more resilient team than the norm, right? They are able to bounce back. I think that they're very mentally strong, and they will compete in this one, right? Normally, I do go with that one. I think they do have a favorite. But Alpha 7, I mean, they already won 2 games potentially, you know, going into this 3rd one. Are they strong enough and have the stamina to really compete with Loops and going in a barn burner again?
So Loops are going to win.
I know that's what your predictions say, but I've seen that your predictions are generally wrong, my friends.
Ken, I just love it, man. I just love it that you're just going to keep going at it until you're wrong, until you're wrong. Like, come on, just go on with it. Come on. Alpha 7 Esports against Loops. Alpha 7 is going to be on the blue, and that first pick, already a pretty strong one. That Loom, how do you counter that?
I mean, you're going to see next level CR7 on this, right? I think that, you know, we saw in game 1 just how powerful it was with Vento, but CR7 more than up to the task. You have a lot of potential, plus it doesn't show your hand in terms of this draft.
Yeah, and I think it leaves you with a couple of options. You need tanky farm laners, which most of the time is either Hoey or DRNG. You build a tank build, right? And I think it limits the options that Loops have. But I like the first two picks that they have. These are pretty strong picks as well, the Fatih and the Yuhuan. Yuhuan we have not seen too many times in the Pro Leagues, but coming into KWC, welcome back. I believe this Yuhuan should be a roam Yuhuan, right? For those of you that are unfamiliar, her ultimate allows her to be invulnerable, but not only that, she can actually heal the team as well.
Exactly. It's a very mobile player. It's a very mobile hero that we have right over here. It can be a support. At the same time, it could be in mid. It could be in jungle. It's through the metas, like we've seen so many different kinds of Yuhuan.
Yeah, look. The best part about this pick is that it's very flexible in terms of what you can do. It doesn't show your hand. You have a lot of opportunities to go where you want to go, but Loops going with a Fatih and a Gudo, really locking down the top part of the map. I think that Loops right now are looking to go heavy-handed. Agudo has been very, very strong, even strong in the other the leagues, especially like the MKL.
And this is a silent burst combination coming in from the side of Loops, right? Agudo, you might think, yeah, tank Agudo, not so painful. And suddenly she shows up, throws the furball, you bam, you're stunned. And you have Fatih, you have the stuns coming in from Yuhuan, you have the burst potential from the Fatih as well. And Agudo, once she puts you in that wild growth AoE, she actually gets an increase in attack speed, able to throw out lightning charges with her strikes as well, and mini stuns. So I think Loops, that's a pretty decent start for them.
Yeah, it's a really strong one. I think that you were talking about you were singing the praises of the Fatih. It has a lot of potential. That sustain, it was unreal by Niap, right? He was able to constantly fight, and that's what you want to do for Fatih.
All right, so right now we are coming to the second round of bans. Global ban pick, lads. This is a tough thing that we have to talk about so people at home really understand why the picking right now is taking a longer time.
Yeah, because your options are lessened, right? For every single hero pick that you take, you can't play that same hero again in the next match. If you play a series, that's your only limited option, which is also why Loops have banned out the Dune as well as the Hano, because Organ is no longer available for picking on the side of Alpha 7.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? Like, you have to have really deep hero pools. Obviously, this is just a best of 3, so it tends to be, you know, I think you're going to be fine finding the hero that you're really comfortable with, but it's a true test when it comes later down the road when it's a best of 5 or a best of 7, because a lot of heroes get locked off.
Yeah, I mean, you need to have proficiency with a lot of different heroes, and we're going to have our new Flowborn hero going to be picked into the farm lane for the side of Loops. This one, look, I like the farm lane Flowborn, but I feel like he's a little bit squishy. Is this the best decision here?
I mean, you were talking about the fact that the tank one is a little bit better here, but like, look, what is the deal? Why is there multiple heroes with the same name, but just different roles?
Because we are multifaceted people, similar in HOK. You can play many different heroes in many different lanes.
Okay, the option is definitely going to be there on this one. I think picking that up, but in terms of the laning matchup against the Loon, is the Flowborn Marksman, like, are you comfortable with that?
To be honest, I think it's okay because Flowborn Marksman version actually outranges Lung, and in order for the Lung to step in, you are putting yourself at risk of getting caught out by the other members of Loops as well. And the fact that this Yuhuan is probably going into that roam position means that her second skill, that Mournful Tempo, is going to be able to stun up this Lung. And Lung does not do well if you are able to stun him when he's low health, which means he can't take to the skies. He's going to die.
Yeah, I mean, look, but getting that stun off, not the easiest of things to do. I think that you kind of like keep him from at arm's reach, understand that he can kind of get that jump in that we've seen Loons time and time go in with, but Loops picking up the Nua, just finalizing their draft. Like, look, I think that this is a win more hero, but your thoughts, Kin?
I think it's not going to be a good time for the side of CR7. Everything is against him, right? They're going to try and force him to use that infinite vastness. Once he becomes a dragon, takes to the sky, the Nua's going to have a splendid time. Wait, where are you landing? I'm going to welcome you
right over there.
Yeah, I'm going to welcome you and take you down with the burst damage, right?
This is going to be really difficult, and both mid laners are going to be they're going to have very long reach, and they might be able just to box people into the fights. We're coming into the Gorge. It's going to be game 3 of our series between Alpha 7 and Loops. The winner of this is going to move forward with their dreams untouched, and the loser of this might have to be pushed one step closer to the abysm. Let's go.
Yeah, it's going to be super scary, right? I just, like, losing that game, that first series would be heartbreaking, right? Especially since you're doing it against your own countrymen, so to speak. This is a situation where you really want to be the top dog. Like, but Emergence looking to go in. One, going very aggressive, knocks him back with the creation block, but CR7 just limps away.
Okay, I think that's showing a preview of what's to expect, right? One, I think it's going to have a huge impact in this game, similar to both Fury as well as CR7, right? Fury, this huge burst potential, also known as Gun and Mo, right? This hero offers you a lot of burst damage, but you have to make sure you are accurate with this hero.
Yeah. I mean, you have to be on point, right? I think that there's going to be a lot of, skill-based hero, and this is the brilliance of Honor of Kings. Like, you have some really flashy, great heroes, but you got to be skilled on it. You're able to play it and pilot it to the maximum. It's going to be key, especially in this game 3 here.
Exactly. Now, we haven't really talked about Danny much this game. Danny is playing the Mankey, which is a little furball, but he's tanky. He is a beef ball. You can't really melt down Danny.
Yeah, I mean, look, I love the Mankey hero. I think it's definitely the cutest hero that's available in the game. You have a lot of potential with that. And all he needs to do is just stay up front, making sure that CR7, Fury, are the damage dealers in the backline are able to just kind of attack people from afar untouched.
Okay, so while that is a tanky hero, I feel like Alpha 7, if Nyap does not hit his mark, he's not able to access the backline or loops, it's going to be a tough one for them.
Yeah, a tough one. I mean, the Annihilation's going to be used, kind of just zoning them away. Loops is kind of being pushed, pushing them across. But Fury, right now, it's all about just, wave clear. Clearing out, making sure that, one, it doesn't make any sort of rotation, because he could potentially jump the backline with his own emergence.
Look, this game, both teams are taking a huge risk, because both Fury on the Gun and Mo, as well as one on the Nuwa, they need farm. So they can't really share too much gold in between the different roles in this game. So a huge gold advantage is going to benefit one of these teams really well.
Yeah, I mean, it's still very early. I don't think we're going to see a huge jump. Both of these teams, again, just very familiar with one another. Nothing is going to be given away. You're not going to see too many mistakes, especially early. Getting that first blood will be key, but it's not game-ending.
Yeah, and for now, I think Alpha 7, they're doing a good job in the farm lane. They managed to get a few licks in on that T1. And I think this is a very important marker because turrets also give you a lot of gold.
Yeah, that was an interesting rotation there. Fury just, I thought the farm was going to be funneled into Danny, but then you saw that CR7 had made his appearance. Everything looks to be just funneling that farm and that net worth into CR7 because he is going to be your late game carry that will win you the game.
Yeah, and right now, Loops, they have different ideas. They want to put a little bit more pressure on the Clash lane instead.
Yeah, Flaming Palm is going to be dodged by the Unending Sorrow. One makes an appearance, gets sliced and diced with that couple blades, but he's going to just back off at this point. Again, a feel-out process. With 20 seconds, though, with that first turret, going to be key.
Okay, so they're going to try and steal it. So Danny, for the first time, game number 3, a little bit more aggressive, right? He's going to try and enter into the jungle, put a little bit more pressure on that top T1. And Loops, they're trying to manage the waves, which we talked about. T1 is so important in the mid. We need the extra vision, we need the control, and we want to be able to catch them out. But
Monofrizer has to flash away. Here's the emergence. They want the return. CR7 getting super aggressive, gets the pick off. He gets on his dragon. It looks like he's going to get on out of this one scot-free.
Okay, and this is where potentially a gap can be started by the side of Alpha 7. They've gotten their first blood. Can they take more?
Yeah, I mean, look, this would be huge for them. They're going to take the Tyrant. That's going to expand on this lead. It's going to help them out. Alpha 7 doing a great job, especially off of that, Infinite Vastus. Now it's back on cooldown, especially since you have the Dolia. So you have that get out of jail Fury card.
And this benefits their lineup and draft so well because Alpha 7, with the extra damage that they have gotten from this Tyrant buff, they're able to deal more damage. They have a lot more fighting potential, and their lineup is drafted for big fights.
Yeah, I mean, look, the potential for that big fight is going to be there, but Loops right now, again, just got to slow the game down, right? Understand that we haven't lost anything at this point. We are fine. We have Freaks. He's going to be doing just dandy in that top lane. One will do his thing. I mean, it's all about getting Vento involved.
Yeah, but they just have to be really careful. They need eyes on Fury as well as CR7 because if you allow that double ultimate coming out from Fury, you are not going to survive.
Yeah, look, the potential. I mean, that craziness could be there. And I love the fact that this Valau Dolia pick, the value could be there. They've got the Dream Roam, the flash away by Vento, and now here comes the return. The Furball not going to connect on the Fury, and Danny's still up in front. ABA just kind of, they're going to pick each other off from afar, but at the end of the day, I think that they're both very tanky. They should be fine.
Okay, I love this, right? They're trying to force out all the common spells from both sides.
Yeah. I mean, you want to force it out. I mean, nobody's really picked up too much at this point, but Alpha 7 being aggressive, looking to invade, taking what is not really theirs.
Yep, this is the Azure fight here, and it could be big.
Yeah, it could be big here. Those blades are going to start to hit. ABH taking a lot, but I believe ABH does pick it up with that smite, but Freaks flashing away, gets back to safety. ABH has got those shields. He will stay alive, but with that annihilation, it's a going away present for Alpha 7.
This game really showcases how well both teams know each other. Look, nobody has died just yet in that previous engagement, and I think they're looking for those moments, and I feel like we will only have like 1 or 2 big moments, but they will be super explosive for either of these teams.
I mean, it's all about those team fights, right? Getting that potential, but it's about putting the pressure on, stealing what, you know, being aggressive. I want to see more map control, but Alpha 7 right now, with a little bit of a lead, they need to be aggressive. Again, it all starts with that mid T1 though.
Yeah, true. They've taken T1 on the bottom side, which is great for the side of Alpha 7. This is where their goal lead actually comes from. But, you know, the balance of goal, if we take a look at the players individually, 3.8 for the side of Fury, 3.9 for the side of One. They both offer decent burst damage, and I think they will be the game changers in the starting parts of this fight.
Yeah, and look at this, CR7 just getting that space. Danny just getting dream roams on out of there. And Loops right now not able to kind of get that catch. They'll deal with the minion wave, and they'll just kind of play the long game in that sense. But the top lane is pushing, and now Loops is again on the defensive.
Okay, but they are poking calm, right? So they don't mind throwing a couple of hits every now and then. As long as they don't get caught out in a melee range by the side of Alpha 7, they're good.
Looks like Freaks is going to eat a Flaming Palm. The Infinite Vastness on out of this one, and he will stay alive. But Alpha 7, they just get on out of there. They don't, I think they're going to not contest on this Azure Golem, and Loops not able to get any sort of catch.
Yeah, they keep trying for this, right? Which is once the Azure buff is up, they keep trying to go and force a fight. But it's not working out for Alpha 7. I feel like they might be punished for this.
Yeah, look, nothing is really happening at this stage. I mean, the fact that like Alpha 7 are disengaging at the right moments. Every time Loops tries to potentially start team fights, Alpha 7 are like, actually, we don't want to do this. They're feigning pressure in lanes.
Okay, but there is one bleeding possibly for the side of Loops. They're not really handling the waves that well. Look, there is a T1 taken down from the top as well. And I think this might hurt them closer towards the 10-minute mark. There is a lot of vision lost.
Yeah, it's almost like been a perfect game for Alpha 7, right? Not really taking too much pressure. And ABH, with that wild growth, can put it on at a moment's notice, right? But Alpha 7, again, with Fury, that wave clear is just really on point.
Okay, and Fury has now gotten his hands on a Savant's Wrath, one of the strongest magical items in the game. So there is big burst potential coming out from Fury.
Look at Tyrant picked up here, and look, Niap was potentially going to teleport in if they needed to, but he's going to stay in that top lane and continue to split push.
Freaks.
And looks like they've got the pick off. Here's the emergence, and right on top of this, the Infinite Vastness, and he might have gone a little too early in that sense, because I don't think One really could have dealt with both of them, but with the reinforcements on their way, it looks like it was the right call.
Okay, so Alpha 7, decent lead so far. It's a 2,000 goal lead. At the same time, Niap has been left untouched this entire game. Look at every movement he makes. T2 under pressure now.
Oh, he's going to go for the tri-slash play. He tried to get the burst onto Vento. The Annihilation had been expended as well. They find the Furball, and they want to make him pay, but this is just space created. Look at the bottom T2 taken down. CR7 just mowing him down.
Oh, this is Mindworks. Telepathy for the side of Alpha 7. And once again, CR7.
Yeah, I mean, CR7, no real risk. You had the Villau, Celestial Melody on top of that. They had that Dragon. He gets on out of there. He's safe, right? CR7 playing it perfectly.
Yeah, Alpha 7, I like the understanding of this game. Look, they keep trying to force Loops to fight. Loops says no. And so they say, okay, you know what? We wouldn't do the double auto-mana for Fury. We'll just do it for CR7. He's going to pressure the turrets.
Yeah, and look at this. The fact that Loops are like, okay, we need to change things up. We need to go for the steal ourselves. But here's the Dream Roam. Tries to find ABH. He's going to just sidestep most of this. Danny still up in front with that mass. Niap getting a little bit low.
Vento?
Needs to be careful. They want to run. And Niap just barely able to get picked off. One finds him out. Gets that major kill.
Yeah, Vento down is a big loss for the side of Loops. Not only does he lose that goal lead or that goal efficiency, it is a big win for the side of Alpha 7 because now the map is pretty much open.
Yeah, look, it's a 1-for-1, but the damage that you really need from Vento is going to be a problem. And Danny finds One, not letting him go. One gets picked off, and Danny gobbles him up.
Yeah, and this is a short but explosive growth from the side of Alpha 7. T1 in the mid under pressure.
Yeah, they're going to take this down. Loops, all they can do is watch. They have not been able to respond in kind. They haven't taken a single tower. 10-minute mark, Shadow Tyrant underway for Alpha 7.
Okay, and this is the 10-minute mark Shadow versions here. Shadow Tyrant will be calmly, safely in the hands on the side of Alpha 7.
Easily, easy. This is how you want to control the map. You're in the driver's seat. This is the way you play things out. You take what's yours, right? And now you can be aggressive. Loops have not been able to find a way to chip into this armor. That is the Alpha 7 offense.
Okay, so the basic version of it, you get that extra damage and lightning charges as well. But the 10-minute mark, the enhanced version, gives you even more. So right now, Alpha 7, if a fight were to break out, they will gladly oblige every single time.
Yeah, and look at the fact that Danny right now, with the most damage taken, 48,000, living up to his name of just being that tank jungler, that frontliner that you really, really need. Loops has just done a lot of damage to him, but they haven't been able to pick him off. And, I mean, look, just doing a great job in that regard.
Okay, so right now, a lot of three-pronged pressure coming in from Alpha 7. Same question persists as game number 1. You have a good lead. Can you hang on to it? Can you press them down and keep them there?
Yeah, and Alpha 7 should just really not leave the enemy jungle. They should just stay up in front, poke and prod, take things away, and CR7 gets the pick off. We talked about this Lung being that potential way of just getting in and then Infinite Vastus on out of this, and he's made him pay, gets that pick off. Really well played by CR7, and it looks like that Crimson Golem picked up by Vento there.
Yep, okay, it's a consolation prize. Yes, it goes in a Vento, but he's not able to do too much damage. Hang on, Danny.
He gets walked down upon. Vento finds the pick-off, and that is one way to deal with a tank, just multiple arrows in the back.
All right, Vento just wants to prove me wrong, but at this point, 4,000 gold ahead. Alpha 7, a convincing lead so far.
Yeah, convincing lead, but, you know, Loops finding ways. That was a huge win. This is a window of opportunity. One is back up if they want to go for this. Vento is starting to do some serious damage. The Infinite Vast is keeping him alive, and Vento, like a machine gun, is starting to do some serious damage.
Yep, and adding on with that, oh, that was so close. CR7, my heart was pumping in that one.
Yeah, just barely dodged it. Couldn't hit him with a throot from afar.
Okay, so looks like all of that thing, all of the advantage, now is swinging back to the favor of Loops. Yes, they haven't gotten that gold gap cut down just yet, but Shadow Overlord.
Yeah, but look, they're being aggressive. This is going to turn into towers, which is going to be hard-earned gold, right? Things will shift, especially since they haven't taken the outer turrets yet. This could be a potential opportunity for Loops to get back in this game.
Yep, we want to believe, the Loops fans want to believe they can come back from this. Alpha 7, they do not want history to repeat itself.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you're Alpha 7, you got to be a little worried, right? Like, you're giving opportunities to get back in. It seems like they're playing a little bit of a losing game as they're kind of playing timid. They're staying on their side of the river. They don't want to be too aggressive. I mean, now it looks like they're going to be going for this Crimson, and that would be a great steal, but look at how Loops have kind of wrapped around.
Yep, and they summoned that Shadow Overlord on the top side as well. That's one wave of minions gone, which means Loops now has access to the bottom side of the map, and whoever is going to show up might be taken out instantly.
Yeah, but look, top T2 taken out. Loops are just looking to take the bottom T2 now. The Vanguards will push to make things a little bit more difficult for Alpha 7 to continue on with this assault. Vento, very low, but he gets on out.
Up the call, they're rotating in.
Oh, look at this. They're going to run into Freaks. He's going to be the first one. Spots it out. It looks like it's going to be an ambush. Tries to go for the furball play. The Flaming Palm onto ABH, who's at half-life. Bilal is actually running on the wrong side. CR7, he's probably going to get out, but they find one. Vento now get focused in. Gets Flaming Palm to the face. CR7 finds him. Goes with the Infinite Fastness. He's going to be aggressive. CR7 not scared because he has that Celestial Melody.
Yeah, this is a big moment for the side of Alpha 7. They take the T3 at the bottom. That's an open gaping wound on the bottom side. And Loops, yes, the hope is there, but it's going to be even tougher right now.
Yeah, but with no minions, that's going to stymie the assault at this point. But Alpha 7 found what they wanted. Of course, getting that pick off, the bottom T3 going down. This is a huge opportunity for Alpha 7 to close it out as they go for another Shadow Tyrant here.
Yep, now with the extra damage as well, this is a big moment. They will be looking for big team fights. They have the numbers advantage as well for about 4 seconds, but nonetheless, with the extra buffs, the Tyrant buff, they should be able to end the game. Loops have to be really careful where they're walking.
Yeah, need to be careful. And this is something that's very different from game one. You see how aggressive and how far forward Alpha 7 are, putting pressure on. Loops right now are literally fighting for scraps. They don't have much. Danny taking a lot. CR7 potentially with a jump in, gets the Flaming Palm on the Mono Frizer. They're going to be backing off. The Annihilation will connect onto 2.
They have no answers for CR7 at all. This guy, he is just coming in, getting the Flaming Palms, that triple red streak hit. That is what is killing everyone on the side of Loops.
But, like, how do you lock him down? I mean, it's one thing to have one Infinite Vastness. Yeah, it might be a cooldown, but then you have the Celestial Melody, so you have a secondary one. He's been almost so elusive, so difficult to just lock down, and Loops don't really have an answer for him.
Exactly. And I think one of the only ways is maybe you can force out that Infinite Vastness, that dragon form, after giving him a huge burst damage amount, which can come in the form of 1, right, with the creations, the first skill. But I don't think they will be able to get CR7 that easily.
Yeah, I mean, if anything right now, Loops need to just work on that bottom lane, get themselves a little bit of space, look to split push, slow the game down. Like it worked in game 1 where they're able to just kind of slow it down, be patient, but Bento gets picked off. The Reforged Blades gets the insta-kill.
Yep, this one is a painful one, and Loops now backs against the wall. They missed the Annihilation as well.
Yeah, no chance. Furball going forward. Mono Frizer still up in front, but there's really not much. They're poking and prodding, just trying to slow this, but the minion wave has already been crashing in. They're finding Freaks, who has to dash away a second time. They've taken the top T3. Now they want the middle one. They're going to take that one for free. The base is wide open. The Crystal's the only one standing. ABH very low at this stage, and CR7 gets the pick off, and yet another dragon keeping him alive. He's going to be very on the outskirts of this one. Gets Mono Frizer, and it looks like Alpha 7 have taken this, and they win game 3.
What a way to win this one. CR7, we talked about the synergy issues. This Lung was just all over the place, and that's a good thing.
I mean, look at this one. Look at the fact that we had some questions. CR7 was able to kind of compete, was able to get in. They have the Cristiano Ronaldo handshake and the shoe.
Yeah, this one, a big victory. I mean, we talked about the synergy, and this guy showed up. How many times is he going to show up in KWC? That's the big question. I mean, a lot of expectations coming in from the boys of Brazil. And Chalk BR, they have impressed us with series number 1.
Yeah, look, if you have a lead, it's much easier to play from. Right? And being able to do that in literally 3 games in a row, Alpha 7 understanding that, hey, we are far superior. It's much easier to play with that. We're able to close it out. Finally, they were able to do it in games 2 and 3. That was tough to watch if you were a Loops fan.
Okay, but as a Loops fan, I think you have to be proud of their growth as well, right? They have managed to identify certain weaknesses on the side of Alpha 7 and really put it to work as well. So I wouldn't say, hey, it's the end of the journey for the side of Loops. There is still a chance in the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, but I mean, this is a moment where I need to rub it in because of the fact that you predicted for Loops.
We said we wouldn't do this kind of I'm just kidding.
No, I mean, they were just, you know, I think in the end, Alpha 7 just had the answers, right? They were able to kind of like close the game out, understanding that, hey, finding the ones that they needed to have done and getting onto ABH and 1, just making it difficult. You see the potential of this Flowborn on the Vento, but it really, in the end, when it gets jumped on, it's just struggles and just too much CR7 at the end.
This is why your ban and pick is so important, right? Because they actually provided so much space on the side of Alpha 7 that they were able to provide space for CR7, Fury to just get those hits in.
Yeah, okay. I mean, look at this one. Going into the final piece, just being able to close the game out, super important, and just being able to end it.
Yep, this was a big moment for the side of Alpha 7, and we know it, Danny stock standard. This is the Danny reaction we want to see, and of course, Alpha 7. I mean, to win it in this fashion, where things weren't so clean, they didn't know if this game was going to be something that was possible in this best-of-3 series.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. Just seeing the rise and just seeing the expressions and just how you know passionate they are about this game, and the fact that they're actually finding their groove and just gelling well together with a player that's kind of hasn't been there for very long.
Yeah, I want to see more wins. I want the Soo coming in from all of the players as well. And this will be a big win and maybe history in the making, because we have seen the growth of Alpha 7, and I think there is even higher growth to achieve for Alpha 7 as well.
Yeah, look, I don't want to diminish what Loops have done. I think that they're a great team. They have a lot of potential. They're still not out of the KWC.
Yep.
It is a little heartbreaking being on the losing end of a 2-1 series, but they still have the potential of bouncing back in this group.
Yeah, last chance, right? We talked about it. We're looking for the top 2 from each group. And for now, Alpha 7 have made a name for themselves. They put one step forward with this 2-1 win over Loops. But I think it means a little bit more because, you know, their grand finals in Chao PR. Now, this is revenge and this is sweet.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's got to feel great, right? I mean, like months from when it happened and then having that opportunity, you see the matchup, it's got to be a little bit crazy and to have that opportunity to bounce back here.
Okay, but of course, with that, we want to hear the thoughts of the players as well. Let's throw it over to Mara, who's going to be interviewing one of the players.
From the winning team, here we are from Alpha 7. Danny, congratulations. I saw you over there screaming and jumping and shouting. Now you have a smiling face. How is it like for you now to go to the upper bracket finals?
So I'm really happy because this series for me is like a revenge because when we were playing the grand finals in Brazil, we were like a great advantage against them, like 3-1, and then we lost the series and I was really bad thing after that series. So now I can have like my revenge against them and principally with Bobby, like CR7 actually. So I'm really happy after this series and with this feeling, you know, I'm really happy because I was waiting for this moment for like many months, I can say.
And it's worthwhile, that redemption, that feeling. Your very first series in KWC, you got to compete against your countrymen, but now they go down the lower bracket. And how is that like? Another team carrying the Brazilian flag you defeated, but they still have a chance, but now they have a lower chance to make it forward.
So yeah, about like the flag, for me, like I need to defend my flag about Brazil because I was like in every championship like representing Brazil, so I need to like defending my flag. And yeah, I'm really happy for play like against the Indonesians team now. I think like we can beat them. Like they are good, but I think we can beat them and go for 2 playoffs. And
Speaking of the next team that you're going to be facing, whoever wins the next one, you will get to meet them in the upper bracket finals. It's either Dominator Esports or Team Vitality. If you were to analyze both teams, which one would you want to face to give you a higher chance to make it to the playoffs?
This one is a hard question for me because I like they both sing. I have like some friends there. For example, Tayax and like Zankyu, I respect them so much. And yeah.
You have to choose.
For me, like, it will be a really good series today. I mean, both teams. But I think I prefer to play against Vitality.
And why is that?
I think just because, in my opinion, the best player in Vitality is Zankyu, is the jungler. So I think I can play against them. And I can play against him, actually. And yeah, about the team, I think our team is better. And principally our ADC, for me, is really insane. So I'm confident for like both teams, but if I can choose Vitality.
And for sure, they're watching out for you as well, seeing you aiming for that upper bracket finals. Congratulations once again, Danny. Job well done. And now we're going to analyze that for you, so we're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. That was amazing. Really nice to see that Danny right now is really looking forward to the next game. Alpha 7 take the victory 2-1 on top of Loops. They're going to move into the upper bracket. Sadly for Loops, they're going to have to fight for their lives starting from right now. Boys, it was such an amazing game. From Danny, we can already see that he wants to play Vitality. Would you guys have made the same choice?
I would.
Yeah?
I would. I mean, just because you're looking at the data and the way that Dominator Esports played in the IKL, they were undefeated in the regular season. This is a very strong team, and they 3-1 to Team Vitality in the upper bracket finals. They have a lot of familiarity, but Dominator Esports, I think, are a step up.
Yeah, what he said. No, I'm kidding. So I think yes. I think in terms of jungling, I think Danny can kind of one-up Zankyu on his good day, right? But we also have to pay respects to Vitality. I think they are a very strong team. They have very good synergy as well. But with the addition of CR7, his performance today, I think really impressive. And I think that might be the tipping edge against Vitality if they do meet.
Of course, besides A7, we need to be thinking about Loops as well, right? Like Loops right now is going to move to the lower bracket. Changes need to be made that coaches are going to have to think about new strategies because the strats that came in today against Alpha 7, in the 3 different games that we saw, Alpha 7 always had the upper hand. Loops were able in the first game just to turn things around, but it never looked like they had control of the game. What is happening? What needs to change? What do you think the coaches are going to be talking to the players?
I'm going to say that, to Loop's point of just improving, they need to look at the first 5 to 10 minutes and just making more moves. They need to be more aggressive. Right now, it's been very predictable and very reactive to Alpha 7, and they didn't have a great series. You got to be aggressive.
Yeah, I think they gave CR7 too much room in that last game, right? You can't allow a Lung to come in, get the free hits, get out. You need to force the Lung to use his ultimate a little bit earlier and for as little value as possible. He got maximum value before he took it to the skies. And I think that was one of the winning points, which is why I'm super impressed with CR7.
Well, you guys talked about the Flowborn against Lung pair right over there. I like that matchup that ended up being one of the decisive points to turn things around for Alpha 7. What do you think?
I mean, I think that once the Lung pick was there, it like doesn't really matter because I feel like, Lung is just a really strong farm laner.
Yeah.
Right? It's hard to kind of go 1-for-1. But you're looking at the rest of the team to kind of supplement. Like, if you had like a Liang with that control, what are you going to do? How are you going to drag it out of that, right? They're going to burst you down. Like, they have that opportunity. It comes more to the draft more than anything else.
Exactly. You could take a look at the range of play, right? On Vento for the Flowborn, he actually had longer range in comparison to what they had on the Lung. But that gap was constantly close. He was allowed to just step into full range and get the damage in.
It would have been really nice just to be able just to predict that this was going to be the way that the game 3 was going to go, right? Because that, as just Holler just mentioned, just keeping that Liang, keeping that Princess Frost from game 1 and moving them to game 3 when they were facing Lung would have been a better decision. But well, things cannot be predicted, and game 1 is done, and we're going to move into our match number 2. It's going to be DMT against Team Vitality. Dominator Esports on one side, Team Vitality on the other. History has been made in between those two teams. What can we say about that?
Yeah, look, this is a bit of a grudge match. I mean, they're both, again, in Indonesia, so it's kind of very similar to the first match going into this one. I think that Team Vitality have leveled up with that time. They had a lot of opportunity to kind of meditate and to figure out what they were doing wrong. I think that this is going to be a step up from what we've seen in terms of the IKL.
Exactly. This matchup is very tough, right? I think there is a lot of strength for both teams, but I want to know what you think. Is there any guesses from you?
Okay, I'm going to give my guess, and my guess is that I'm going to tell you right after the break. I'm not going to tell you right now. I'm just going to keep it to myself. After the break, we can come back and talk more about this second matchup between DMT and Team Vitality.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists, only on Spotify, the official audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory!
Welcome back. This is the KWC 2025. We're live from Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. I'm your host, Isaac Peña. Game 1, we had Alpha 7 and Loops. Alpha 7 taking a 2-1 victory, moving to the upper bracket and sending Loops to the lower bracket. Their rivals for the next round is going to come from the winners and losers of this match between DMT and Team Vitality. Boys, Holler, Kindofu, talk to us.
Yeah, look, this is a grudge match, right? You're talking about the IKL number 2 seed versus the number 3 seed. Dominator Esports are regretting things. They should have been number 1, but they kind of fumbled the ball against going up against KWC.
Yeah.
But they're here now, and they definitely want to prove all the naysayers wrong.
Yeah, they have a lot to prove today because, look, they were touted as the #1 team in IKL before, I guess, history wanted to change itself in this case. So they have to start playing their cards right starting from today. And the first opponent to do it, it has to be Vitality. I mean, IKL, this is the stage to be at.
Yeah, I feel like there was a little complacency. Like they did so well in the regular season. They were undefeated. And then all of a sudden the playoffs happened. And yes, they did knock down Team Vitality at that point in the upper bracket finals, 3-1. But going into the finals, they were like, we got KWC. They have to play a lower bracket game. And then going into them, they're going to be tired. We're going to be fine. We're going to steamroll them. And they had a 3-2 advantage. And then KWC woke up like a phoenix. And they just took over. And really, that was pretty much the match at the end of the day. Dominator Esports are really regretting things.
Okay, but that was a best of 7. And right now, we're playing a best of 3. So I think in quick matches, the DMT definitely performs a lot better. So let's see if they're going to do the same result as they had in IKL against Team Vitality.
Yeah, but again, the only thing is that you don't want to kind of, give things up, expecting, like saving strats. Everything is so important, especially in this GSL format, the way that the groups work. You got to win 2, right? And every single match, every single game is super important.
Okay, so I think if Dominator do not win this 2-0, then it's a clean Team Vitality win. I think they have it in them. You give them a chance, they will grab that win from you.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to take everything, right? I think you can't take anything for granted. I think every single team is going to be looking to take anything, and they're going to be kind of looking into their own, matchup and strategies, and those VODs are going to be super important.
It is going to be very important. Best of 3 and best of 7, best of 5, all of them different modalities of our game that we are going to have to analyze differently. It's going to be best of 3. Dominator Esports is going to come with everything that they have. They want to win this. They want to be able to put their hands on the trophy. Gueyu, TX, Gerald, Ahim, and L. The 5 men from Dominator Esports second place in IKL, right?
Yeah, second place in IKL. Also, they were second place in the championship last year. There was a lot of history, but then unfortunately Season 3 happened. They didn't qualify, and they did a little bit of a roster shakeup. They picked up Guyu and, of course, TNX. Freddy and Shipangs, unfortunately, were out of that one, but this is a team that looks restructured, reformed. Everything is good to go. There's so much pressure on this team to perform.
It's a lot of pressure, but I think they can do it today because I think the synergy between the teams and the players have improved a lot from last we've seen them, right? At the same time, Dominator, look, they have Dominator in their name. This is a team that's here to win and crush opponents, and I will have it no other way. I think DMT should win this hard.
Hard, like as in 2-0 hard? Because I feel like you're going to jinx it and it's not going to happen like that. That's usually how it works.
not jinx
Look,
it,
I predicted them
please.
as well, and I believe it was 2-0, but if you said 2-0, it's not happening.
Okay, I will keep silent for now. Anything you want to say?
No. We know that Dominator Esports, through their history, they are a top team. They know what they're doing. They've got the players. They're going to be facing Team Vitality on the other hand. Like they have men that they want to really prove to themselves that they can come and really move forward. They are going to put all of what they have over there for this game number 1. The 5 names, you got them right over there. Team Vitality. What can we say about them?
I think Team Vitality is a very sound Q focus in the past few months, right?
Okay.
If he does well, the team does well. But I think if they have kind of fixed that mentality, if Zan can show up consistently today, then DMT might be in trouble.
I mean, everything is around him. I mean, look, you were even talking about Danny in the interview, just pointing him out, and Zonk was like the guy that really just is the lifeblood of this team. There's a lot of, pressure on his shoulders to kind of perform because it's feast or famine with him, right? But let's talk a little bit about 19. Also from the Rome's position, he's a brand new addition to this one. I think that this team has really leveled up. The fact that they're third place, securing them into the KWC, speaks volumes about this play that is starting to really gel well together, and the ceiling is like sky high at this point.
I loved how you mentioned about the roamer. That is one of those positions that we need to talk to the people at home. It's one of those positions that cannot be just said like, okay, the roamer is the person that does not know how to play any other positions. And I know that a lot of people at home are thinking like that, and it's totally fine. But we are here to educate and tell people that the roamer is the person that calls the shots in the game, knows the pace, knows the timings, knows the moment when to attack, when to push back. And 19 is going to have a lot of pressure if they want to beat Dominator Esports.
Basically, you're saying Rome lives matter. I'm a roamer myself.
Rome lives matter, mate.
Roma here too.
Yeah, okay, all right, good. We got 2, which is probably too many on the table, let's be honest. But look, I totally agree with you. There's a lot of pressure on him to just kind of ensure that he's always there. There's if you're looking at, traditional MOBAs, the Rome, the support guy is super key of making those calls, and those rotations are like game winning at times.
And the roams here also help you to set up team fights. I think that's going to be a big win marker for either of these teams. So we need to take a look at what kind of heroes they pick as well.
Of course, roamers need to be able to communicate because communication is going to be vital if they want to move forward in here. The team that can communicate better, it's going to be able to win this whole thing. I'm telling you, because at the end of the day, the difference in between the players is so marginal. Like the micro mechanics in between them, they're top level. But it's going to come down to the communication, when to make decisions, when to push forward. Do you think that Team Vitality might have a better synergy, or is it going to be Dominator Esports that's going to have the upper hand?
Well, I mean, they've been scrimming, right? They've been practicing that. The 5-man has got to be on point. They need to be like one hive mind, everybody on the same page, so that when that call goes out, everybody's doing it.
Yes.
There's no second guessing in the game.
I like the fact that you mentioned about the decisions, because decisions are really important and you don't really have a lot of time, especially when there's a lot of chaos. So in order to make the game easier for yourselves, like you said, this first series of the day, take the towers, man. Take your T1 mid, make sure you have a lot more space, a lot more vision to play around, and then you can start to think about, okay, what kind of decisions do we want to make here?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Rome lives matter is the support, the position is like one of the key ones. But like going back to the jungle one, we talked about Zonk already from Team Vitality. Definitely a lot of pressure on him to perform. But let's talk a little bit about Dominator Esports, because TNX, I mean, he really showed up in the regular season, but there were moments where he kind of fell apart. Like you didn't really see too much of it in the IKL Grand Finals.
I mean, there's a reason why there's an X in his name, right? So TNX normally is the X factor for Dominator in the big games itself. And when I think similar to Vitality as well, if TNX doesn't perform well, sometimes DMT suffer quite a bit.
Yeah. And look, I think that the team has done really well with him. Like you see just like how much impact he has on that team, and like the fact that they're very, outgoing. Almost, like just kind of very comfortable with just being on stage, because he was very flamboyant even on Team Secret.
Yes.
But now that he's brought that same energy onto Dominator Esports, it's really been a boon to this team.
Exactly, but of course we talk about signature picks, and Gen.G, right, as a player from Team Vitality Jungle, he's known for his assassin junglers.
Okay.
And I think that could be a strat that DMT is going to play into. TNX also known as a Luna prodigy, right?
Yeah.
He is, his face looks like Luna when he's on form.
Okay, like actually the look, because I think Luna is much prettier. Not to say that TNX is not a good-looking person, but dude, at the end of the day, but okay, look, I think that as piloting the Luna is definitely one of his his expertise, right?
Yes.
That's like his bread and butter, so to speak. But like you're talking about Zonk as being the assassin style. I actually thought from Season 3 and even the respective leagues that we would see more assassins. What we've seen thus far, at least in the first series, is more of like a tankier jungler, which has been a little bit different, right?
So does that mean that the meta right now is just pushing for moving away from the assassins and just trying to be a little bit more on the tankier kind of junglers? Is the meta, or is it just like the decisions of the teams right now?
I think it's just the decisions of the team. I think that this is more of a Chalk BR thing, because they're familiar with one another. The other, they let their farm laners really just dominate the game, right? It's just about space. I think that if we've seen, especially with the MKL, the WKS, it tends to be more that assassin style, that very, very like flashy style play. And I think we'll see more of that as we see more games today.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's definitely one of the ideal points that both teams will be looking at, because when they are at their best, the assassin junglers coming out from both BTR, Vitality, as well as Dominator, they're really on form. They're really, really very good.
Okay, so right now, let's imagine that we're going to push into the jungle. We know that Luna has been banned every single game right now in the 3 games that we had before. If Luna is not an option, what are some other assassin options that we have over there in the jungle for the people at home just to know a little bit more?
Fade. That's my boy. Fade has been a menace. Okay, not just in rank, in the professional stage as well. Fade has a skill set. His ultimate, once you're in range, if it is down past a certain percentage, it's an instant kill. And you can smite, you can do whatever. It goes to Fade. So I am thinking we're going to see Fade a lot today.
Yeah, but look, I think if anything, especially in this draft, is to kind of pick TNX's hero last, right? Let the other teams kind of potentially see what he could go. Maybe they ban out some of those heroes, but don't let it throw you in a loop, because if they pick it a little bit earlier, teams are very good at counter picking and counter drafting, and I think that that's going to be key going into game 1 here.
Okay, and it sets the tone, right? Like, first game, you want to have the win, you want to have the confidence. As a player, when you step into the stage, look, the pressure is immense. You are now here at KWC.
Yes.
Like you mentioned before, perhaps you could have been playing at home a couple months ago, and now suddenly you've made it all the way to the top of the Pro Leagues. You're now at KWC. That is an amount of pressure that can't be explained.
It cannot be explained, man. I know that right now the players are just thinking about like what would be the best way just to kind of like shake it off and just move forward with this. I know that the VP is ready to start. The coaches are just right over there thinking about what is going to happen. What can we do in order just to create the strats? Holler, you just mentioned about the order of the picks. It's going to be super important, so we do not allow the other team to see our cards too early in the BP stage.
I mean, it's the whole chess game, right? The 4D chess of just understanding just how to play this one out. The draft is super key. You could actually draft really well and have a huge edge going into the game.
Yep, and straight away, Dominator, in fact, they take out the Luna themselves because it's also actually one of the specialties of Gen.G.
They don't want to see that hero out there, man, and that creates such a great show for everyone at home, because in the moment that Luna is going to be put out, it's just going to be allowed and it's going to fly around from the course in the first time, the crowd is going to explode, man.
It's going to go wild, and right away you see Team Vitality, they have known about the performance of Greedy in the Clash lane. Dharma, we've already seen how Nyap played Dharma in game number 1.
Yes.
And it was an explosive performance, but we do get the pay.
Yeah, okay, so we've seen this time and time again. All of the leagues have really picked up on this. The fact that Pei is going to be super aggressive. You have this early game dominance and you have a great time, but Dominator Esports respond with the Mai and Arlie and they say, okay, take your Pei, we'll take the top heroes.
Look, did they just lose? Look, these are the 2 heroes that have been consistently banned since day 1 of professional Halo.
Yeah.
Like Mai, look, early game, a lot of burst damage, a lot of CC, very mobile, able to jump into brushes, check brushes as well.
Yeah.
And then you have Arlie with the Parasol, also able to maneuver around the map, and holy big amount of damage, and it's over, guys.
I am so sorry, man. I'm telling you, right now, Dominator Esports, with those first 3 picks, all of them are just in your face kind of heroes, man. Like, they just like so mobile, so much burst damage, just straight up, just from the brush, boom, straight into your face, you're gone.
I mean, this is the power of the best of 3s, right? You don't have to save heroes for a later, game in this potential series. This is putting your best foot forward. They're looking to go straight on with this lineup.
This drop from both teams, a very early game centric, right? My early game, they want to access into the jungle, and Dominator Esports. For those of you that don't know, Dominator Esports will invade your jungle in the early stages. Similar to what Team Vitality is thinking with the Pei, it's stock standard. Pei will invade your buff straight away.
So we're going to have a different pace of the game. Is that what you're saying? That we're going to be seeing a lot more invasion in the early stages. We're just going to be able to see in the first 60, 90 seconds of the game, we might already start seeing some fights going on.
Exactly. And to pair things up, let's take a look at the bans, right? Yixing, Byron, these are all very strong in their lanes as well, coming out from the side of Dominator Esports. But Team Vitality, they take out the heal potential, the Liu Bang, along with the Zhang Fei. These are very tanky heroes within the picks available for the Gorge.
Yeah, and Dominator Esports, look, the Byron ban, perfect, right? That Byron Pei potential, that from the top lane is super invasive. Dominator Esports would have a rough time. But again, Dominator, looking at what their strengths are on the team. TNX, they're going to let Musashi farm. They have, a Hem on on the Arlie. They're going to have a great time of just being able to get that farm because, again, it's all about these 2 to do that damage, and they have plenty of it in spades.
Okay, so they have a decent bit of control coming out from DMT. So I like this response from Team Vitality. They pick up the Liempo, not locked in just yet, but they also consider the Mayin, both of which have very good backline access. They can actually catch out the Arlie along with the Mortar as well, right? While the rest of Team Vitality tries to deal with the Musashi and Mortar. So they split the fight. And if Team Vitality can play their cards right, I think, yes, they can give a decent chance to winning this game number 1. But still, you know what? I think DMT, I really prefer their draft in this game. Oh my goodness.
And the Fatigue to just round out the draft, just running at you, having that sustain. This could be a huge issue. I mean, look, it seemed like Team Vitality were going to run with this early game lineup, and Dominator Esports like, actually, we're just going to pick all the meta heroes and let you deal with this.
How do you deal with this? Look, okay, I love both teams, but BP-wise, Isaac, we talked about this. Yeah. Bans and picks, very important because it allows you so many options to explore, and I think DMT have given so little options to the side of Team Vitality at this point.
DMT right now just going with most of the meta right now, just going with most of the T0 heroes, not caring about this being a best of 3, just thinking about like, let's just toss everything we have just over here in game 1. Let's take the dub, and then after that, let's go and see what happens in game 2.
Yeah. I think that's the right play. Best of 3, you put anything. It doesn't really matter. Like, just go with everything that you're best on, just because you have to win.
Exactly.
Literally, you could just play 4 games. If you lost them all, you'd be out of the KWC.
Done. So they need to be thinking about it. There's not that many thinking that you need to be doing right now. They opened the door. Team Vitality opened the door with the bans and the picks. They allowed them just to take their hands on the Arlie and the Mai Shiranui very early in the bans and in the BP. That might have sealed their destiny.
Exactly. I think, most of the times on broadcast, we like to tell our audiences, look, professional games, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. But this one, best of 3, is a sprint. Guys, run fast and go for your target.
And the 100-meter race is going to start right now. On the left side of your screen is going to be Team Vitality on the blue. On the right side is going to be DMT on the red. This is going to be our game 1 of this match, number 2.
All right, this is going to be a super key one going in. I like the fact that you called it a bit of a sprint. You know, to be honest, if I was in one of these situations, I'm not looking to sprint. I'm looking to just get on my bike and just cheat through the system and do whatever I can because I need that edge, especially in game one.
I feel like that's called cheating, but...
Only if you get caught.
Yeah, and people can't catch you on a motorcycle. All right, I get your point.
Yeah, but it looks like we're going to start this one off, again, being very aggressive. This is what we wanted. I mean, Jurl and Guyu are like... not even just like helping out with TNX, they're taking what they want because they have that potential. Like Jurl on the Mai can make some serious waves in the early game.
And I like this, right? Because the pacing is so fast from DMT. Not only do they, you know, kind of stifle the farm of Tufts in this fast lane, they also secure their first space part of the game for themselves. And look, straight away, the goal gap might not be that big, but the EXP and damage potential from DMT is going to be shown really soon.
Yeah, I mean, the damage, like that potential is going to be really on point, especially when you have him on this Arlie, who's just been really next level with his hero. I think he's going to have a great time, especially since they're solo. They don't need to force any issues, and this is going to be the power of the Dominator lineup, right? Not only do you have Jurl, who's able to be very mobile between the different lanes, and with that potential catch, but then you have L backing him up. A couple of Cannon Blasts could really turn the tides of this fight.
Look at what they did. They're able to check all the different spots of danger just with one skill, and this is the strength of DMT's draft in the early game.
Yeah, why check it with Cannon Blast when you could just face check? That's what I do.
Yep, and then you pay with your life, right?
Yeah. More time than not.
But in any case, Ahem, now they realize, hey, you can't be everywhere across the map. They managed to put some pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, the flash away from L, Cannon Blasting for their troubles, uninvited guests, so to speak. But look, Team Vitality, their biggest thing is on this Zonk Pei. They need to get him going. They need to be aggressive. They need to be taking, you know, whatever they can away from TNX.
But if there's anyone you want to play an aggressive jungler, it has to be Zankyu, right? This is his specialty. He is very aggressive, but also very clinical with his finishes.
Yeah. I mean, but again, if it comes back to that lane matchup, right? If we're seeing just like, you know, Zonk not able to, you know, keep on pace with TNX, you're going to have a tough time. And, you know, Team Vitality need to do everything to ensure that he has that proper support.
Yeah, timing is of the essence, right? We definitely need to have a quick pace of the game because both drafts are a very aggressive early game draft. As the later the game goes, some heroes kind of fall off in terms of like the viability because they will be caught out easier.
Yeah, and look at this. Jurl already looking to make a rotation into the bottom lane. Zan potentially getting gone on. They're going to kind of, you know, soften him up a little bit by diving under that tower, but Zan just staying alive. I think 19, he needs to be not exactly babysitting someone, but just providing that vision so that nobody really gets caught off guard by some of these ambushes.
Yes, he needs to be able to give information to the team, right? They need information to make good decisions, and this is where they can really turn the game around. But as it stands now, I think DMT just have a slightly better control of the map. They don't really show it in the goal difference, but DMT, I think, in a more commanding position.
Yeah, I think that, you know, look, the net worth obviously is not everything, especially in the 3-minute part, you know, 40-second mark at this point. But Dominator, the way that they're moving across the map, right? Yes, there's going to be some gaps, and it looks like Vitality are looking to do that, you know, taking advantage of that as they look to steal a Pheasant here.
I think this is a little bit of indecisiveness coming out from Vitality. They were looking to try and go on a greedy, but now this opens up some space at the bottom side, and a lot of pressure is being put there.
Yeah, and look, the 4-minute mark, this is the Tyrant. This is going to be the big one. I mean, there was no kills as of now, but they've been spacing and zoning them away. 19 is just over the edge, and they do see that TNX has started this.
And do not be fooled. TNX will dive into a target here if they open up that opportunity. But they get the Tyrant of the first Tyrant of the game, and DMT, comfortable control.
Yeah, comfortable control. No real contest in that sense, but Dominator Esports understanding that, hey, any sort of, you know, the big neutral, the first big one of the day, pretty huge for them, right? They want to get this this net worth really starting to snowball.
Yeah, and in terms of like jungle pacing, I think Zankyu is just a tad bit slower than TNX, and that tad bit cost him half a level.
Yeah, but I mean, net worth, he's a 500 gold up, right? And this is the power of that pay. He needs to be sticking with 19, ensuring that they just like steal as much as possible and make life a little uncomfortable for Dominator.
Okay, this is the opening they're looking for. If they can get the T1, this would be great, but the support does come in. Instant response from Jill to help out the team. This is what we're looking for, good teamwork.
Yeah, don't give up anything, especially for free, right? If you're able to make the teleport, you know, you're going to be there, you're going to just kind of scare them away. Team Vitality did not want to push that initiative. They've backed off, and now it looks like they're going to play a little bit of a longer game. So stick around in that lane as TNX is going to take a little bit of damage. Looks like he's going to go for the Tremor Smash. That wasn't going to be a bit of a miss.
Okay, so they do a delayed wave clear on the side of DMT, but it all's good for them because at this point, I think the map is working for them. But right as I say that, they take the T1.
Yeah, look at the Azure Golem just get stolen right under, or TNX picks that one up on his way out. But Ahem taking the tower, that's going to be a huge win for them. Look, these teams trading blow for blow. There's a lot of familiarity even with these teams today.
Okay, but the pacing is so much faster, right? This was not the pace we had in the first series of the game. This time, the IKL specialists, they are coming in hard, and we're looking for a big stun and nice setup. So TNX, he will be looking for the ideal target. He doesn't want to catch out Zarq. He wants to catch out Zan, or maybe even Neo, to stop that healing factor coming in.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking about the fact that, like, there's pace, right? And, I mean, is Indonesia just meta tends to be a little bit more aggressive? Like, why is it so different from the first series of the day?
They are very aggressive. They're very fast as well. But the thing that is so special about IKL is the fact that they know when the winning moments are. So when IKL teams fight, you know they see an opening. It's whether they can finish the job.
So, Kindofu, you're saying that the Choke BR teams don't know win conditions?
I don't remember being in the kitchen and smelling some gas, but at this point, no, that's not my point. I'm talking about, IKO teams, they know what they're doing.
Yeah, they are. I mean, they know what they're doing, of course, in this case. But again, look, both of these teams, not a single kill. It's 7 minutes in, a little bit different. Very cagey. Nobody wants to give up anything at this stage. I think is going to be key for Team Vitality because, again, it's being aggressive. ZanQ really needs to just get that farm going.
But this is what I like, right? So for players that are new to HOK, not every fight needs to be taken, right? Because there are better resources to acquire. There's better timings to hit. But here we go.
Oh, he just barely gets out. These last not going to connect. TNX takes some damage. He's going to be chased on. Zonk looking for his spray. He's on the prowl. Wants to go in. Tufts gets the knockback onto him. Gets a little serious. And there's your first blood. And Guyu down for the count.
And this is why it's so important to be clinical, right? So they tried on the side of DMT. Did not manage to make it work. And Tough.
Oh, nice cannon blast onto two. The unending sorrow of the box. He tried to flash it forward, but Neil gets on out of this one. And now the burst ramp. TNX is getting bounced around like a pinball. And ZanQ will find him.
Oh, Vitality coming in strong. They're punishing the mistakes of DMT.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're making them pay at this point. Just the team fight has been on point. Like, they're kind of baiting them out. They get a little bit low. The cannon blasts were on point, and that's stunned. But then Dominator, like, actually, they don't really have the damage to follow up. Vitality are able to make them pay.
And this is something about Synergy, right? It feels like the calls are a little bit off on the side of DMT, right? The calls are different from different members.
Okay, well, obviously, it's in a different language, so the calls will be different. Duh.
Okay, but nonetheless, I think it's pretty clear when you should take a fight, when you should not, right? So at this point, TNX having given away the kills, the gold gap now is 1,000 ahead. And you know what? That gold, that EXP difference that ZanQ with TNX was 1 level ahead. Now ZanQ is 1 level ahead of him.
Yeah, look, we knew that Paze got that early game lead, and it looks like TNX looking to turn this around, the burst ramp, but the duel is not enough. ZanQ is going to be killed, gets it traded away. It's a 1-for-1, and now Guyu on the prowl wants to go. The burst ramp locking him down, though, and he's going to pay with his sins, and Zan gets that kill.
Okay, so it's a 2-for-1, jungle for jungle, but Guyu falling down as a clash leader is a big win for the side of Team Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, getting that one out, that was actually huge. I think they could have been happy with that 1-for-1 and just kind of ended it on that one, but Guyu decided to go a little bit aggressive, and they're going to continue on, put the aggression on, and not able to pick off 19, just too tanky.
We talked about, hey, is Zan going to come online? Is he going to perform better? And I think he has been really clean with his positioning. And I think that's one of the biggest markers of success for Team Vitality so far. But damage dealt, you can see, look, you can deal a lot of damage, but we need to be efficient. 34,000 in total for Joe.
Oh, Ahem getting on back on this one. I mean, look, the damage was gonna be there. This is a very damaging lineup from Dominator Esports. If they're able to find you out, they haven't really been able to kind of convert that damage into kills as of now, as they only have 1 to their name at the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, and we talked about it. This damage, a lineup that they have acquired for themselves, you need to be able to do damage. You're not going to be able to do that with a lack of items.
Yeah, Shadow Tyrant right here going to be started. TNX does spot that out as well. Gerald on the little on the low end. Needs to be careful. The Tyrant will reset. Back into his lair he goes. Dominator Esports want to make Neil pay. He takes a lot of damage, but he's going to be backing off. Has that unending sorrow if they want to pop and continue on. Tufts tries to get a little serious, but he only gets serious on the minion wave.
Okay, I don't think they know that 19 is inside. 19, oh, I like the patience, but just got found out. Now, 10-minute mark, this is an important marker for both teams because this Tyrant is going to provide so much value in extra damage for team fights.
Yeah, 10X is probably not going to go completely on this one. Wants to low it out. The burst ram onto a couple, and it looks like they're going to be backing off of him. Getting aggressive, finds Neil, the unending sorrow, and not enough damage to kill. Neil sustains that one, and Gerald trying to find this Gen.G, looking for the right target, not able to get the nice little the fireball onto him, but the turn has been picked up already by TNX. Space created.
Did you see what they were doing there, right? Dominator actually forcing out skills from Vitality. They weren't going to commit to the fight. And while you're in that state of limbo, are we fighting, are we not going to fight? Look, the decision by DMT is TNX is, buy me time. I'm going to get the objective for the team. And right now, even though they've gotten that objective, Gen.G is still at the top of the farm. So he's making things work for Team Vitality.
You knew he was going to be aggressive. Like, the pay is so good right now because of the fact that he has that mobility, has a lot of damage, so he can farm pretty much wherever he wants. He's going to always have that early game lead. The struggle then is when the mid game happens, probably like the 16 through 18 minute mark, when he kind of falls off and he tends to be more of like a farm laner, and he needs to be more worried about his positioning.
Okay, Neo in the middle.
Oh, they find the unending sorrow. They find Gerald, who has to flash away. The double dash on out. Hem getting a little bit low, but the burst ram is on point. They're not able to get in the box. But they find Hem. That's going to be the initial pick, but Zan is going to be traded away. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. They're trying to chase under the tower, and Guyu a little on the low, took some tower shots. Vitality will hold.
So Vitality just seems to be a cleaner team in comparison to DMT. And it feels like DMT, they keep diving, but they're not getting the results that they want. And TNX has died a little too many times.
Yeah, too many times for my comfort as well. I mean, he's a little bit falling behind, but he's trying to make things happen. He hasn't had that mark where he has the items to really just duel to death, like homing missile, just blow somebody up. He hasn't had that moment as of now. He's still a little bit behind.
Yep, okay, this is why it's so important, right? So for those of you that are new, TNX, he's playing Musashi. That ultimate, it makes people unable to heal. So you can see he's going in, but he's going in a 3v1 situation.
Yeah, not the greatest of targets. I mean, going in for this, I mean, it's especially like in that position, you got to be super careful. You got to stay alive more than anything else. But you're just seeing some of the damage that Ahem is starting to do, and like looks like they try to knock him around. Tufts though will dash over.
At this point, DMT, they need to just burn out skills coming out from Vitality. That will be the big win condition. But the problem here, 19, as a new player, he's doing so well coming in.
Yeah, and looking at this game, I mean, it's a 6-2 lead in favor of Team Vitality. I mean, you predicted that, you know, Dominator Esports is going to win 2-0, and it's because of your prediction that it looks like Team Vitality were like, I took that personally.
Are you sure I voted 2-0 to DMT? But in any case, at this point, this is an important marker. TNX, once again.
Tremor Smash on it too, and TNX squashed like a bug. He goes. The box is not going to be enough. They find Zan, but Guyu trying to flash away. He's going to be picked off as well, and 3 members down from Dominator Esports, and Team Vitality next level right now.
You can win a 1v1, but this is a team game. You have to win the team fights, and the better team always wins. Right now, the damage has been done. T2 on the top for free. Team Vitality, the opening is available. Can they take this T3 on the top?
Yeah, and you're like, oh, Dominator Esports. You've got, oh, he gets a little bit serious and fights Gerald. They took the dive, and Ahem get gone on as well, and they get the secondary pick, and 19 will stay alive. They take the top T3, and Team Vitality will march it down. TNX is trying to keep him alive with a duel to the death, but it doesn't look like it's going to be enough. And Team Vitality will strike first.
14 minutes. This is one very quick game coming in from Team Vitality. And was this the result that we expected? I don't know. But Gen.G, this game, it was not about him. For the first time, Gen.G is not the core member here. It really was a team effort coming from Team Vitality to take this win against Dominator Esports.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about it as being a team thing, and don't get me wrong, it was, but I'm still not going to undersell what Gen.G was doing. Like the fact that he had that net worth, he had all that damage, they got that one little pick off, and if you're looking at the lineup, you know, the lineup of Dominator Esports, we're talking about the damage, they're all glass cannons, right? That damage from Gen.G was enough to just burst them up.
It was an amazing performance from both teams, man. Like when we need to start thinking about this, we all thought that the BP had gone for Dominator. We thought that they had the better picks. We thought that they had the meta. But at the end of the day, Vitality just proved us all wrong. All of us wrong because they came in and dealt with anything that was in front of them.
Okay, so there are two members on the side of Team Vitality I want you to keep your eyes on, and that's going to be Tufts as well as 19. The two of them have played a very significant role. Number one, 19 keeps disrupting the flow of movements on the side of DMT. He's pushing people away, and Tufts is catching them and pulling them underwater.
Yeah, I mean, just the sustain, the team fight, and the fact that their ability to just go aggressive and turn it on. Alhem is like, oh, I thought I was safe. I thought I was in my base. But no, just like that, game over.
Yeah, it's a quick, decisive move, and you take a look at the movement of Team Vitality. They move as a group, right? Like even if the fight is split, there is never one lone member on the side of Vitality. They're always buddied up with somebody.
Yeah, and this is why they were able to pull that one out. I mean, that support, understanding that it's like, hey, if one of those guys jump on you, like the Arlie, and then they're like, we actually have 2 or 3 members, we can deal with you, and it's scary for them to make those jumps in.
When you start thinking about the game, like we thought there was going to be a lot of fighting first, and we were proved wrong because it was more about the jungle path.
True.
It was more about like what the pace of the junglers is going to be. They had to start just different. Musashi on one side, Pei on the other side. I counted that at the 8 minutes mark, there was already a 1,000 gold difference between Pei and Musashi. And 1,000 gold is already half of a full item, and that's already a very big advantage. And at the 14 minutes, right before the last push, Pei was fully stacked. That difference in those first minutes of the game snowballed all the way until that last push of Team Vitality.
He provided them a doorway because if you remember at the start of the game, Tufts was not having a good time in lane. He was losing gold as well. But the fact that, look, Gen.G had this goalie, he was able to put pressure onto the lineup on the side of Dominator. He provided space, and then Tufts at 19 just came back from behind, and it was story told for the side of Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it goes back to that one time that TNX decided to dive 1 versus 3, right?
Yes.
He needs to just farm. He needs that space. Like, he's like that farm laner, like the carry at the end of the day. You cannot be throwing away any sort of time in like the net worth to anybody at that point. You need to farm yourself and literally stay off the map. He was a little impatient, and we've kind of seen this from TNX time and time again, where he tends to be overly aggressive at times.
The X factor right over there, as Kintofu just mentioned it, right? When you analyze the stats, when you analyze the numbers, Dominator Esports dealt so much more damage in the first 8 minutes of the game, but none of that damage was fatal. And that is the issue, man. Like when you come in and then you're able to just deal damage, but you're not able just to finish it. You cannot finish off your opponent. Your opponent is going to turn back and is going to get the kills. And it's only those kills that allow you the gold to start snowballing. And I think that Dominator Esports wanted to just bring the fight. They wanted to deal damage. They were unable to get the kill. Was that the moment that turned things around, Kintofu, or was there any other moment that you want to spotlight?
I think it was, because end of the day, look, if you want to go fast, you tend to go alone, right? But if you want to go far, you have to have your team with you. And I think TNX, we can agree that he was a little bit complacent in the fact that, look, he was looking to rush the pace, but the team couldn't keep up. They couldn't match the pacing that he was trying to go for his ultimates. Landing them, sure, but no one's there to back him up. But on the other side, Team Vitality, one person gets caught, everyone comes and supports that guy.
True.
Yeah, and I think that TNX is more of like the playstyle thing. Let Drill kind of go in first with the Mai, you know, just soften them up a little bit and then just go in for that final blow with the Duel of the Death. Like, you kind of, you know, everybody's on the same page at this point. And it seemed like everybody is like playing 1 versus, you know, 5, so to speak. It didn't seem like everybody was on that same page. You were talking about earlier in the pregame about communication. It seemed like communication was lacking in that one.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you the truth, man. Like, at the end of the day, like, yeah, of course, the Pei and the Musashi, everyone got the spotlight on the junglers. 19 on that Lianpo. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the roamers, man. Like, it was because of the vision. It was because 19 was able to slow down Musashi just a tiny little bit. It's not even just a matter of getting the kill. It's not even a matter of just having the spotlight on you. It's just a matter of being able to do the dirty work that the team needs for the team to get that little advantage.
And this is where the difficulty comes in, because Lianpo is a very, very tanky hero. And when you pick heroes like the Arlie, the Mai, it spells out, it shouts out burst.
Yes.
But what happens when you can't get the burst down,
You cannot burst down a Lianpo, man. That can't be done. done. It cannot be done in the early stages of the game, man. It cannot be done. And 19 just took that advantage and then just put it not as his own, but made that a whole team advantage.
Yeah, and also, you know, 19, just this multi-man stuns. His burst rams was hitting 2 people consistently. He was having some great tremor smashes and staying alive. That's the biggest thing. It's like, yeah, you're tanking, you can take a lot of shots, but not giving up any kills, that's next level.
Exactly, and I think they really knew what the limits were, and I think this is the mark, and maybe we're starting to see a new monster team being formed because they knew the limits, and they pushed the limits of Dominator very far, to the point where they couldn't keep up.
All right, it is a world competition, right? It's the KWC 2025. We've got teams from all different regions. We have players from all around the world, different styles, different ways of understanding the meta. We had Gen.G champion and runner-up in the first game. And right now we got the IKL second and third place coming in. What were the main difference in terms of understanding the game that you guys could point out for the people that are watching here at home?
You want to take this?
Okay, sure. So let's talk about the first minute. If you take a look at the map itself, right? One of the things that you can do as a clash laner is to be able to secure your own top side camp.
Yes.
And this is why DMT dominated the first few minutes. They were immediately aggressive in that particular portion because that is something that is fixed. And if you don't have access to that and you lose the laning phase, you lose your minions as well, you're instantly at a level deficit, you're instantly at a gold deficit as well. And that's also why DMT actually made the wave to go straight for that space sprite, because not only do you get extra gold, extra EXP, you also have the ability to move across the map. And at that point, DMT, I felt like they were doing good rotation, good pacing, but then came the communication issues and decision making as a team.
Would you say that that's a very big difference between the game between the IKL teams and the game between the Gen.G teams, though?
I think it's pretty similar because, look, both teams, if we compare, let's take a look at Team Vitality and Loops. They are placed in a position where it's not looking good. It really isn't looking good. But then you go and identify, okay, look, this is a lost cause, never mind. What other options can we explore? And that's where they really formed up that comeback factor. And so, yeah, it's the same story told in a different style.
Okay.
I mean, for me, it's kind of adding on. I think the biggest word that you used was pace. You said it in the game as well. I think that if you're seeing somebody like a Pei, and this is why we see the assassin style in like the MKL, WKS, KME, KMOS. Like this is a style that's been very aggressive and been able to invade because you have that mobility to be where you shouldn't be at times. And you can catch people out, and then they start playing a little bit scared. What we saw in Gen.G was a more traditional style. Definitely more last year, not to say that they're a little outdated, but it just seemed like the heroes that they picked were a little bit slow to the meta. The faster pace is where we are today.
Of course, I do agree on the fact that the meta right now is just calls for a faster pace. Just the decisions made in the first 4 minutes just define if this is going to be a 10 minutes match or if this is going to push all the way until the 20 minutes. The teams need to adapt to that. I'm not saying that one style is better than the other. I'm just saying that we're so lucky right now to be able to see teams from all over the world showing to us the different styles and their different understandings. Which understanding is going to be better, we cannot say right now. 2 weeks from now, when the champion is going to be crowned, then that's going to be the full truth.
Exactly, and I think, you know, besides learning the meta, it's also about being a player, you have to understand your own emotions, right? It's very stressful to play on the Gorge, and I think as long as you can keep yourself calm and composed and have proper communication, you have a good chance of winning. So right now, I think for DMT, then calm their nerves. Look, it's just one loss. It doesn't matter. Nobody really cares about one loss if you're going to be the champions of the entire thing, right?
Of course. We have seen teams that they go to the lower bracket and then just make it all the way to become the champions of their own regions and their own tournaments, right?
Yeah, but nobody wants to do that. That is the journey nobody wants to go on, right? That's a tough one. I want to be on the winning bracket and just go in, cruise control to 2-0 victory in the groups. I think that's going to be key. Dominator Esports, though, again, we were talking about that this is just one game. They haven't lost the series here. But, man, that is a little bit of a shakeup, right? I think that is going to, you know, they're going to come back much, much stronger. And see how they bounce back in Game 2 is going to be key. Because Dominator Esports probably thought they were going to cruise through the series.
But it felt like Vitality that wasn't even the strongest versions of themselves.
True. Okay.
And
True.
now they're in a position where they have taken down the second seed of IKL. Wouldn't you, as a third place IKL contender, kind of feel like, hey, this is
moral
the blow?
boost, man.
Yeah,
It's a
like,
total moral boost. I would be right now elated if I were to be able to take that first victory. Of for sure, right now the Team Vitality players are like in a really good place. Like right now, everyone just believes that they can just take this. Like they came in risking everything. There's nothing to save in here. Just go on with everything you got. They went there, they took the first victory, they just need one more and they're gonna be in the upper bracket, one extra life in there.
I mean, it'd be amazing if they could do this, right? I think Team Vitality feel great about game one, but to close it out, that's where true champions are, right? Of
course.
Closing out series, it's super important, and is, you know, Team Vitality up to the task? I think they are. They've shown that the skills are definitely available. This is a very strong team, and they can catch you off guard, even if you're a powerhouse like Dominator Esports.
I completely agree on that, man. Dominator Esports is not going to make them easy. It's not going to make them easy for them because I'm telling you, they want to turn things around. They want to do the same as Alpha 7. Alpha 7 just came in, they lost the first game, and then they won too. Can Dominator Esports do the same?
Big questions to be answered here, and we will have it answered, right? Because at this point, we should be heading into the bans and picks. And look, I'm not sure that you guys feel it, but I kind of feel the energy coming from Vitality as one that is a little bit more domineering at this point. I feel like they have the potential to take this series by storm and maybe end it in a 2-0.
I mean, for me, the biggest thing was that the way that they did that series, right? They were consistently, definitely in the lead, and they were able to just kind of close it out when they had that advantage, pushing the initiative when they needed to, won those great team fights, and closed out the game. If we see that, that's a well-coordinated team, and props to the coach for putting them in a situation where they understand how to close out the game. The win conditions is definitely understood by this team.
I think it'd be so funny if Dominator comes up with another godlike draft and then they lose again. You know, I legitimately was super excited about their draft. When it first showed up on screen, I was like, this is Dominator's game. But the way that Team Vitality played that to their strengths, whew.
I mean, you talk about like a godlike draft, but man, gods don't look like that. Like they really struggled. They were behind. They really didn't have the greatest of games. But Dominator Esports starting off strong. They're gonna go with the Dharma to kind of set things up. Let Guyu work.
Yeah, and straight away, right? Look, okay, you give away the RD and the Mine game number 1, and this time Dominator, they don't want to make that mistake, right? So they ban it out. But now there's new options to explore. Dolia, the refresher, right? Able to give you your ultimate once again, and they pick up the Lung as well. We have seen how well Lung can play if you give him the space and freedom of time.
Yeah.
So Team Vitality, decent draft.
I love how Dolia is just a flexible pick, man. Like you can just play that Dolia with mostly anything in the whole ban and pick. Like any other hero just paired up with that Dolia is always going to be a great pick.
Yeah, like look, you can actually pair with the Changfei double shields. No, don't do that, please.
Yeah, that would be terrible going in with it. But look, this is a very beefy lineup from Dominator Esports. They're a team fight heavy. And again, kind of off the back of what TNX wants to do, which is greenlight. He wants to just go, 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 right? And everybody's kind of like on that same page. The synergy is there. They want a team fight and just be in your face and have those combos work.
Okay, but Team Vitality, they respond with the Yixing. And look, you can be fast, but if you're caught in a box, how far can you run?
There's nowhere to run, man. There's nowhere to run, so you better run away before that box falls down on your face.
Exactly.
Well, I've never been locked in a box, so I don't really know how to answer that. But I see it, at least in Honor of Kings, the board can really lock things down. I mean, you could be a tough time, right? And this is a great counter pick to the Ogren, who wants to be in front, and he wants to be using that path of passing to his advantage.
Okay, but there is a potential for a refresh of that The World is My Board, right? Which is the ultimate of Yixing. So we've already seen in the first series how productive and Yixing, a good Yixing play can be. Right now, I'm looking for that farm laner, Dominator Esports. What do they have on the cards for us?
I mean, there's still a lot of options, right? You need to figure out a way. Like, you're a Yixing player, you tell me, what does he struggle against in terms of that laning?
Long range, right? This is one of the reasons why Nuwa is actually banned out as well. Gun and Mo, sorry, not Nuwa, but Gun and Mo. Simply because short bursts of damage is very hard to play against as a Yixing player. You need some time to be able to land down your skills, get your control, and instant burst heroes, not fun to play against as a Yixing player.
Yeah, but if you're looking at the Team Vitality lineup, very squishy. Almost the complete opposite of the Dominator Esports lineup, which is kind of like, dare I say, like a caveman draft, where they just like run at you with clubs and just try to kill you down. But looks like the Jing picked up by Team Vitality. Let Zhanq work, man.
Yep, this guy, okay, so let me give you some information. If you're looking to learn Jing, Zhanq is one of those players where you need to keep your eyes on him. He is one of the best Jings in the global server.
Absolutely insane, right? But look, I always want to preface this is like, hey, if you're going to learn Jing, don't play your rank games with it. Give your team a chance because it is mechanically difficult. Play some normal games, get it into please. Get a feel for the hero before you risk any sort of rank points.
I would say the opposite. Like, you know, put yourself in the most difficult position.
Please no.
You learn by experience. But in any case, wow, we have the Fang being considered here. Actually locked in as well. Now, Fang, I like this farm laner because, number one, he actually does extra damage against monsters. And so, which means that he's able to kind of steal camps away really quickly on the side of Dominator Esports. At the same time, his second skill, called the Will Away, it's an invulnerable move, allowing you to dodge projectiles or anything of that nature, and allows you to reset into very dangerous positions against Team Vitality.
Of course, and in the very, very close fights for resources, in the very close fights for overlords and for tyrants, having that Fang over there might be the extra help that you need. On the other side, Team Vitality, the last pick is going to be Liupang. I am loving that Team Vitality pick, man.
Yep, the pacing of the game actually is matched up by both teams because, okay, Team Vitality, let's explain about how they're going to play this game. This is a very split push composition coming in from Team Vitality, right? Because the Liu Bang, he's going to be split pushing because he has instant access into his teammates. All he has to do is to use his ultimate, the Battlefield Command. He's able to teleport, not just teleport, when he's teleporting onto you, you're getting healed up. You have more health, baby.
Yes.
And so that is a strategy that they're going to play the map more in this game for Team Vitality.
Let's wait and see what's going to happen. This is going to be game 2. DMT is going to be on the blue side. Vitality on the other side is going to take the red. If they take the victory, that's going to be it. They're going to move forward. And for DMT, they need to take the dub if they want to force it to game 3. Let's go, boys.
Yeah, let's go. Here we go. I mean, this is a moment where I'm looking at this lineup, the Dominator lineup, and I'm just like, what are the answers for the Zhanq Jing? Like, do they have the lockdown? He's going to be having a field day if he's able to kind of just, you know, move like a butterfly, sting like a bee. He's going to have a great time, and he's going to be really tough to lock down.
Especially when L on this Shang Fei and Gui on this Dharma don't have the ultimates. That's like the dream for Zhanq.
I mean, if he's able to bait it out and just kind of make things a little uncomfortable, and he does have that, you know, dare I say, you know, protective shield by Tufts jumping in at a moment's notice, you have that potential of just kind of, you know, playing a little bit more aggressive than you normally would on the Jing.
Okay, now I want to explain something to the newer players here. There is a lane swap coming in from the side of Vitality. So Zen actually goes to the Clash lane and has a favorable matchup against Gui. This is going to allow him to snowball a lot quicker.
Yeah, it's going to have a much better time. I mean, it's just like the range versus melee line, you know, matchup, right? You're always going to have a good time. But again, you're kind of suffering in the bottom lane, especially since Tufts has made that rotation and he needs to deal with a hem there.
Yeah, but Tufts, he has his Dominator shield, right? So he's able to sustain a little bit of burst damage available by a hem. So if he plays his cards right, he doesn't get punished as hard. So I think Vitality, very good planning so far.
Yeah. I mean, and also he can just jump in. The Battlefield Command is going to be super key when those fights start to happen. He just needs to kind of hold the line, right? He doesn't need to let the tower take any damage. Just stay alive more than anything else.
Exactly. And Neo, I think for now, doing an okay job, right? Really losing out in terms of the EXP against Joe. But I think at this point, it's okay, right? The win condition coming from Vitality, one of the main members is Zen. You want this Loom, this dragon to acquire gold. That's a dragon's favorite thing.
Okay, I didn't. Well, yeah. I mean, if we're going back to like the Hobbit and things like that, the dragon definitely needs to hoard the gold. Okay, all right. I see what the logic is. But yeah, it's going to be super important. I mean, Zhan, like having that level advantage, having that range, it's going to make life difficult for Guyu, especially in that top lane, who's kind of been zoned away, dare I say. But Zhan and 19, like this combination, we're going to see way more of it in the KWC.
For sure. I really like this. It's a stock standard combination you can explore as well, right? The refresh into to Zahn's ultimate, taking the dragon form and flying to the skies, it gives you a lot of freedom to do a lot more risky things, which could turn the tides of battle.
Yeah. I mean, the potential for burst. We've seen it already, right? You know, check out the highlights of the first series of the day. We've already seen like CR7 make some serious moves, Vento as well. The potential is definitely there. Just a really strong farm laner at the end of the day.
Yeah, so they wanted to share the EXP between Guiyu and TNX. That's the reason why they actually delayed the taking of the space right here. So DMT doing little nuances across the map to make sure they're keeping pace with the side of Vitality.
Yeah, and Zonk just like kind of stealing some boars on his way out, smites it for good measure. Just taking things away. Anything that you can do to kind of take away from Dominator, especially TNX, is going to be key. He's back in his own jungle now, and it looks like, yeah.
Yep, 3.1. Isn't this the same story as just now?
Yeah, I mean, this is what you wanted to do, right? Like, let ZonQ do his thing. Getting him that farm, funneling as much as possible, definitely going to be key.
Yeah, and no, ZonQ, what he offers as a Jing is instant backline access, and that's going to be super dangerous for the side of DMT.
Yeah, but look at this in Zergolem. It's about to be contested. The Tyrant is here as well. 19 looking to just provide that vision. It's already looking to get bursted down. DNX is looking to take this. He smites it for good measure. And here comes Guiyu, gets the truth onto 19, pushes him back in a bad spot, and he will be executed, giving up first blood to TNX. But the fight isn't over. They've got the hem as well. The board is going to be set up. They're trying to just mirror image through his way out of this. But TNX is so low, and he's not able to get the pick off. Do they go for the infinite fastness? No, he goes in reverse.
Okay, but this is a win for the side of Vitality. Nonetheless, you trade a roam for a farm lane. This is a bad trade for DMT.
Yeah, not great at this point. L just trying to contest at this point. He does have smite, though, and he did steal that and saved it.
Okay, so he does save the team at this point. Is it a win? Yes, it is. Because yes, even though TNX doesn't get that Crimson buff, you still delay the growth of ZonQ.
Yeah, anything that you can do at this point. I think it's going to be key for them, right? But look, the jungle matchup is usually where you want to be in terms of like how the games are going to go. ZonQ has kind of got a slight edge at this point, but you know, it's still anybody's game, especially since TNX, he's getting a lot of that farm in the mid lane.
I mean, you were asking, right? So who's going to be able to handle ZonQ? And that's the question that has yet to be answered, because so far ahead, I think based on what's happening now, he's at total risk.
Yeah, so it's kind of coming back to Dominator Esports being a little bit more aggressive. If they're able to kind of, you know, take away some of the map and he's not able to farm, then ZonQ will never really hit that critical mass, right? So they want to be aggressive, they want to push things out, because once ZonQ gets those items, he's going to be impossible to lock down.
Exactly.
And here's the board. The Azure Golem about to be taken away. TNX is looking to go for this one. L, Leaping Sabers back to safety, and Dominator Esports take that and they get on out.
Okay, so a small play by the side of DMT. Didn't take too much risk, but oh.
He's got the truth, the formlessness onto Tufts. Doing a little bit of damage. He's just going to tank that. He's going to shake that one off. I mean, it's clash lane on clash lane. It's like a pillow fight in the top lane, no?
Exactly, right? And these are very soft pillows at this point. Nobody really truly gets hurt. Yeah, you might get like a slap in the face, but it's fine. But in terms of EXP advantage, Guiyu definitely has an EXP lead against Tufts, which could prove to be a problem because Guiyu, level 9, his target actually isn't Tufts. It's Zen and 19.
Yeah, Guiyu is just looking for anyone that's squishy, and anyone not named Tufts, to be honest. Right? Everybody's squishy on that lineup. Tufts, on the other hand, though, again, not the end of the world. He just needs to stay alive. He will split push and just make things a little bit, you know, uncomfortable for Dominator Esports. But speaking about being uncomfortable, Dominator Esports take the top T1.
Okay, this is one of the things that you will learn about the Fang pick. Fang is one of the fastest tower takers in the game as well, right? So with the first skill, the target sighted, 4 hits, you get that burst potential that you absolutely love as a farm laner.
Yeah, you're going to do a lot of damage. I mean, he's been kind of on point in that sense. Just putting the pressure on. He's been keeping up in terms of farm pace with Zahn, you know, which it's not the easiest things to do. But Gerald eating a flaming palm for his troubles, taking a lot of damage.
I like it. Joe understands, hey, let's not use our skills preemptively, right? Save that ultimate for better use.
Yeah, look at TNX looking to go aggressive. The board is going to be set up here. They're trying to at least take this away. Gets stolen away. TNX picking that out for good measure.
They gave it away for free, though.
Yeah, I mean, ZonQ was really not in position to contest. He didn't seem to really want this one. But I think that blue buff is key for the Jing, especially in terms of that farm.
Yeah, because you need that mirror domain.
Oh, L, Unbridled Outburst. It connects, and he's going to go for the Stampede onto Zan, the mirror domain. He's trying to zig in, zig out. TNX just barely staying on. He somehow survives. He's slipping away. Zan.Q was thinking about going in, but he gets killed. Mirror domain finds the pick off, and it looks like a bit of a disaster for Vitality.
This is the DMT we were waiting for. This is the TNX we wanted, right? Team play, soaking up the damage so that the rest of the members of DMT are able to do their job. And Gui, this game, matching pace, actually catching Neil out as well. Look at the damage, all mostly dealt by Vitality, but it's DMT who take the win.
Yeah, they're going to take that one. I mean, it was kind of baited out by TNX. That Augur and just the amount of sustain, and it was just like juicy enough of a target for Team Vitality to really push the initiative. Zan.Q probably should have played a little bit safer, but again, he thought he was safe with that mirror domain. But when your shade is very obvious as of where it's going to be, it made it for easy pickings for Dominator.
Yep, and right now, L is cosplaying as a jungler with that smite as well, securing that second objective for himself, a second Tyrant for Dominator.
Okay, I was actually looking. Is he actually, I had to turn around and see if L was actually wearing anything different. No, he's not physically cosplaying. He's cosplaying in the game. It took me a second, but now we're here.
All right, and once again, he's going to try and cosplay for even more. The Azure Golem is at risk on the side of Team Vitality, and it looks like they will not be able to get it.
Yeah, no chance at this point. And this is where things get a little bit rough. Team Vitality being aggressive. And again, TNX is really not the guy you want to be letting to get all that farm, because he's going to be a bit of a raid boss. And yeah, Zan.Q has a lot of damage, but can you deal with TNX? He's going to go for the mirror domain, finds Gerald, who flashes, tries to get back, but the Unbridled Outburst keeping him alive. And now the Conductor of Souls, TNX, is actually looking at turn this. Neil gets stampeded on. He gets seared slated for his troubles, and now Tuff's on the run. Is he able to get to safety? Has the shields, and only one member down, but they lose the mid T1.
And they took the fight at the absolute worst possible moment, because look, the T2 at the bottom is also being pressured. This is going to open up a hem, and this is the first potential. Easy T2 for the side of DMT. And look, I think Zen was just a little bit too late. Comms issue for DMT game number 1, now comms issue for Vitality in game number 2.
Yeah, struggling at this point, but look at the damage taken here from Dominator Esports. Both of them, two of them taking so much. L and TNX. Tyrant being picked up essentially for free. Team Vitality on the defenses, down about 4K. This is going to be a tough one to come back from.
Yep, and look, T3 is now open for the taking on the side of Team Vitality. Now, Shadow Tyrant secured by TNX, as you already mentioned. This is extra damage and movement speeds as well. So, look, TNX has already been hard to catch. He's going to be even harder to catch at this point.
I mean, not only is he hard to catch, but he just can sustain so much damage. He was top 2 in terms of damage taken. And like, Team Vitality don't really have the option and the burst to be able to deal him. Zan has not hit that critical mass. He's actually losing in terms of the lane. They find Zan.Q, who has to just back away. And again, another blue buff taken away. Infinite Vastness. Zan will get back to safety. He flies on out of this one. But Team Vitality on the defensive, dominating Esports, exerting that dominance.
We were asking the wrong questions. It's not about how do we catch Zan.Q, it's who's going to survive besides Zan.Q.
I mean, look at this. The Unbridled Outburst onto 2, knocking them away, but that space created. The mid T2 already taken off here. Dominate Esports doing such a great job as they've grown this lead to about 5.5.
Yep, they're going to try and make amends here. It is going to be a T1 taken on the bottom side thanks to the efforts of Tufts for the side of Vitality. But it's very little in comparison to what Dominator have rewarded themselves. It's a completely blue map, and look at the goal chart. Number 1 TNX at 8.8. Zan.Q was ahead just now, but now it's TNX game all the way.
Yeah, this is going to be scary, right? It's going to be tough to do. I mean, to deal with TNX when he hits that, that raid boss, he's going to be so hard to burst down. And we haven't really seen Zan.Q just be able to find the backline, find the squishier targets. Because look at the Dominator lineup. All of them are kind of beefy boys in that sense.
Yeah, and look, this, okay, he just got it. The Blood Rage is now available. That red item you see on your screen, that is TNX's Blood Rage. It gives him the extra shield.
Yeah, even tougher to deal with, right? And Team Vitality, yeah, you have the control, you have that damage, but getting onto all of them, especially with Dominator, the way that they're able to take some of these team fights, the Unbridled Outburst, you have that Truth from Guyu, you have a lot of options to deal with a potential jump in from Team Vitality here.
Yeah, your box is not big enough on the side of Team Vitality because DMT, this is a very dominating performance so far. 12.5 minutes in, and the thing is, the way that the draft works for Dominator, the later the game goes, the stronger they get as well.
Yeah, I mean, just a complete bounce back game by Dominator, right? And this is why they were were so strong in the IKL, just understanding how to play the map and controlling the tempo of the game. Team Vitality have been just like basically very reactive. They haven't been able to take any of the fights that they want to take.
Yep, I mean, we take a look at the map, right? So Dominator has been dominating the map so far, but now with the fact of the Shadow Overlord as well, the minions have been changed into Shadow Vanguards, and now with the Overlord flying down on the bot side, there's additional damage in that lane if Dominator players fight there.
Yeah, look at how far forward they are. I mean, they're all pushing it out. The Neil's so low. Oh, a couple more shots. He barely gets away. Not enough damage for the kill, but he's going to go back to the fountain and just kind of heal up. But the mid T3 taken down. The bottom is as well.
Yep, do not show us those gaps because we will tear them open. Dominator take two T3s in a matter of seconds, and Vitality, is this the end of the game?
I mean, it's looking that way. Team Vitality right now just need to, I mean, I would say slow the game down, but at this point, there's nothing for, you know, Dominator to really slow down on. They don't need to back anything off. It's 13 minutes in. They've just been in full control and just pushing it out. If anything, Tufts need to be looking to split push. He needs to be more aggressive. Give their team at least a little bit of space to breathe.
Yeah, I agree with that. Because end of the day, if you're asking for Vitality to push DMT away, DMT is not going to budge. In fact, DMT would say, I would like you to put your hands on me, and I will return the punch.
Okay, all right, putting on the hands on each other and things like that. Okay, I wasn't sure where we were going with this. A little uncomfortable, but okay. Yeah, I think speaking for Dominator Esports, and now they're going to push it with the top lane. All three lanes have kind of been in a bad spot. Gen.G is doing what he can in terms of that split push, but he needs to come back for the defense here. They're going to look to go. Neil flashes away the Umbrella Hoppers, pushing them away, but they want the tower, and they do take that. Oh, he sets it up, and 19 is down. The Infinite Fastness is just trying to get back to safety. The knockback, Neil has already been killed. Tufts is getting bounced around yet again. Gets Seer stated for his trouble. Zan with a double. The base is wide open. Zan just trying to deal with this, but they don't have minions. So Dominator Esports with only 2 members. Yes, it's a 3-for-3, but your base is in shambles.
Exactly, and you're just delaying the inevitable at this point. Dominator, I don't see how they're going to lose this. Zan here in no man's land.
Yeah, trying to go into the mirror domain, just throwing it back. TNX gets a little bit worried. I mean, with L, you don't really have much, considering the Umbrella Hoppers has been expended as well. Gen.G was looking for the catch, but again, it's kind of like the reversal of fortunes in the sense of like, how are you going to catch Jing? How are you going to catch TNX?
Exactly, and right now with a 7,000 goal lead on the side of DMT, in advantage to them as we hit this late game timing. How is Vitality supposed to survive this? They have no turrets left.
Yeah, no turrets at all. And then, you know, look, in this pregame going into game 2, I was kind of calling out TNX. He's 3-0-3. I feel like I willed him to a good game this one.
Yeah, exactly. I think the confidence is skyrocketed. They were cheering before this game itself, and they were much louder.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look, they knew. Everything was at stake. They need a wake-up. That was a wake-up call in game 1. They bounced back in game 2, putting the pressure on. And now it's Team Vitality. How do they hold with super elite minions crashing in every single lane? And the Shadow Overlord are going to make things even worse for Team Vitality.
I think at this point, we need to take a look at how Neo is going to try and set this up, right? We need that combination of Neo landing the board and Zan coming in earlier in the fights. I feel like Zan has been pretty late in trying to get the damage in onto DMT members, and it's costing them.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was going to make some sort of joke that he's a wizard and wizards are never late, but this is not the case in this point because I feel like every single team fight, he's kind of been like a, dare I say, like a god in the sense that he's never really there when you need him and he kind of shows up late and sometimes it ends up in disappointment.
Yep, but at this point, here is that final blow. DMT looking to land it.
Oh, the Infinite Fastness just keeping them alive. Here are the super elite minions pushing them back. He does a little bit, but TNX is looking for that target. Tufts is going to be that one. They find a hen. That's a huge win for them, but the base needs to be careful. Guyu gets killed. Here's the Conductor of Souls. TNX now on the run, trying to retreat. Tufts trying to catch him out, but the path of passing is too much, and the rest of Dominator Esports get on out.
Okay, but this is a much better performance by Vitality. They have managed to catch out Ahem and Guyu, 2 very core members on the side of DMT. And once again, Gen.G does not die. I think Gen.G is responsible for a lot of these big moves for Vitality. And if there's any chance of a comeback, I think it will start from Gen.G here. here.
Yeah, and this is good. Check out this replay.
Yeah, look, the board, it was perfect. It caught 3 different members, but it was over diving on the side of DMT that really costed them that final push onto the crystal. I think that was what costed DMT the fight.
Yeah, like the damage being spread around, they weren't able to kill the heroes, which they really needed to have done. But this is an opening for Team Vitality to potentially go in. L has the Umbrella Outburst, so he could go for that one. But TNX always has that smite, and it's going to be a 50-50. You need to be careful with how things kind of go on in this one. Gerald gets taking liberties on the side. Here's the Umbrella Outburst. They find him, the Infinite Fastest, and the steal has already been done by TNX, and now it's an all-out rout. Team Vitality is just trying to stay alive. 19 doesn't seem like he has much of a chance as TNX, this killer, this monster, has been chasing him down.
Yep, and there's a wave in the middle lane as well. They do get rid of a hem, but so what? The rest of the members are still marching in strong. Zankyo, for the first time, will be taken down, and it's a rampage. And right now, Neo and Zen and 19, the 3 remaining members, what can they do?
Yeah, not much they can do. I mean, look, they're just going to force this one out. 3 members still standing from Team Vitality, and it looks like they're just waiting for that minion wave, and Dominator Esports looking to bounce back and to take game 2 here.
Look, there's no board available at this point as well. They're going to try and push out Zen. He's way out of position. Does have his ultimate though.
Yeah, no, he was looking to just cut the creeps if anything. And now it looks like they've got 19. They get the pick off. They're going to truth him for good measure. Here comes Zan for that potential play. But Sage's Sanctuary is not going to save you as he gets knocked out. No, he gets into the fountain. But they take the base and Dominator Esports take game 2.
All right, asking the right questions here from the side of TNX. Where were you? What are you doing? This is a victory, a tie in the series, 1-1 Dominator Esports.
Yeah, I love the fact that you just heard him, like how ecstatic he was. I mean, this is a TNX game. This is a classic one where he's able to control the game, use his net worth lead, and to make things very difficult. They had 0 answers for this Augury.
Yep, exactly. And it is going to be a shake-up for the side of Team Vitality at this point. So Dominator, they have managed to tie things up 1-1. And once again, we find ourselves back in the same position. Who's going to take everything here?
Yeah, look, we knew that both of these series are going to be super close. I mean, it was going to be a moment where we were going to see, because there's so much familiarity with the teams, that they know how to kind of use those strengths and weaknesses to their advantage and just to kind of close out this game.
It was such a tight game all the way around, right? Because both teams were trying to play two different things. I do believe that Dominator Esports was playing a lot more of controlling the resources, not rushing in and then just to try to find the right moment for the fights. And on the other side, Team Vitality, always on the back foot, man, all the time.
All right, I agree with that as well. And I think TNX, the call by the coach was, look, you want to play like that? If you want to keep diving, okay, can you pick the Ogren? We will play around your risk-taking.
I mean, if you look at the rest of the lineup, I mean, Guyu on the Dharma, L on the Zhangfei, it's perfectly what they want, right? Which is just green light, let TNX just go and just, you know, create this havoc.
Yep, exactly. And chaos it was. Dominator, this was a big moment, a big win for them. And you can see the confidence in their eyes. They know it is for their taking, the win in this series I'm talking about.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big one, right? The first game at the KWC, that first win feels great. Look at TNX, man. Like, this guy is just just so ecstatic. He shows his emotions on his sleeve. This is a guy that you need to really build upon in terms of the draft as well as playstyle.
Dominator Esports is turning things around. And I was thinking a little bit about that Fang pick, right? Because I know that for a lot of people at home, they're thinking, Fang, not meta. What are they trying to do? Was it a good choice? Because for me, I love Fang, man. Like, I'm an OG player of Fang. But the problem in here is that it's true, it is not meta. But with this pick, with all this composition, did it work? Do you think that that was one of the key things for the victory?
For sure. Like you, I like to play Fang as well.
You like playing everything, Kane?
Of course, I like to play off-meta heroes. But in this case, one of the things that Fang has a weakness is either you don't have enough burst or you don't have enough protection. And there was plenty of protection because it was not just defense, it was offense as well. Guyu on the Dharma was able to catch quite a few people here. One in the base of Vitality. Oh, that one hit a sweet spot for me.
Yeah, I mean, it was great. The way that they were playing around, just letting Ahem kind of split push and creating that space and taking free towers, and that just kind of expands their lead quite a bit. They do a great job of that, of just like a distracting more than anything else, and Ahem has his way of getting on out.
Okay, he did die a couple of times, but please, once again, do not take my advice. KDA is not important to me, right? I think a win is a win. As long as you get your job done, you get the turrets, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm telling you, man, like for me, at the end of the day, it just comes down to who takes the dub. And for you to be able to make it to the crystal of the opponents, you need to destroy the turrets. This is a turret-destroying game. It is not a killing game. We're going to talk a little bit more about all of this. We're going to try to analyze the strategies for this game 3 that is going to decide who moves to the upper bracket and who goes to the lower bracket. But at the end of the day, we're going to take a little bit of a break, and then we're going to come back.
This land is calling.
Dominator Esports, in a very dominating fashion, came in and took game 2 to make it a 1-1 right now. We're going to move into game 3. Whoever that wins that is going to be facing Alpha 7, and whoever that loses that is going to be facing Loops for the last chance to stay alive. This is the Esports World Cup, the KWC 2025. Honor of Kings, ladies and gentlemen. This is a game, as we mentioned before, about destroying turrets. It's not a game about getting kills. Sometimes you get the kills, but as long as you get the turrets, you're going to have a path to the crystal. Would you agree?
Yeah, of course. It's the most important thing, right? I mean, I know that you talked about the fact that KDA doesn't matter. I think it does, especially in the death department when you're dying like, what, 17 times in a game, then you got a problem, right? But to Isaac's point, obviously getting those objectives, sticking it down. I think that's the biggest thing, especially if you're talking about game 2, where Ahem on that fan was able to just like mow down turrets.
Of course. Yes, the mowing down definitely was very quick, but also we want to talk about TNX, right? Because he was definitely the game-changing factor here. His Ogren gameplay, the one person that has made Ogren work today so far.
Of course, and I'm telling you, when I'm thinking about Ogren, I'm thinking like, okay, that's a meta pick. You must get that. In the previous games, it didn't work out that well. This was the first time that we actually saw an Ogren just being dominating, completely commanding of the Gorge. What was different with this one to the previous ones that we have seen today?
I mean, I don't want to just summarize it in like one word as in TNX. Okay. It kind of was. I mean, in the sense that like they know how to play around it.
Right.
They funnel a lot of the farm into him. Like they'll rotate their mid laner out of the way so that they get even more farm into TNX because he needs that net worth. And you just see just how strong he is. He's very tanky. He does that damage. And again, TNX is just really very good on the Augur.
It fits his playstyle, right? Because we've already seen game 1, TNX is a person that likes to engage. He wants to go in alone. And Ogren, if you land his ultimate onto multiple members, you get this insane lifesteal, health regeneration back, and it fits how TNX plays. So he is the winning trigger for the side of DMT, at least in game number 2.
TNX's performance was what gave the whole team a little bit of an advantage. And that advantage they completely carried out in a very interesting fashion. The other side had Jing as the jungler. And Jing is a very blue-dependent assassin. So what did they do? Of course, they took control of the turrets, and then after that, they took control of the jungle. Immediately, the timing of every single fight came down to that countdown that they had on the Azure Golem. Every single time that that golem was going to spawn, they were already there, not allowing Jing to take one of those back.
And this is why the Azure Golem is so important, because it gives you mana regeneration, it gives you cooldown reduction as well. Something that Jing desperately needs. She needs a lot of mana to operate. And that's why they kept going for the Azure Golem. Not only did they get it, they also created situations where they kind of boxed up Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they played around it, because again, they knew the cooldown, they knew the countdown for when it was going to happen. But then ZanQ wants to be farming elsewhere, but he always needs to be like leashed towards that area because he needs to be back in time. And so he's not able to fully farm and do what he wants. He's very uncomfortable.
Very uncomfortable indeed, man. Like, it's very important for us to understand how to put the opponents in the pace that you actually want them playing. So that is important for us to understand. Like, I want my opponents to follow me. I don't want to be following them. And that's for sure something that the coaches were talking to the players.
So you want to box them in, which unfortunately Team Vitality could not, even though they had the Yixing as well. So is Yixing something that DMT will kind of consider in this game?
I mean, why not? I think that it always has a lot of potential. I think Yixing plays... It's very flexible in that mid lane, and it can be like you have that control, you have some stuns, you have that damage. It has everything in the kitchen sink, right? It's a very good hero, doesn't really show anything. It's more about the lane matchup more than anything else in that mid lane.
True, and Dominator Esports, they're going to keep it savvy at this point. They're going to pick up the Dolia and whoa, big burst potential, Lung and Nuwa. These are one of the most damaging farm laners and mid laners in the game.
Yeah, just going Dominator, sticking to their MO of game 1 of just having that damage dealing potential. Look, I've already talked about Nuwa. I don't think it's great at times. You really need a lineup that really kind of sets yourself up for success, especially in the early game, so that you can kind of snowball, and she's just very oppressive when she gets going like that. But when you're behind, man, this Nuwa is very, very limiting.
True. I understand that, unfortunately, from experience, because, you know what, I don't really do well in mid lane as a Nuwa. But Team Vitality, they pick up the Agudo and the Fatih. And look, if the game goes well in the early phases for Dominator, the Nuwa will be able to burst down this Fatih quite quickly. The question here is, what difference is this Agudo going to make for the team of Vitality?
Agudo is just one of those junglers that, the truth is, depends a lot on the pacing, right? Being able to invade, being able to protect their own jungle, really full-on hero. But at the same time, if things don't turn his way, like, it's really hard for Agudo to really farm up.
I mean, Agudo is actually one of the faster pacer junglers, right?
Yeah.
He has the extra skill. For those of you that are new to Agudo, you have the extra skill in the middle of your screen that allows you to take creeps that has like an 80-second cooldown. So it's actually, it gives you the timing of the buff as well.
Yeah.
And besides that, you also have Smite. So you're able to take camps much faster than your traditional jungler in comparison.
So the pacing gotta be like on point.
Yes. Timing is very important for Agudo.
Agudo was great in the sense that like you could just able to kind of siege towers and just kind of, you know, at times, especially when the minion wave isn't even there, you can still get some more chip damage. It can be this really tough death ball to deal with, but you need the lineup that kind of works around that. If Dominator Esports have the wave clear, it kind of limits what Agudo brings to the table at times.
Yeah.
So again, I think Dominator Esports are probably going to look to just counterpick the Agudo more than anything else in the second phase.
So looking like a Yen away maybe through damage, just rush down. You don't care about CC. I think that's a brilliant answer to the Agudo, and it's not banned out by the side of Team Vitality. There were important bans here. Lam is also a known counter, so let's see how this goes.
Yeah, and it looks like the Lady Jun being picked up here. Just kind of, what do you think about this lane matchup? Lady Jun versus Nua in the mid lane? Who do you give the edge to?
I would give it to Nua if the Nua is a better player.
Okay.
If it is a better player, I would give it to Nua as well. But Lady Chen, we know that cleans wave very quickly. Like, again, very level 4 dependent. Like Lady Chen needs to make it to level 4 to actually be able to roam around.
Yeah, but of course, to make things difficult, you know what, Dominator, this lineup of burst potential is always complemented by a huge tank. And here we have a Flowborn tank. If you haven't tried him yet, I implore you to give this guy a try because he is so fun to play.
Yeah, it has a great opportunity. And look, the TNX Flowborn tank, this is special. We have not seen him on obviously the competitive scene because it was just recently released. But we're gonna be, enlightened in that sense of how to play this one properly because I fully believe in TNX's skill on this hero.
And I think it fits into him, right? Because there's a lot of control. Both the Flowborn tank as well as Mayin, they're able to catch multiple people in one skill set. And I think that's going to be very crucial for Dominator Esports because, look, Nua does AoE damage as well.
Yeah, a lot of potential here. But like the Marco Polo, look, this is game 3, backs on the wall for the series. Are you going with the Marco Polo last pick here?
I like the fact that you said Marco Pillow. And, Pillow, it could be a detriment to the side of Vitality. Look, I love a good Marco Polo any day. I have had the bad win rates, but I still win games. So
yeah.
Ken, I love how you just caught him back, man. That was really good.
I have to. You have to make all your shots count.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know that we are right over here just having fun, but the players are ready, and this is a very intense match. Game 3, whoever that wins this is moving forward, and whoever that loses is going to have to still try to fight for their life at the lower bracket. I am Isaac Peña, Quinto, Buhaller. Take it, boys.
Thank you so much, Isaac. As we go into game 3, of course, winner moves on in the upper bracket here. But okay, look, Kin, we haven't really talked too much about just the compositions aside. Like, who are you giving the edge to in this draft?
I'm giving it to DMT. I think DMT is a very strong start to this game, but only because I've seen the movements of DMT. That first decision to help out the Nua in the mid lane, in comparison, Vitality 19 choose to help Zen instead. So I think the priorities are very different. But I think if you give the advantage to Nua, he does much more than Zen as a Marco Polo.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, if he's able to get that perfect little 5-man stun. I mean, look, Dominator Esports, like, none of them are really saying, like, they need to be grouping up. You know what I mean? Like, you have that, you definitely can work around it. You can kind of space yourself. Jurl and Ahem can be from afar. L can be even further back. So it might not be the greatest or the easiest Fever Barrage for Zan to hit. But again, if you're zoning them away, that means people can be isolated. So the potential is there for those kills.
And you know what? One of the difficult things that is going to be experienced by Zan here is the fact that, look, there is a potential that DMT can kind of force him to burn out that Purify really quickly before he even gets that opportunity to use his ultimate Fever Barrage plus Purify.
Okay. All right, sorry, let's talk a little bit more about this Flowborn tank, right? Like, in terms of, like, when they group up, you have that all-in, that damage can really just hit, like, kind of hit home, and Team Vitality are going to look to group up, especially with this Deathball lineup. But what else about, this Flowborn tank can TNX really utilize here?
I think it's just the amount of stuns he's able to get, right? That jump and slam, maximum of 3 different durations you're able to use it for. So TNX, they have plenty of control on the side of Dominator. And that's not the only form of control they have on DMT. They have so much control. Ahem has control, Joe has control, Guiyu has control as well. So 4 different members, and if you want to count L, I mean, that simple combination S1, S2, or it does give you a little bit of CC. So Vitality, there's so many ways to stop Zen.
Yeah. I mean, you talked about the Mayin already, plus the Celestial Melody right on top of that, right? So you just, like, it can stun them for days. But it's going to come back to that damage, right? In terms of Ahem, is he able to kind of hit that point where he's able to kind of do that damage to burst them out? Because, some of the side of Vitality, you got Tufts on this, this Fatih. It's not the easiest guy to take down. He has a lot of sustain. Plus, you have the Zanq on the Agudo. Kind of tough to kind of burn down.
Okay, so let's talk a bit about Tufts. As a Fatih, DMT, look, he's great, he's strong, but only when he gets his hits down. And you can see, when he's not hitting people, he doesn't get the lifesteal. And this is where Joe on this Nuwa and Ahem and on his Lung is so effective. They can deal a massive amount of burst damage even before Tufts gets to touch them.
Yeah.
He might just die.
Yeah, that control is going to be key, right? Gerald just setting it up. I mean, in a way, he's kind of like a... not a poor man's Yixing, but a different style, kind of just controlling the map in that way. But forcing them out, letting them group up, which, you know, Team Vitality are going to want to do, can make it very easy for Guyu and TNX to get those, like, wombo combos on.
What was that? I mean, Zen, I understand he wants to go in, but that's a wasted ultimate for a good duration.
Yeah, I mean, look, the 4 minutes. Look at the ambush, the potential, the creation. They find the pickoff, and TNX says, hello, I'm right here.
Yeah, X Factor activated for the side of DMT, and what a time to do it as well. 4-minute mark. This is going to be the first objective of the game, and TNX secures it for the side of DMT.
Yeah.
First blood actually goes to Joe, though.
Yeah, Gerald takes that away from TNX. But, I mean, they were both going in. They both set it up together. And it's just a matter of time. They have the lockdown. The furball is going to go in. Guyu, not enough. They will chase him down. But if anything, they didn't actually get the pickoff.
They threw 2 big ultimates for the price of nothing at this point. Maybe a Azure Golem?
Yeah, the Azure Golem is looking to be taken away there. I believe Zhang takes that one for good measure, smites it, and it looks like, you know, Dominator Esports making some quick moves, and they're putting pressure on this mid T1 already.
Yep, and you know what? Zhang at this point doesn't really have a goal lead against 10X, and this is a bit concerning if you're a Vitality fan.
Yeah, not the greatest, and looks like Dominator Esports have really woken up, you know? They had a slow game one, TNX looking to go in, all in, that is, and he hits 3 on this one, but 19 gets a little bit low. The Destiny encounter zoning them more than anything else. Zhang is still sticking around, the furball onto 2, and he gets back to safety, though.
That could have been really beautiful, but Joe missed his annihilation. It could have been a really different story for the side of Vitality and DMT. But for now, right, Ahem, I think he's well-versed in playing safer with the experience on game number 1 as well. They're taking a T1 on the bottom side. So this is where DMT can start to put more pressure and open up the map.
Yeah, opening it up. I mean, the bottom T2 is under siege. Team Vitality looking to rotate. They need space. Like, look, the net worth is tied, but you're losing map control, and that it turns into a net worth lead. So Dominator Esports playing well, especially in this early game.
Yes, and the fact that Ahem is practically left untouched in this game, I think it's a cause of concern for Vitality.
Yeah, cause of concern for sure, but you know, the Overlord's still up there. Zan might want to go, but he needs reinforcements. He finds it, and TNX just walks through it. A little tanky at this point, but level 10, slight advantage over Zhang at this phase.
Okay, so yes, he does have that 1 level advantage, but Zhang does have Blood Rage as well. So it's kind of balanced out to a certain extent, but once again, this comes down to positioning, right? Do you have the information to be able to make a good decision? Zhang, he knows to back off right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to use the Wild Growth just to slow them down. But the Azure Golem, it looks like Dominator Esports are sticking to their MO of taking away buffs, being aggressive, making Zhang have to rotate around the movements of Dominator Esports, not trying to give up anything for free, and TNX smites it and gets on out.
Yep, and Guyu just holding them, the 2 of them here. 19!
Oh, Guyu with a solo. He's like, yeah, 1 versus 2. Yeah, lose the tower, but I'm going to take you down, 19.
And this is one of the strengths of having a Mayin, right? Because she's able to sidestep a lot of stuff. She's so mobile, escapes a little bit of damage, but she offers a lot of damage back as well.
I mean, the burst is there, right? Just cycling those cooldowns. The skills are just way too much at this point. But now Team Vitality need to find ways to bounce back in this game. And look, we talked about this Agudo pick, and teams have definitely had success. Team Vitality is one of them, but they haven't really been able to utilize it. They haven't been able to really turn it into towers.
This is where the range factor comes in, right? As a Lung, as a Nuwa, you're able to deal damage without even be close. And I think Zhang for now is kind of suffering from that. In fact, the entire Vitality is suffering from that.
Yeah, they're, again, just kind of sticking around. I mean, yes, they're trying to protect this mid T1, but they're just, like, not really farming across the map.
Nice
the Fever Barrage, they find Guyu, they get the pick, but he's looking to turn this around, and Zan survives. Okay, hold your horses. The Annihilation a little off the mark as well. Woo!
Yep, okay, so he proved me wrong. I was excited. I thought there was a turnaround at that point. But Gui gives his life, there's a bit of information. But Ahem, he's still healthy. They need to protect this Crimson Golem.
No, they need to keep it alive. Oh, TNX is looking to go all in on this one. Gets the pick up on the ZanQ. And it's an all-out retreat. Team Vitality trying to run the roaming gun. And 19 hooks on for that Heartlink. He does get back to safety, and it looks like that's going to be the end of the assault. The Infinite Vast is keeping Ahem alive, though.
Okay, beautiful play. I mean, Tufts, he has done a lot of work for the side of Team Vitality as well. Putting pressure, but hang on.
He's actually looking to just go with this. I mean, he's taking a lot of damage. The Fever Mirage right onto TNX. He found out, and TNX stuck around, gets picked off. Zan making a pay, wants to go for L, but here comes Tufts, finds Ahem, who just showed up, and he gets slaughtered.
Yeah, don't be overconfident. That's the message coming in from the side of Vitality. You may have a lead, but you... Oh, hang on, 19.
Emergence shows up. Drill says surprise, and the rest of Team Vitality are like, oh my god, that was scary.
So is this overconfidence? I mean, look, they understood from game number 2. TNX likes to dive. We'll let him dive. And right now, it's a 2,000 goal lead. A big swing going back to the side of Vitality.
But it wasn't really a dive. He was just sticking around. Like, at some point, you're like, hey, you got what you wanted. Why are you sticking around? There's really no fight here, especially when you're outnumbered. TNX, a little bit of a misplay, in my opinion.
True, I agree. And right now, the stats are not looking favorable to the side of DMT. Vitality have definitely come back. Zan, top of the table for top damage dealt.
Yeah, just a lot of damage. He's been able to, again, he's making this Marco Polo work. I mean, he's not a Marco Pillow, and he's a Marco Polo, and he's doing the damage.
Okay, you know, pillows hurt too if it's made from stone, but at this point, you know, the frigid charge coming in from Zan, this one is a big improvement.
Wait. The pillow made of stone? Are you speaking from experience here?
I watch a lot of shows.
Is it the Flintstones? Because I'm pretty sure that they have a pillow made of stone there.
Nonetheless, right, my point stays true, right? If you are hit with a pillow that's made of stone, it hurts.
Okay. Well, obviously it would hurt. I'm not going to disagree with that one. But here's the Shadow Tyrant, first one of the game. Team Vitality, again, being aggressive. TNX does not want to give this up for free. He's going to go back into the lair. The Furball is on point, but TNX is getting aggressive. And he's going to be pushed back, but Guyu gets a little serious. He's got the whatever, but he dies first.
Yep, and this one is the same story. The pacing, nobody was online with him at the same point. That was a great catch by Guyu onto the sidelines of Vitality, but nobody was there to back him up.
Yeah, well, look, okay, you talk about the great catch, but he died. It's not really a great catch when you die and you didn't get anything in return.
Well, I think it was a good position, but this time DMT get caught.
Oh, 19 a little bit low. Tufts, the Furball is going to be moving forward. Tufts has to flash back. TNX needs to be careful. The Frigid Prison right on top of him. He's going to sidestep most of this. Ahead gets picked up. Neil finds the Annihilation on his ZanQ, and he just walks away.
Yeah, even the emergence doesn't catch sight of him. This guy is just walking on thin ice at this point.
I mean, that was so very close, the way he was able to get that pick off. But on Ahem, finding him out and somehow just getting that pick off, what a great play.
Yeah, and Tufts now, because of his efforts, 8.9 thousand, the highest in gold. He has been making the waves for Vitality, coming in from the sides, getting the back lines. This is a performance worthy of winning the series, but can they do it?
Yeah, look at TNX, Gerald, looking for the potential steal here. L spotting it out. Oh, ZanQ takes the Tyrant. And now TNX, the Furball on him. They've got the Fever Mirage. They find him and they have the damage. And TNX is down for the count.
Beautiful teamwork. Neil stopping him with his ultimate, the freeze, making him unable to get the smite on time. TNX, not only was he delayed from the smite, he got caught out. And that combination coming from Zan, along with the help of ZanQ, look, enough damage. You don't have to kill them alone. This is a team game.
Yeah, team game here, but Zan doing a lot of heavy lifting, doing that damage, and ensuring that TNX is like, hey, you want to go? I'm going to bait you out, and I have that damage to burst you, so TNX cannot get away.
Yeah, this is a upgrade in performance. Vitality, they have sprung to life in the middle of this game.
Yeah, definitely, and this is the moment, the wild growth, the push in. This is going to be tough. It looks like they're going to back off on this point, but the top lane looks like Tufts wants to deal with Guyu.
Yep, it's going to be a 1v1 ego battle.
He's going to get a little serious. Guyu has to flash. He's going to be so fast, cartwheel, but the angle of retreat, they're not going to cut him off. They're going to go for the Azure Golem, play for the late game more than anything else, but TNX does smite it.
Yep, objective gaming. And so right now, we are at the 12 close to the 13-minute mark. Shadow Overlord available for the taking.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge moment. If Team Vitality are able to pick this one up, I mean, they already have like almost a 5K net worth lead. Dominator Esports on the receiving end, very defensive and not able to kind of find ways to come back in.
Yep, look, it's all about the belief for the side of Team Vitality, right? They've seen the opening, they've seen the chance, and you know, you have to make full use of it. TNX, once again, in the eyes of Vitality, and there's a lot of information that Vitality can work with.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to start the Overlord here. TNX is still up in front, finds 19 if anything. Looks like the call to be made is going to be to retreat. They do not want to take this out. The 50-50 is too close at this stage, but they're going to put a little bit of pressure on the lanes before they do anything.
They have to be careful, right? The T2 on the mid for the side of Dominator, it's looking a bit low. I think they can kind of steal and force their way in, actually.
Yeah, but they don't need to force anything out. Guyu was putting pressure, he was split pushing in that top lane, and it looks like Tufts has kind of rotated to do a little housekeeping in that sense. But this is the big thing. Team Vitality are in the lead. They need to be dictating the pace of what happens in this next team fight.
Yep. At the same time, he's working on the Crimson Golem, does have the Crimson buff now. Maybe that will change the fight for them against Vitality.
But look at where they are. Dominator Esports, this is a tough area. Very tight corners. The alleyways are not going to be great. Perfectly for, placed for Zan if he wants to go with that Fever Barrage. Tough some serious damage. Finds Guyu, not able to get away. The Fever Barrage just on top just to secure it. But with one member down, there's no way Dominator Esports can contest.
Oh, that was close. Did not make it. They actually delayed it. Zan, too late. And so Vitality, they secure what may be a crucial winning moment for themselves.
Yeah, that was actually super smart, right? They had no vision of it. They tried to go for that annihilation play. They actually slowed the pace of taking it down. They actually had to make him use the secondary one. But look at that damage.
Yep, Joe now at the top of the table. But like we said, so what if you can do so much damage? You need to finish the job.
Yeah, and look, we were talking about earlier about how KDA is not important. I think damage, to a certain extent, is very similar, even more so than KDA, in my opinion, where damage is not the be-all, end-all, especially when you're losing in a game like this.
Yep, so like I said, KDA is not important.
Okay, well, KDA is, okay, like the deaths that you have when we play together, like 17 in one game, that's a lot, bro.
Okay, all right, I'll hold off because, look, the KDA on the side of Vitality is looking good. But in any case, look, Gen.G, he's going to try and force their way in, open the path for the team of Vitality.
Look at how Tufts just burn that mid T3 down, instantly gone, right? Team Vitality right now, just so aggressive and have this huge lead that they're able to burst it down. Dominate Esports really have no answers for this all 3-lane assault.
And that's not the end of it. Look at that. The Shadow Overlord on the top side flying down as well. 7,000 behind. A barren opening at the side. T3 in the mid. Exposed. Vitality. Everything speaks about ending the game right here, right now.
Oh my gosh. They're looking to take this one down. The top T3, it's a gaping wound. The bottom one is still standing, so there's at least a glimmer of hope. But if you're a Dominated Esports fans, this has been a tough one.
Okay, L just changed his item to the Howling Wind. They want to go for the win here.
Oh, this is the play. They're going to go for this one. TNX tries to go all in, is not able to find anything. 19 just kind of bounces off of him. The destined counter. They find Jurl on the back line. The Infinite Fastness on back. Ahem will try to stay alive, but Neil has to go goal in. TNX is going to go in. Ahem gets the pick off on the Tough, so that's something. It's a 1-for-1 thus far.
Oh, the Clash laners in this game are making so much difference, right? Guyu actually pulled them away, and this allowed DMT to find an opening onto the frontliners on the side of Team Vitality. So they saved the game for a little bit, but is it enough? I don't think it's enough just yet.
I mean, look, with 2 members down from Dominator Esports, Team Vitality right now are going to potentially just take this free Shadow Tyrant, but they want to bait it out. They want to see what L does here, but it looks like without, I don't think they're going to force this one.
Okay, Neil just needs to make it on time. He can stop this steal from TNX.
Yeah, L and TNX on the side. Zan just zoning. You need that space. TNX is looking for that jump. He's been spotted out. They get the connection. The Tyrant has still not been taken in, and it looks like TNX is in the wrong spot. He can't really jump back in. This has got to be super careful. TNX wants that jump. Oh, but the steal with the annihilation. Gerald gets the pick from downtown.
And this This one is a big one. Yes, damage does matter. Jill steals it away. He buys a lifeline for the side of DMT, and Dominator will not give up.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. That could have been game, just being able to close that one out. But he's just like, not just yet. Dominator Esports still have a small glimmer of hope.
I guess you could say he said, ahem, there's still a chance.
Okay, all right, we're just gonna let that one go. I'm just not gonna say anything. Okay, we're gonna keep on. But no, you're right. I mean, like Koff gets the kill. I mean, just what are you gonna do? I mean, that was just such an amazing play by Ahem. But now it looks like TNX has to back off. They will be fine.
Okay, but exactly how much time have you bought? So look, the buff only lasts for another 38 seconds, and I don't think Vitality are going to open up the map and allow them to just catch them off guard, right? So DMT, I think they did well, but they need to do more.
Yeah, they need to do more. TNX now going a little bit ham, just trying to go aggressive, forcing them back more than anything else. Look, we're 90 seconds away from a Tempest Dragon. Could that be an opportunity for Dominator Esports to get back in this one?
I think both teams will go for that.
Oh, he's going to look to go all in. TNX is still up in front, taking a lot of damage. Needs to be careful. The rest of Dominator Esports, they find ZonQ. They get the pick off Ahem with that play, and that's going to open things up for the Overlord. Yeah, you have the buff, the debuff on you, but this is just a matter of time. It seems like Dominator Esports, step by step, slowly getting back in this game.
Yep, things were slipping out of hand. The fact that ZonQ has now been taken down, okay, he will be back for that Tempest Dragon, guaranteed. But now 1 minute away, how much structural damage can DMT do? They need to take and get rid of this T1 because there is too much vision available for Vitality.
I mean, there's some gaping holes, the mid and the top lane. You need to force this out. That mid T1 is key at this stage.
Okay, they use that Shadow Overlord to clear the bottom side of the wave and maybe look for a gap on the top side of the map. DMT, if they can get this, they can even some things out.
Yeah, I mean, but this pressure is going to be great. They need to take this top T3 to kind of just equalize in that top lane. You don't want super minions going, especially when that Tempest Dragon is there. TNX is actually dashing back. The Infinite Vast is on back. It looks like that's going to be the end of things. But again, a big disengage. They weren't able to take that top T3 though.
TNX is prepping for something. He's looking for an opening onto the side of Vitality. Now, VIT, they have to kind of settle this T2. Does not make it. It will fall. But here comes the Tempest Dragon. This is going to be the final showdown between the two teams.
It couldn't have been any better at this stage, right? We knew that these two teams were going to go the extent, and they were going to go to a game 3. We were going to be here. But a Tempest Dragon, the second one of the day, excuse me, and the Tempest Dragon, this is going to be key because it's like, how does Dominator Esports, even with this somewhat, lackluster net worth, down about 3K, which is like awfully nothing at this point, but they can put pressure on elsewhere to take this Tempest.
That's the thing. With a Tempest Dragon, there is no excuse.
Exactly. No excuse.
You win, you win. You lose, you lose, right? So at this point, Tempest Dragon is a monumental achievement for both teams. They need to play it safe.
Need to play it safe, but Guyu is going to put pressure on that top T1, or the top T3. Over they're going, they find L. The pickoff has already been there. The TNX is going to have to Blood Rage. The Infinite Vast is on back, and they've been caught out. Guyu was not even in the fight. TNX gets picked. The Annihilation onto 3, but it doesn't really matter at this point. Guyu has to recall. They have to go back for the top T3 from Vitality's under siege.
Yep, with L dead, there is no refresh coming in for the side of Joe. There is no potential steal unless, I don't know, what kind of miracle can you cook up? There is no way DMT are going to lose this.
I mean, they're going to try. They're going to do what they can at this point. I think that they're not going to actually even contest. There's no way, right? TNX is down for the count. That's pretty much it for Team Vitality. With this Tempest Dragon buff, they're going to look to close out this game. Oh! Okay. All right, not this time. Churl, you're giving me a heart attack. I can't really help it, but that was super close yet again. But it got picked up by ZonQ. Woo!
Okay, so there was no twist of fate here. There is no change in the storyline. It is going to be Vitality. They put the pressure. They have the Tempest Dragon. They have the Tempest buff. These are lightning charges that deal percentage damage. And when the Tempest Dragons touch your turrets, they will disable the crystal. They will disable your towers. It will not defend.
All right, the moment is here. The final moments of this game. The potential way for Team Vitality to not only strike back in Game 3, but get revenge from the IKL, where they were the 3rd place team to the 2nd place Dominator here.
Yeah, reinvent themselves, and they are jumping in tubs.
Oh, they're going in the furball. They find TNX, who's actually looking to kind of stick around here a little bit low, but TNX, that Sage's Sanctuary, Guyu looking to make the play. The emergence on board. The Sage's Sanctuary even used in return by Tufts, but the Infinite Vastus, they need to to go all in. He wants to go. Ham is going to be Sage's Sanctuary for him. Nihilus is going to be using his. And there's just so many at this point. And 19 so low. And Guyu gets picked off. They've got 3 members down. And Team Vitality are looking to go as they take down a Ham. And they take the base.
Welcome to a new history. It is Vitality. They take this series 2-1 in a very convincing fashion. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. Team Vitality coming back in that one and just really sticking it to Dominator Esports. They're like, oh yeah, you might come back in. We might have all these plays, but we are able to outclass you in the end.
Yep, look, Gen.G this game, he did well. This was a team effort. And Zan as well, I have to say, okay, no more Marco Pillow. This guy, Polo all the way. What a performance.
What a performance indeed. I mean, just the fact that Zan, man, that guy was on point. His damage was unreal. And we were talking about the fact that, like, hey, Marco Polo takes a little bit of time to kind of get online, but Zan was like, actually, I'm okay. You know, I know the limits of my hero. I'm able to go in and get the right pickoffs, and it just really snowballed from there.
Yeah, I mean, to take it against a Lung of all people, right?
Exactly.
The one of the biggest burst farm laners in the game. This was a big performance on the side of Vitality, and I love this confidence. This is what we want because we require the best out of the best at KWC 2025.
Yeah, what a great game here. I mean, the bounce back, I mean, dare I say, this is probably the first true upset. I mean, if we're going into this one, especially with some of our predictions going into this one, all jokes aside, like, I don't think Team Vitality, anyone really had 2-1 over Dominator. If you've been watching IKL, you just saw the dominance of Dominator. But man, Team Vitality, they were prepared for this series.
Yes, and I want to highlight Tufts for this game. He was a big game changer. This Fatih putting and changing the fate of Team Vitality.
Yeah, just too much, right? I mean, he was just really annoying, tough to deal with. I mean, just really well played by Team Vitality.
All right, so besides that, I mean, there was a couple of nail-biting moments, right, towards the later parts of the game. Joe, he was playing with our hearts. This guy, I mean, the annihilation coming in. But at the same time, on the corresponding side, Neo did some big plays to stop the stealings of neutral objectives coming in from the side of TNX.
Yeah, Gerald had so many different plays. I mean, the potential, if they got that Tempest Dragon, I mean, I think that game changes, right? The dynamic of that one.
The result changes, right? Yeah, I mean, this whole series would have been won for the side of DMT. And I like the fact that DMT, look, this is the mark of a champion team because, okay, yes, they may have lost the series, but they're confident enough to go and try again and again. It doesn't matter whether you fall, it's about do you rise above.
Yeah, and stepping up to the task and order, right? Team Vitality, that's got to be a huge confidence boost. Taking the first series against Dominator Esports in the way that they did it, this is a great one. And they probably learned a lot more about themselves, you know, if 2-1 instead of the 2-0, right? I think that they would have learned a lot in this one.
I mean, okay, let's be honest. It was meant to be in the other direction. So the 2 was meant to be on the other side. But the fact that they came back and in such a fashion, they allowed the lead to come in from DMT, but they slapped their faces and said, no, sit down. We're going to show you how the real champions play.
I'm telling you, man, like at the end of the day, this game is completely just the representation of what we want to see in this KWC. Unexpected results. We want to see top level, almost steals over there on the Tempest Dragons. Amazing. The players want to tell us a lot more about what they heard, about what they feel, what is going on through their minds. The interviews are ready. Mara, show to us.
Here with me is the man with a lot of swag. Gen.G, congratulations.
Yeah.
And you know, we can't help but notice you're here. And a lot of people are talking about it online even, and they're saying that this is the hair color buff. Is there a story behind this?
Maybe because before this game, S7 against who? Loops, right? Yeah, and then after the game, S7 is win, right? I was say to us, my teammate, I say, you see, S7 Danny, he hair is silver, right? Then all of the loops is blonde color, right? I was like, say, today we gonna do win because 10x blonde and I was silver, right? Yeah, destiny.
It's destiny. And
I mean, I think so.
and you know what? while we're watching all the players, you're the one who stood out. You're the one who's standing out in front, out of everybody. Now let's talk about the opponent. They brought out a new hero that we haven't seen before in the international scene, and that's the floorborn tank. Were you guys caught by surprise, and how were you guys able to adjust so quickly with something that you don't see normally?
Yeah, when he picked floorborn tank, we was like, oh yeah, thanks God, you know.
Why?
Yeah, because our hero bit good to against floorborn tank. Yeah.
Now, everyone is saying that you're the man. In fact, the game earlier with Alpha 7, Danny said he wanted to face you guys. He said he has a lot of respect for you, but he thinks that Alpha 7 is much stronger. You're going to face each other next. There's the camera right there. Is there something that you want to say to Danny after saying that to you?
I love you, Danny. So, yeah, I love you. Give me to win.
Thank you so much once again. Congratulations. And now we're going to break things down for you. We're going to take a look at the highlights. So casters, leave the gorge.
Who doesn't love Danny? Well, I know we do, and since Satoru Goju means the same, so very well done. Thank you very much. Thank you. It was really nice for you to say this. A lot of people take it too seriously, man. Like, everyone is just expecting that everyone's gonna be like, oh yeah, we're going to go and take you. And you're like, nah, I love Danny, man. I'm chill with the man, so why not? Love it. Thank you very much. Thank you on that amazing interview. Well, right now, the brackets are already set for this group. It's going to be A7 against Team Vitality, exactly what Danny was calling. And then on the other side, it's going to be Loops against Dominator Esports, something that not a lot of people was seeing happening.
Oh, exactly. I did not expect that to happen today. I mean, the performance, a lot of teams have reinvented themselves today, and we will have a lot more as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at those. Both of those two series, the lower seeded team from the regionals actually ended up prevailing in both of them. That's actually kind of crazy.
Is that going to be a trend that we're going to see? Who knows? It was 10 players out there for this match, and one of them stood the highest as the MVP of this whole thing, and that's going to be Zan from Team Vitality.
Yeah, Zan on this Marco Polo. He made a couple of very good calls. His Fever Barrage, that ultimate, the spinning, pistols coming out. He had 506 on his KDA. I know I say that KDA is not important, but it helps to have a good KDA.
Yeah, okay. I thought it was very funny that you're going with KDA on that one. And I'm pretty sure Zan has a higher than 25% win rate. This is a guy that was just really next level. Just not dying. It's very hard to do on the Marco Polo because it's a very finesse type of hero. And every single moment that he went in, he had such an impact.
I like the fact that, look, Zan, he has showed us that Marco Polo is definitely a viable pick in the Gorge, in the professional level here at KWC, a global platform. At the same time, it also highlights the strength of team play. He was assisted by a lot of members, especially like Tufts. We were talking about the Fatih. He was on fire, and that allowed Zan to really perform to his best.
Yeah, and it looks like the team is really starting to kind of gel well together. You're seeing it, right? Especially in game 1 and 3. Very dominant performances, really taking the fight to them and not playing scared.
Yeah, it kind of takes away that concept of like, yeah, they kind of edged it out. No, this was a very strong performance from Vitality.
Yeah, and I want to see more of Team Vitality. I think that was a very impressive win. But are they of the same level of Alpha 7?
Good question.
I don't know, man. Like, we're gonna have to wait and see, because right now, Alpha 7 and Team Vitality are waiting for their match, man, that is gonna come in a couple days. But next match up that we're gonna have for today is not gonna have those two. It's going to have Blacklist International against Paws Gaming. That's gonna be our next match of today's amazing 4 matches.
This one is a spicy one. Blacklist International, they're coming in strong. They are also current champions. Paws Gaming also current champion. So it's champion v champion. How are we going to see the result of this game?
Yeah, it's the KWC, man. Yeah. It is the KWC. It's just champions everywhere. It is the best of the best. Internationally top level competition of everything that we want in here. Ladies and gentlemen, half of the games for today are done. We still have one more half coming ahead. We're super excited about it. I know you do as well. Stay online and we'll be back with the KWC 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we are back. The energy cannot drop because Game 1 and Game 2, there were amazing performances of KWC 2025. And right now, we're going to move into the next game. The next game is going to have Blacklist against Paws, and that's going to be amazing. And since we know that you want to get the best information, you want to get the best casting, we decided just to give Holler and Kintofu a little bit of a rest. And with me right now, we have Blam and Saggy. Blam, Saggy, you guys, welcome to the KWC 2025. I hope that you guys are going to enjoy it. But first of all, what do you think about the first two games?
I mean, it was absolutely phenomenal, right? Like, that is a way we wanted to kick off KWC. Is a full best of three, but they had to bring that kind of flavor, right? Because if they didn't bring their full, they don't really have that privilege to drop down and be like, it's only one best of three, because it's only one best of three. We have to climb up and potentially get to the last chance qualifier.
Exactly, and right now we've seen back-to-back full best of threes between the Brazil Chalk BR teams and the IKL teams. And right now, if you ask me right now, the situation is definitely full-blown right now. You get both of the lower tier, not the lower tier teams, the lower seeding teams advancing to a shot directly to the playoffs. Wow, the two teams that lost today, which happens to be Dominator and which happens to be Loops, right now they are fighting for a chance for survival at the lower bracket. If that's not a storyline, I don't know what is right now, Blam.
The KWC is like that, Saggy. It is just the top competition of Honor of Kings in the whole year. You have the best teams from every single region coming in here, all the way here to Saudi Arabia to try their very best to be the winners, to be crowned the champions. Some of them are going to make it through the upper bracket. Some of them are going to have to go through the lower bracket, man. And I know that both teams in this match, they want to take the dub and they want to move forward. Let's start talking about Blacklist. Blacklist, such a strong team. It is made out of a lot of players that are a lot of fans. Very, very, very popular players.
Very popular. I mean, Chammy1, Gen.G are definitely kind of like their core players. They have a lot of fans. Obviously, they both stream as well, but it is also with Dragon and Golden Kite and Chaz as their support. And obviously, as you can see, Dragon, Golden Kite are twins. They are twins. Maybe that's what's going to be the buff to get them and try and beat Paws Gaming, because, I mean, right now, Paws Gaming are undefeated since WKS.
Ooh, undefeated, and right now, will they be able to continue their dominance is the question, because we have seen from time to time, Blacklist International, Dominator, dominating the entire season just to lose the grand finals. Will that be the same storyline for Paws SG today, or will it be a different story? I want to see how Paws SG performs internationally this time in KWC, because, man, they have a stacked roster as well.
Very stacked roster.
A lot of things that we can talk about Blacklist, right? Because Blacklist, number one, the road all the way here until the KWC has had ups and downs as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's it. They got to, obviously, top 4 within Season 3 Invitational. They were the dominant force within the PKL until the final fight, which is the fight that they dropped, and it's the most unfortunate one to drop, right? You are the grand finals. You took it all the way through there to be the top dog, to then get knocked down quite a few notches, but I think that's a difference between a best of 7 and the best of 3, right? Like a best of 3, anything can happen.
Exactly. Best of 3, it challenges your mental state. Clutch moments, because this best of 3 is not just another best of 3 that you play in your home region. It's a best of 3 that decides your fate directly to the playoffs or directly to the second chance, the last chance qualifiers here. So this best of 3, it is full of stakes at hand for these two teams.
Blacklist is not going to have an easy job because they're going to be facing Paws Gaming. They are coming in top shape. It's just amazing just to watch Paws Gaming play right now, because when you think that someone is in the zone, they are in the zone right now.
Yes, undefeated team, like we said, in the WKS. Snow, Maya Sotis, Xiao Yang, Feng Jie, and Xing Ling as well. It's going to be representing these team, Paws Gaming, as we're seeing them obviously walk into the studio. And any of those fans from EWC last year will notice that 3 of these teammates were in the competition, representing a different organization. So now they're looking to come back and try to put a further stamp on these players' names.
Exactly. With the experience that they harnessed back in the last year's EWC, this year coming back with that experience, they're definitely going to be looking to strive even further towards the rankings. Looking for the playoff spot is their primary target right now. But hey, it's Blacklist International. They will definitely look for a way to break the code.
Lads, do you think that that experience is really going to be fundamental for them to be able to take an advantage? Or is that experience just not something that important that we need to factor in?
I think it's something we should factor in, but also factor in the fact that back in 2024, we didn't have the global ban pick, right? And that's been one of the things I've noticed this year that's really shaken up the whole of Honor of Kings Esports 2025, right? Like, there's been teams that were pretty much creme de la creme in 2024, and they've been brought all the way down. A little bit of a reality check for some of these teams, and that the hero pool needs to increase.
Exactly. We talk about global ban pick, the GBP system that has been introduced, as you mentioned. It tests the hero pool that you mentioned. If you pick this hero, you cannot repeat the pick again in the second game. So this tests the depths, the mastery of all these hero picks that you have to practice in your practice matches. Because if you know only like 3 heroes, you're going to get banned out and you're going to be the weak spot, the weakling of your team. So definitely, GPP being introduced into this KWC, into our HOKS3 is definitely one of the most interesting systems we have so far in KWC.
Let's talk a little bit about hero pools, because right now we have a very interesting topic with the global ban pick, right? Like you choose a hero once, you cannot choose it again. That is going to test how deep your hero pool is, how many heroes you can actually master. In terms of that, Paws Gaming or Blacklist, which one of them has a deeper hero pool in your opinion?
I mean, for me, I do love the guys over at Blacklist, but stats speak facts, right? We look at WKS, there was a lot more pocket picks coming through for the side of Paws Gaming. They like to go for picks like the Guaigutsu, which we've probably never seen once within the PKL. So all these kind of picks that do come through for WKS is going to keep the guys over on Blacklist guessing their next move.
Exactly. When we talk about all these surprise pocket picks, it might factor into experience, and all these experience, they can bring it to today's stage against Blacklist in this tournament. Just like we saw just now, there was the final pick that came out for Dominators at him. So definitely all these pocket picks or all these secret strats, it can counter the meta. It's not always the picks of meta that will work, but sometimes these pocket picks, it will show superior effect if you put it into great use.
That's interesting, because if you always pick meta, then it means that everyone knows what to counter. Everyone is just going to make all of the research on how do I counter the meta, how do I counter the Ogren, how do I counter the Arlie. Like all of these picks are going to be very well studied. Being able to find ways around that is why we have coaches. Coaches are so important. We know that the two of you spend a lot of time just kind of like researching about this. If you were the coach for Paws or the coach for Blacklist, what will be going in your mind?
I think it's just kind of like judging where they're going to be going in these first little picks of the draft, right? Like, what's the first two bans going to be? Is it going to kind of follow the suit of the past two series, where we've seen a very heavy ban onto the likes of the Mai Shiranui, as well as the Ali as well? Or are they going to try and go for and allow these picks to go through, which we've seen once already? I mean, DMT was able to pick it up and still fumbled the bag with it.
Exactly, fumbling the bag. But we don't want to see it in this series. And especially, I want to point out one thing. Luna has yet to be picked so far in this tournament. It has so much priority in terms of the ban phase right now. Whoever team between Myotosis or Gen.G, these two players are the core two players to pick out this pick. So definitely Luna, I want to see either of these teams utilize this pick and getting a point out of this series.
Yeah, I mean, because if we break it down region by region, obviously Luna in the MKL, which is obviously a region that we both casted, Sagi, definitely had a high priority here. But we are getting into the draft of game number one, and the Luna, like you said, Paws Gaming banning it out first pick.
Exactly. If you fight against Gen.G, his signature pick, one of his signature picks has to be Luna right here. And Blacklist International, knowing for a fact that, hey, Dharma, Diadia, looking for the previous series, has shown results in their matches here. So definitely removing them is the staple bans coming in from Blacklist International.
Yes, Blacklist International coming out, obviously huge bans. There it is, the Mai Shiranui, like we did say, but it does allow the Ali to be picked up here for Blacklist International. Will this be Golden Kite locking it in? I feel like they have to on blue side, right? Like if they don't pick it up on blue side, and then you get the reactive red side, so you can get to pick the Ali and something else to counter whatever they go for the blue first pick. It's pretty detrimental here.
But hey, it's Coach TD. We know from time to time Blacklist is capable of whipping out these surprise picks. But definitely, as you mentioned, Arlie is one of the best, if not the best marksman out there. Which in fact, Blacklist proven to us it is true. Arlie locked in for the side of Blacklist International for their first game here in KWC 2025.
Oh, look at that red side. Pei and Byron coming through. This has been one of the most aggressive combos for the majority of all the leagues, right? The amount of aggression, the engage potential with these two picks.
It doesn't get more meta than that, isn't it? Just like Pei and Byron, Pei the pacing that he can have, and at the same Byron just being fully independent, just to take that clash lane and then just completely dominate.
I agree with you exactly. Like Byron, this hero has such a strong lane into any of the picks, and Pei, superior tempo. When we talk about superior tempo, you cannot forget about the Ogren. This hero, when he scales, when he's funneled gold into the jungle, he is a monster of a tank.
Monster of a tank indeed. I mean, if we're looking at obviously potential counters for the Ogren, you kind of got to look at positions of the support, right? Because I mean, we're not going to be seeing the Masashi come through because again, Pei already being picked up there into the jungle. So getting some more control, getting some massive CC like the Yixing here is going to be what the Paws Gaming group are looking to go for, right? Like have some control. That is what they were lacking within this one. But going on to the second ban phase here.
Going into the second ban phase, the Fatigue, the hero that we've seen from the last 2 series that has almost 100% pick rate, has been banned out from the side of Paws Gaming. And furthermore, Sun Ce as well has been banned out. For these 2 heroes to be banned out, they are limiting Chammy's pull into the Clash lane here. For the side of Blacklist International, they look to ban out 2 of the roamers pull right here, targeting Qingling in the roamer role.
On the BO3s right now, we're seeing Fatigue just being a very strong pick, right? And I think that every single player that has picked Fatih in these games has had already like very good luck. Like it's been able to farm really well. It's a hero that right now just farms really quickly. And at the same time, whenever that he's very strong, it's very difficult to kill.
Very difficult to kill. You need to kind of draft like a very heavy CC team to stop like any kind of sustain that comes from the party, but also stopping him kind of like lashing around the team fight. But looking at Paws Gaming here, they are locking in the ladies soon, so locking in their marksman a little bit more earlier here, since they haven't really banished or punished the marksman pick within this draft, which is a little bit something different we've been seeing in the previous tournaments, right?
Exactly. Feng Jie, as you know, Paws FMVP of WKS. Getting his hands on the Lady Sun will be detrimental for the South Paws draft. But yet again, you have the Blacklist International locking Guan Yu. They want total lockdown on this lady. So from time to time again, we see protected president team composition coming in from all these teams. But who's there to break it apart is the Guan Yu pick here being locked in by none other Chammy 1.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of bullying, right? I mean, you've got the push away from the Ali ult. You've also got Motsu that's going to be able to pick you off from a range, get you locked down. But then you've got, obviously, Chammy on the Guan Yu, which we know, like you said there, Sagi, is one of his prio picks. So the bullying that could potentially come through here on the side of Blacklist International could be pretty huge. I mean, let's look at where Paws Gaming can kind of try and bring this down. Like, in terms of damage, if they start taking off the Nua, if they start taking out the Ali, damage is going to be a bit of an issue here for them.
But when we talk about damage being an issue, that's not Paws SG's concern. No. They lock in the main. They want to fully funnel the damage towards the Lady Sun right now. The game plan is simple. You funnel gold to Paul SG's to carry, the pay, the Lady Sun. So for the side of Blacklist, you definitely have to have this Guan Yu to break the backline.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am not very happy with the Paws composition. I think it's very Lady Sun dependent. And if Lady Sun was to fall, I don't know what's going to happen. But well, we'll get to see as the Gorge is right now getting open for the second half of the games for today. On the blue side, Blacklist. On the right side, Paws.
Paws, exactly. That's what I mean, right? Like, if they are very heavily dependent on the survival of Lady Sun, like Asagi rightly coined it, it is protect Madame President, right? So they've got to be doing that within these team fights right now. A little bit of tip attack going on into the mid lane, just trying to get that sort of longer range distance from Paws.
But yet again, a short pause coming in for the side of the tournament. We might be having some technical difficulties, so do keep in check right now as we check on the issue real quick.
Yeah, exactly. A pause coming through. I mean, we've had no pauses at this point. We get Paws Gaming going onto the stage. It's Paws. Paws Gaming, isn't it? So we're going for that one. A little bit of a dad joke there from me, so you can take that one on the chin. But yeah, again, the drafts here are looking to be very sort of different between both of these two teams, right? Like the front line onto the side of Paws Gaming, very heavily dependent on Byron, and onto the side of Blacklist, we're looking at the Organ.
Exactly, and if you were to break down both these teams' priority and objective, we want to see Blacklist be able to push out using Chammy's Guan Yu, the Razor Cavalry, onto the backline to make sure that Feng Jie on this Lady Sun does not get to play a fun game. For the side of Paws Gaming, you want the same thing as well. You want to protect Feng Jie and pay on Myotosis to make sure that these two carries can have a safe environment to dish out DPS. So definitely both these two team comps, they clash in terms of their objective here. It depends on execution and whoever pulls the trigger first.
Yeah, exactly. Execution, pulling the trigger first is what is going to be the forefront of both of these teams' minds going into these engages, right? So they've got to be careful. Depending on the Lady Sun, they can't allow that pick to be picked off within the team fights too early. So right now we're just waiting for this pause to come through and then get back onto the Gorge. But looking at these drafts, sort of which one are you favoring more?
Well, for me, I think picking Ming into a Guan Yu is a bit of a risky pick. It's very high risk, high reward. Yes, you do give the damage, but hold on a moment though, as Paws, Myotosis is looking to invade the jungle.
Yeah, he's very cocky here, right? Like 3v1, trying to contest the Azure Golem is something that only Myotosis here, it seems, could escape that. Like they didn't try and punish him onto the side of Blacklist.
Exactly. Chaz there looking for a play, but burning the flash early towards the game. But we mentioned so much about the drafts for both teams, but yet again, we need to talk about the jungle matchup as well. If Myotosis does scale off, if he doesn't get all these jungle invades, he doesn't get this jungle lead, it's definitely going to be a hard cookie to swallow for the side of Paul's draft.
Yeah, you don't want to be swallowing a full cookie, right? But what you do want to be swallowing, at least into the game, is putting Battle on with the CD key to get some freebies in game. So if you catch that on the screen, lock that in and get yourself some freebies on behalf of us at KWC. But right now, in terms of obviously gold, we're seeing the Paws Gaming are just kind of edging that out ever so slightly, thanks to taking and contesting some of these side camps.
Exactly, side camps are the name of the game because the fire beak from the bot side only spawns once. Once that is gone, it is gone forever on the gorge. For the side top side, that is the primary place where you want to contest the objective. The river sprite, 40-dimensional sprite, is definitely the key thing. But hold on a moment, though, Golden Kite takes a big chunk.
Yeah, we do obviously exhaust the flash here from Gen.G. It's going to be detrimental here. The cannon blast coming through is going to be enough to stop them. We do get the emergence here from Dragon. First blood going up to the side of Blacklist and potentially getting some more here. Jingling and Gen.G looking pretty low, but so is Dragon. He gets taken down. That is looking like a 2-0 trade for Paws.
2-0 trade coming in from Paws in the 2v3 situation. And what's next? The jungle has faltered for the side of Blacklist International. Things are not looking good because losing bot side in a 3v3 situation, you lose the top side. But hold on a moment though.
Oh, that was brilliant. Cannon blast coming through here. That's a nice thing to come through. Not going to quite connect and lock down the lady soon, but that is pretty much a constellation prize here for the side of Paws Gaming.
Exactly. 2 minutes in, almost 3. A 2,000 goal lead already cemented for the side of Paws SG. It is such a strong lead coming in such an early game.
Very early game. Very aggressive from what we've seen in the past 2 series, right? Like, I remember, I think it was Loops against Alpha 7. It took a while to get that first blood.
Exactly. Loops against Alpha 7 took a while for the first blood. Same goes to Dominator versus Vitality. But this game is looking hot and fire just 3 minutes in.
Yeah, 3 minutes in. I mean, what we're looking at around about a 2K gold difference already for the side of Paws Gaming. So that's already something that Blacklist International have to stop. They need to make sure that that doesn't keep amassing.
Exactly. And Paws SG, who do we coin? Feng Jie, the FMVP player of their team, the farming, the marksman on Lady Sun. He did that 2v3 alongside with Xingling. That was beautiful. Kiting away from the side of Dragon's emergence, immediately making it such an important win for them. Translating that towards the top side, getting more jungle caps, making sure that they have number advantage at the top side.
Yeah, I mean, these side lanes are both where they're going to be looking at within both of these drafts, right? Like, we really need to put some very big emphasis on the potential of if you don't focus enough or give enough resources over to the early, it's going to suffer going into the late game, especially against a pick like the Lady Soon.
Exactly. When we talk about late game, early, yes, a very strong early to mid-game tempo once you unlock the Doomsday, capable of dominating the side lane. But yet again, your DPS, your burst, does not equate to Lady Sun's late game. Lady Sun, once you get that rolling rate in, you get that 4 items, your burst is just insane. Let alone, you have that Ming as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's many times I've faced that in ranked matches, right? Like, you think you're safe under that T1 and then those rolling raids come through, they give you that one tap, you know, oh, my life flashed before my eyes. So for those obviously watching, you may want to kind of like look into Lady Soon. It's a great pick. One of the most, I would say, prioritize popular picks within the farm lane as well.
Exactly. If you look to pick up the farm lane, definitely Arlie, one of the best in terms of micro mechanics. If you like flashy, mobile heroes, definitely Arlie is the go-to pick for you to pick up. But if you want those long-range bursts, high DPS sort of hero, definitely you can look at Lady Sun as well. The rolling rate, the shell damage coming in from all her spell set, a very high burst hero.
Very high burst hero. And we can kind of break it down even further than that, right? I mean, Arlie compared to the Lady Sun, there's definitely more of a gap in terms of the way that you play this hero, right? Like Ali has a much more chance of getting out alive, whereas Lady Sun, she has to, the whole thing about a kit, she has to roll in, she does more damage rolling in. If she rolls out, it's kind of like you're losing that kind of edge. Your team, or your enemy team already knows that you kind of rolling away with your tail between your legs.
Exactly. Well said, Blam. But definitely looking at these two teams' draft, we sort of have a bit of a technical issue here, but it's okay. We'll get that solved real quick. But looking at these two teams' draft, we talk about you need the mid game for the side of Blacklist to work out, because you need the Ogran to get items, to be tanky. You need Arlie to get Doomsday, the item, to make sure that she scales out of the laning phase 4th minute. But right now, things have just blew out apart. Paul SG getting that 2 kills, getting that topside jungle, just blew Blacklist all apart in just one moment.
In just one moment. I mean, if we saw the takedown of the Lady Soon like we almost did there into the bot side of the map, especially with the cannon blast from the Motsu, I feel like that could have definitely put a bit more of a pace for the side of Blacklist to come through with a little bit more stronger footing before that 4-minute mark. But right now, they can't do that. They can't rewind time. They don't have an Hino on their team. So they've just got to take that one on the chin. They've got to make sure that they get that focus into the bot side of the map, because that Tyrant fight is going to be really important for those two marksmen.
Exactly. But once again, when we talk about Blacklist, we always talk about potential comeback moments.
Yes.
That's why they tend to break the code. They're analyzing the code right now, and they're looking for opportunity to really come back, because one thing's for sure, we haven't seen Chammy been activated yet.
Yes.
His Razor Cavalry is still offline. Once it's activated, maybe the Tyrant fight, maybe the 10th-minute mark, we might see an engage coming in from this important Guan Yu pick on Chammy, looking for these flanks on the side of Paul SG.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely that one kind of spectrum that we could look at, right? Like going for the Guan Yu, looking at obviously Chammy 1's potential on that pick into the later team fights, into the neutral objectives. But the thing is, if they get the focus into that top side of the map, onto the side of Paws Gaming, then Chammy 1 doesn't really have that safety net to go back to, right? He doesn't get to go back to ground zero. He has to kind of make sure he is roaming around a little bit more to make him seem a little bit more viable. But we are back up the Paws. We are back in on the action, and there is some ultimates being expended right now. Think inside the box. The emergence coming through. A double kill pickup here for Blacklist International.
What did I say, Blam? Breaking the code. They analyzed the code, and they got such a beautiful engage on the duo of the side of Paul SG's farm lane. Right now, you gotta think more, because the goalie is still 2,000 healthy for the side of Paul SG. You gotta find more of these opportunities to break this ball in apart.
Yes, again, just committing some more cannon blast here, just to push away Myosotis here. But you say they need to think more. Is there not enough thinking with the think inside the box ultimate?
I think that's a lot of think. They think inside the box, and right now, Chammy 1 and Byron on the hands of Snow, they are looking to contest this Tyrant on the map.
Yes, Chammy 1 coming into the back line here. Obviously, already putting a bit of strange onto Xiao Yang, but it is going to be the Tyrant going up the side of Paws Gaming for now. Snow just getting out of there. He was able to put himself into the front line just to soak a lot of that damage for his teams.
Well, the Tyrant buff goes over the hands of Paul SG. If you need more damage, the main D-Tyrant is now on the hands of Paul SG. That's a lot of damage for this Lady Sun.
Yeah, a lot of damage, right? I mean, just getting that extra bit of damage, that movement speed as well means she's going to be able to roam around the gorge and clear a little bit faster.
Exactly, and right now we are looking at the form of jungle sharing, the camp sharing from the side of Paul SG to further elevate Feng Jie on this Lady Sun to a higher level, making sure that he gets the items he needs to really scale towards the mid-late stages of the game.
That's what we're looking at right now. I mean, if you look at obviously gold per lane right now, obviously only 500 difference in the bot side of the map, so there's still room for error here for the side of Paws Gaming for Blacklist Golden Kite to come back into this race.
Exactly. Goal-wise, it's about the same for both teams, but right now we have to put focus on Myosotis as well on this pick, because this man, he's rocking a 600 gold lead. Not the best, but hold on. He is making sure these tempos are paying off, securing the Tyrant and looking for all these jungle camps. One good thing about P in the jungle, he has so much mobility, and his clear speed is insanely fast. A perfect tempo jungler for you at home out there, for those players who like to enjoy fast tempo jungles.
Yeah, if you're an aggressive player, you need to pick up that jungler, right? Either the Ogren or the Pei. They both play very aggressively into the jungle, picking up the jungle clear very fast, but they all have their different motives, right? going into the late game, going into the mid game to late game, Orgren's going to be a lot more tankier, whereas Pei kind of falls off at that point.
Exactly, and looking at both these two team draft, I do want to point out that Blacklist draft is definitely more easy to execute, looking for these backline engages. For the side of Paws draft, it's looking like they need a lot of micro mechanics or their decision making to really amp up the tempo, because right now, one bad misposition coming in from Paws SG, that will spell doom for the side of them.
Yeah, massive doom, right? Like their Paws Gaming, like you're saying there, Sagi, they are looking for that correct pickoff. They're looking for that prime target, which is before a neutral objective fight, would be looking at like Joshi and the Orgren, or maybe even potentially taking off Golden Kite or Dragon, obviously taking the damage off the side of Blacklist International.
Exactly, and we look at the current tempo right now. The Crimson Golem goes over the side of Golden Kite on this early. It gives you true damage and gives you slow on your basic attack. So it's a perfect buff for a marksman here. But hold on a minute though, Paws Feng-Jie is looking to pressure down this tower.
Yeah, Emerge coming through. Obviously, Cannonblast is not going to stop this T2 takedown into the farm lane. That is Feng-Jie picking up another T2. So that's already putting a lot of pressure onto the marksman, onto the side of Blacklist International, which on an early is not the best case scenario you want to be in.
I agree. Right now, the entire tempo is, as you mentioned, following the tempo of Paws SG. We need to find a way, if you're a Blacklist International fan, to really look into this. And look at the goal chart right now. The top two carries, one side of Paws is just rocking this goalie.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly where you want Pei and Lady Soon to be, right? They need to be top two, especially within the overall goal chart. But if we look at top four, we've got 3 out of 4 of the side of Paws Gaming occupying that position within the goal chart. But right now, if we're looking at Blacklist International, what did they need to do to come back in here? We'll hold that thought for a second as the passive onto the side of Xiao Yang is actually going to be exhausted there. The Annihilation is not going to annihilate anybody today, but the T1 here in the mid lane may go down, as well as the T1 traded onto the side of Paws.
This is what I'm talking about. One small mistake, that's going to cost you. Blacklist took the opportunity and they took one of the most important towers of the game, the mid tower. Right now, Maltosis here is looking to be caught out by Chami here, but he leaps away to safety.
Yeah, I mean, he's done enough damage that T2 into the clash lane to basically make Blacklist think, oh, we need to make sure we're giving some TLC to these side lanes now, because if they don't, that's where we see Paws Gaming start to create a backdoor.
Exactly, and looking at the goal chart right now, the damage chart, Chaz on the roam, on the Moses, dealt the most damage here, but both teams head on strong on this Tyrant.
Yeah, pretty much going over the Tyrant there. The Conductor Soul's actually being conducted for the side of Blacklist. It's going to be enough to create some space. There is, we see Blacklist International picking up the Tyrant from the side of Paws, but is Chaz going to go down? He does get taken down. Golden Kite's able to slip out of there. The Razor Cavalry pushes Myosotis into the teammates of Blacklist.
But still, that's a positive win coming from the side of Paws. 2 kills, losing a Tyrant, it's fine. They're preparing for the 10th minute mark right now. Look at the amount of pressure they have. Feng-Jie and Qingling is knocking onto the tier 3 for the side of Blacklist right now. Can Golden Kite defend this? I don't think so.
No, I mean, they're definitely going to lose that T3 right there. It goes down with a moment's notice, but same time, Chaz is now back up. We see Golden Kite taking way too much damage for my liking on the Ali, having to go back to base.
That's a lot of damage coming in from the side of a ladies. So ladies and gentlemen, that combo almost took out Golden Kite on the early here. And 30 seconds on clock, that will be the Shadow variant, the empowered objectives on the Overlord, on the Tyrant. That's going to be spawned on the map.
Yeah, a very aggressive playstyle here from Paws, right? Like, they've really worked those side lanes. They've really given over a lot of resources to Feng-Jie on the ladies soon. As you can see here, 7.9k. It's now a 1k goldie down to that farm lane. This is shaky waters for the side of Blacklist.
But still, 10 minutes. This is the key team fight that we have to look at. This team fight, whoever wins this will take the next 5 minutes tempo. You get the damage buff. You might be able to force team fights or force your enemy team to avoid you at all costs.
They do need to avoid you at all costs here with the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord, and now onto the Gorge. This is the 10-minute mark, right? We are getting into that mid to late game territory, which is where the Lady Soon already with 2 to 1 kills here onto the side of Paws Gaming is only going to get stronger. We do see a takedown of the trade down to T1 here, so a bit of pressure onto the side of Paws into the farm lane, but we are getting a takedown onto Golden Kite. The damage is being taken off the side of Blacklist International as we see dismantled right now. Paws Gaming, they get the backdoor, like we said moments ago, rush it in the mid lane, farm lane.
Fengjie, untouchable, immediately kiting his way out of Chammy 1, out of Golden Kite's flank. And right now, they are knocking on the crystal, and they are about to cement themselves as the first game winner of this best of 3 series.
The quickest series, I think, yet. That is under 11 minutes.
Wow. Isaac. Oh, for me, I probably want to get Isaac's thoughts real quick, but for me, that was an insane game coming in from the side of Qingling and Fengjie. They played phenomenal from the 2v3 into the bot lane, from that insane teamfight at the Tyrant. Well, what did we say? Tyrant does contribute to the end game towards the lead building. But yet again, that 5-4-0 trade coming in from the side of Paws SG, that was immaculate.
I'm telling you, this was the fastest game ever, man, that we have had in this whole day. It was quick, it was intense. We were thinking a little bit about the compositions. I did not believe at the beginning, but you know what? Fengjie came in and then he told me, you gotta start believing in me, you know?
It made you a believer. It was like, hey, you aren't a believer right now. We're going to make you believe. And even with those 2 pauses as well, right? Like, they were just like, 11-minute game? Sure, why not? Let's go for it. But the aggression, we saw it into before the mid-game mark, right? They really made a great effort of creating a backdoor into that farm lane.
Yes.
And that's exactly what they did. They were always thinking 2 steps ahead.
They were thinking 2 steps ahead, and Fengjie and Qingling played this phenomenal. They were always positioned in the correct position to avoid these catches coming in from Chammy and Golden Kite. Look at this last fight. Golden Kite goes in, Fengjie immediately responds with a flash. Chammy 1 comes in, but it's all little too late. Golden Kite has already been liberated from the map, and all things, it's Chammy 1 alone. And Fengjie, even if he drops here, the game is still gonna be for the side of Paws.
Exactly that. I mean, the fact is that we obviously saw Chammy 1 get into that team fight towards the end very late, and we knew that Paws Gaming knew what they had to do to deconstruct the code that is Blacklist. They had to take that damage off of that team before they could go in onto Chammy as well.
It was interesting to watch in terms of Blacklist came in with a clear plan, right? Like that one you pick for sure, that Mozi pick for sure. They came in just trying to counter something in a pretty abstract way, in a completely different thought, but it was difficult for them. Fengjie in that Lady Sun, let's talk about that. Lady Sun and Ming, high risk, high reward. Is that something that we want to toss out there for the people watching right now the stream?
Well, if you're a duo queue and you want to play all these high risk, high reward, high tempo sort of strong laning duo in the farm lane and roam, Lady Sun and Ming, Fengjie and Qingling definitely prove a point to us. With that 2v3 in the bot lane, that was just beautiful.
Exactly. I mean, even on my streams, right, like I get my duo to be like, hey, what support do you want me to play? They always like to play Deity. I'm like, no, I'm going to go consult you. I need you on the Ming. And the damage that comes through in the early game, chef's kiss.
Is that a 100% win rate that you're talking about?
It's close. It's close. It's not 100%. It's close.
Is it like 90% close to 100% or like 50% close to 100%?
I'll be charitable and say 85%.
All right. You carry me, please. You gotta carry me, man. Thank you very much. Well, you know, Lady Sun and Ming is one of those pairs that we can have right over there. Everyone at home, if you have a friend that is going online, go and give it a try. It's a super important thing to master. Any other pairs that are right over there that we want to just kind of like toss out there for the audience?
I just think anything that has great damage, like naturally, say for example, like the Consort U, Lung, obviously you're not going to see that paired with the Ming within competitive, but it's going to be able to push you within ranked, especially if you're able to communicate with your duo as well.
But hold on, if we talk about all these marksman pick, like Lady Sun, like Long, like All In, we gotta give props to a certain someone, which is Fengjie, right? He was a pretty immaculate Lady Sun in my case. I was thinking like, man, this guy was styling on the coders. He was just diving, dashing on the gorge, and he was doing everything he can to dish out all the DPS that he needed.
He did. I mean, not only to the enemy heroes, but to those very crucial T1s, T2s, and T3s into that farm lane, because he was the actual moment that was able to create that backdoor effort.
It is an important moment just for players inside of the game, just to stand up and then just to say like, okay, I want to be the person that carries the flag for our team in this game. And who carried the flag for the team in this game, man? Who else? It was Fengjie with the MVP, man. A KDI of 4-1-5, which we've been talking a lot of not being something that crucial. But what was crucial from Fengjie in this moment was coming in the right moments.
Right moments, and I think to the detriment of Blacklist is the fact that they didn't really give the focus and care that they needed to do into the farm lane. Like, if they stop this early, if they stop this beast that is now the MVP onto the lane soon, we could be seeing a different playstyle, a different alternative here.
But definitely, look at him. 40% damage dealt and 29.1% damage taken. It means that a lot of these times, Blacklist was really trying to catch this man, the MVP, off guard. But yet again, his superior positioning, his awareness of the map state was just too darn good.
Too darn good, and especially the healing from the Ming's ultimate as well, right? Like, that's going to be the lifeline that you need to get out of there. In some of those cases where we saw Bungie really low on health, that heal came through in the nick of time.
It was important for us to see. Now, let's imagine that we're going to move into the next game, okay? We go into game 2. What does Blacklist need to do for them to keep a little bit of the hope of moving forward to the upper bracket?
I mean, draft-wise, it wasn't really the problem wasn't the draft, it was the execution, right? Like, they were on a timer exactly like Paws Gaming, but Paws Gaming played to their timing perfectly. They were putting on the aggression, they was funneling all the resources into not only Bungie, but also Myosotis into the jungle. So that's exactly what they needed to do to get that early win, because if they didn't finish like 12 minutes, it would have been a different story for Blacklist.
But indeed, the execution, the key playmaking, all these contribute to the victory. But yet again, we have to focus on one thing that really contributed to this mid to late game for the side of Paws SG. It was really due to the fact that Fengjie and Qingling had such a dominant laning phase. They were schooling on Golden Kai and Chaz in the farm lane. So if you're a Blacklist fan, you gotta wonder, are we still gonna go head to head in the farm lane, or are we gonna play towards Chammy's tempo? Are we gonna play towards Gen.G's tempo? So maybe a fix, maybe a change of tempo will really breathe life into the game 2 of the series.
Exactly. I mean, it's all going to be answered, obviously, within the game 2's draft, right? Obviously, we saw the likes of the Luna being banned out, which is obviously what you coined is Gen.G's one of his favorite picks, right? Like, taking off the Luna is going to kind of revert him into that tank role within the jungle. And we already know for the side of Paws Gaming, they love to play these fast-paced, very aggressive junglers.
Fast pace. So moving into something very aggressive, something more on the assassins kind to jungler.
Yes.
Is that what you believe that Blacklist needs to do, or that's something that is up there for both of them?
It's up there for both of them. I mean, they could go for the Luna, obviously, if it gets through to the banning phase, which I probably think it's not going to.
Yeah, I don't think so
Gaming's
either,
done their homework.
Yeah.
They're going to be like, we're not going to kind of allow you to get a win. We kind of want a 2-0 victory here. So maybe they go for something like the Agudo, right? Like, try and go for something that's going to give them a little bit more sustain within the team fights.
Yep, exactly. I do agree for a fact that if playing towards farm lane doesn't work out, we can always look to play towards the other side. It's not always the roamer has to follow the marksman. The roamer is capable of enabling the mage, the mid lane, the jungle, or the clash lane. So these are all the potential that you can look for as a roamer here. So if you're a Blacklist International fan, you gotta wonder, what's the game plan next? What's the draft next? Who are we playing towards? Is it making Golden Kai play the safe side? Is it making sure that Chammy gets ahead? We have to figure out what's the game plan.
They do have to figure out the game plan, but I mean, if we look at Blacklist's drafting game number 1, it's not like they gave over, like, I don't know, like a B-tier jungler. They've sacrificed the Orgrin here. They honestly believed 100% into the Orgrin, as well as obviously pairing that with the Modsu that's going to set up those great plays with the Cannon Blast, but it just didn't come through because it was just too aggressive.
It was a very expensive formation, right? Because the Orgrin is already not there. They cannot use it anymore. Arlius it's cannot be used anymore. It's kind of like making Paws BP a little bit easier, I would say.
Yeah, I would say that as well. I mean, Asagi, what do you think is going to be going on into this BP here for either of these teams?
So you have the pressure on the side of Blacklist International to ban out their Arlie, because you have already expended Arlie, and looking at Fengjie's form and performance, you do not want to give this top priority marksman pick towards the hands of Fengjie, because this man is on fire right now. And looking at the draft, Dharma being banned out by the side Blacklist International, removing that high setup gameplay coming in from the side of Paws Snow.
Yeah, I mean, that's it, exactly right. I mean, we do have obviously one ban left on the board, which means did they go for the Luna ban or did they go for the Mai Shiranui? But that means that they do have the Mai Shiranui available here for Blacklist, and they're forcing them to take a high priority pick again just to dismantle him in game number 2.
Why is Mai Shiranui such a high priority pick? Because so much mobility. with the spell one, with the passive, with the ultimate, just making sure that she gets in and out of team fight with all these big sets. If we look at Dharma, yes, he does the same job, but Mai Xianhui, she is the tempo maker. She is the engine of the team. She's capable of making sure that your side lane is in a comfortable spot.
Burst damage coming in from Mai Xianhui as well, right? She can just stumble in, just delete a player from the composition, and then just immediately just stumble out.
Oh, yes, exactly. I mean, what a way to shut her down as well. I mean, if one Unruly Blade isn't enough, boy, you get two with Dolia. It's like, there you go. You get an Unruly Blade, you get an Unruly Blade, we all get an Unruly Blade into these. You can make some great engages, disengages, and obviously, as we know, Dune is a fantastic pick to soak damage.
Exactly, with the passive to really ramp up these healings by attacking damage, by doing damage to even anything. You get to heal rapidly up. So tanking for Dune, easy job. And coming with Dolia, definitely. And look at Blacklist International. They go for a faster tempo. Agudo and Zhangfei, they're looking to secure these early objectives. The side lane fire beat, the dimensional spread at the clash lane. So all these neutral objectives, Blacklist International is saying, hey, we are done playing the late mid-game fights. We want the early game.
They want the early game. I mean, they're playing to my heart. I mean, I am an Agudo main. I love this hero so much. She's so fun to play. And the fact that you can detach away with Verbal and create some great CC is exactly what they're going to be needing for a great engage, right? But looking over to the side of Paws Gaming, it looks like they're going to lock into the Hino.
That, I'm telling you, is the first time that we see Hino in this whole day. It's going to be the first performance in the KWC, man.
Yeah.
Okay, so Hino. A bit of a Easter egg. Level 15 Hino and level 15 Dolia definitely has a combo where it can freeze every birdie in the Hino ultimate circle. So definitely, if we do go towards some Tempest Dragon sort of situation with Dolia from the side of Paul SG does get level 50, we might see that in action. But yet again, Hino, what is he known for? Anti-burst as well. If Mai Xianhui kicks him, if Mai Xianhui sets up the Hino, he can use the Fate Rewind, the ultimate, to reset and regen back. So definitely, they are looking for all these alternatives to fend off this Mai Xianhui.
Yes, and speaking of alternatives, obviously, we're going to have Blacklist looking for an alternative into the farm lane, right? I mean, we have obviously Flowborn being taken off here. We have the Lady Soon as well. So really, we're probably potentially looking at something like a little bit more burst here, potentially. Maybe like the Lung, or maybe even going for something like the D-Ranger.
Oh, Long and D-Ranger, definitely those two picks come in heavy as a laner. But definitely, as you mentioned, Long and Dolia, the double Infinite Vassals has been removed. And what else is being picked? The Fatigue. So far, this Fatigue has been on fire. It has multiple great performances out of the last two series that we saw. Is it going to be the same thing today for this series? I don't know, but I'm excited to see.
I'm very excited to see. I mean, it's snow on it, right? Like, that's going up into the clash lane. We're going to have Xiao Yang onto the Hino into the mid lane. So already we're going to have a lot of kind of like burst here from the party, a lot of damage. But there we go. We're having some great sort of team fight potential, like knockups here with the Charlotte. So Chami really going for that playmaking. So it is going to be looking at Chami to make these playmaking plays with in game number 2.
Exactly. You bang the early game on Golden Kite and you let Chami be on this Charlotte, this amazing late game threat in the side lane. Once Charlotte scales towards the Pure Sky, towards the Axe of Torment, she's going to be such a devastating unit in the side lane that I'm not sure Paul Snow can handle at all. But yet again, we got to put focus on one thing. The marksman pool has been banned out for at least 4 heroes right now. What is Feng Jie gonna pick as his last pick? Is it gonna be the Channel? Is it gonna be the Shouyue?
There's a lot of potential here, right? I mean, there we go. It's going to be the Munga with the Dolia. Munga, we haven't seen that yet. That is going to be a KWC debut, right? And again, these both teams are playing to my fandom. I love Munga and I love Agudo. This is the guy with the crazy teeth. The guy with the Gatling ton.
We talked about the hero pool, no? Like we talked about like just showing us something different, showing us something that is going to make the audience fall in love with this whole composition. And I'm telling you that right now, Paws Gaming, they are here just to satisfy everyone in this.
Exactly. Like for me, Paws bringing out the Munga that's not frequently picked in any of the regions. This is one of the picks that we want to see bloom and actually shine in this important series.
A very important series. I mean, this could be the closer for Paws Gaming to get themselves into that upper bracket within this Group B, right? So Blacklist need to come with the punches in this game number 2.
We're looking at a different approach coming in from the side of Paws. They know Chami cannot scale towards the late game. It will be much of a big issue. So Qingling forcing out Chami's splash so on early at 30 seconds of the game.
very early on in the 30 seconds of the game, which is going to be obviously troublesome for the side of Blacklist. No kind of like escape. We could potentially see a gank up into the top side of the map to try and make some kind of headway with that.
And the board goes right over to the side of Champion 1, securing with the spell 1. So easy setup coming in from the side of Blacklist International. So right now, a different approach coming in from the side of Paws. They do not want to play towards Feng Jie. They want to cover Snow on this fatigue, making sure that he gets a smooth early game, making sure that he secures all these neutral objectives on the side of the River Sprite.
I mean, he's going to need to, right? I mean, definitely the playmaking potential here for Snow onto the party is going to be something that those at home are going to be watching and potentially even be like, hey, I fancy my hand at this pick. It seems great. It seems like it fits my playstyle. So definitely look into the game to pick up party here. But we're already getting very aggressive fight here into the T1 territory of the side of Paws Gaming. They're not going to have to take it down because obviously, as we see, the turret has extra shielding in the early game and it has been activated here. Myosotis given time to come down to the bot side of the map.
This is what we're talking about when we talk about Agudo. You want to play the strong laning. You want to bring the Gen.G and the Agudo synergy to take down these turrets. And what are they doing? Blacklist is just making sure that Feng Jie, you're picking this late game marksman. We are not letting you farm towards late game. We want to break your tower, your safe zone, making sure that you rotate with us.
Yes, exactly that. They've got to try and do something here. I mean, this is the beauty of the Agudo, like you were saying there, Sagi, is that she's able to take these turrets very quickly. And right now, looking to try and get the takedown onto Chami 1 is Snow, but she's able to get out alive, able to get that health pool from the bottom of that T1 there. But a bit of a rotation here from Xiaoyang, looking to try and set up that early advantage for the side of the Clash lane.
But I gotta say, Snow in this lane is doing a heck of a good job thanks to Qingling providing so much space and time to farm towards the level 4. And right now though, a 2v2 coming to the bot side and Chaz is slowly chunked up, but he has the Unbridled Outburst ready to go.
Yeah, he kind of took that beating at the right time, right? Like he was borderline level 4, he now has the Unbridled Outburst, so he could just basically get whittled down to very little health and then just go boom, go beast mode and get a lot of that health bar back and shield.
Exactly, and looking at the gold chart real quick, there's not a lot of big leads going on for the side of both teams. Just some small advantage coming in for the side of Blacklist International. A healthy 400 gold lead scaling towards the Tyrant. That's going to be spawned in just a moment.
Spawn in just a moment, and then right now the Unbridled Outburst has been committed, so we are going to be seeing a dive into the backside of the T1 here. Feng Jie and Qingling is enough to drive it away. They've expanded quite a lot to get nothing out of this. Second Unruly Blade coming through, forces the flash from Golden Kite to get to safety. I feel like that's a bit of a mistake from Blacklist.
I think Blacklist does want to chain the CC onto Feng Jie using the Just-G's ultimate on the Agudo, utilizing Chaz Unbridled Outburst, but yet again, they didn't chain it immediately. They failed the kill. But yet again, the most important thing is you do not have the Unbridled Outburst for the Tyrant. That's going to be spawned in 10 seconds right now, Bland. That's detrimental.
Very detrimental for the side of Blacklist International. So they're going to try and find another way to potentially steal this away from Paws Gaming, because it's looking like a done deal here for Paws Gaming at this Tyrant, right? They're looking to run it down. Chaz is here, Dragon, but nowhere. Just.G is rolling through with the Gorge mobilization. It does go over to the side of Paws Gaming. Feng Jie gets the last hit onto the Tyrant.
Well, Tyrant going over to the Paul SG right now, and they are looking healthy right now at the 4th minute mark. Goldie is equally tied, but Hino gets caught at the mid lane.
First blood coming from the side of Blacklist International. Snow's got to make sure he does not melt here into the mid lane. We see that his ultimate has been expanded here, just trying to keep that T1 alive. We do see Furball having to retreat back to Agudo.
And this is what we're talking about. My Shiranui. High burst, high setup, and that was it.
Yeah.
Yes, Hino can do Fates Rewind, can heal back the HP, but if you can't press the button, that's gonna be useless.
It is gonna be useless if you can't press it, but there it is. The Unbridled Outburst catching on to one. Just.G with Golden Kite comes through, picking up the second kill here for the side of Blacklist International. Are they gonna go for the third here? Qingling looking pretty low, but we are trying to create some pressure here into the mid lane.
This Blacklist International, they are warmed up and they are ready to brawl right now. With that catch onto Feng Jie, they got the bot tower with no issue right now. And we talked about, if you drop the Agudo, if you drop the Gen.G, you want to make sure you are getting these towers early. Because you scale off, but yet again, you are doing such a good job as Blacklist International. You are getting the bot tower. You're making sure that Feng Jie doesn't have space to farm.
Yeah, I mean, that's a part of it, right? Like, making sure they're learning from the mistakes of game number 1, right? Making sure they don't have space to farm into that bot side of the map, because we've seen it already been proven that Paws Gaming, given the room to breathe, they will suffocate you.
They will suffocate you indeed, but right now, 2,000 gold lead healthy going to the hands for the side of the Code Breakers. Blacklist International. Right now, swapping Golden Kai on the D-Range towards the bot side. They want to rinse and repeat and get this Clash Chain Tower.
They're trying to go for the, obviously, focus into the side lanes here. Obviously, a little bit of an MO for the love letter that Paws Gaming served to them in game number 1. But right now, I think if you have to get it into the top side of the map, Xiaoyang is trying to do everything to stop that takedown. And there we are. We see Chaz using the Unbridled Outburst off screen there, but there is 3 men on the side of Blacklist International committed to that top side of the map.
Well, forcing Xiaoyang's Fate Rewind, so definitely Xiaoyang not having the Fate Rewind is gonna be a pain because he cannot be escaping from this situation. But hold on, Snow might be called out.
Oh, Snow going against 2v1 against him with the Maestro, and the Charlotte is gonna be Chami picking up another kill here for the side of Blacklist International.
Beautiful reactive flash coming in from Dragon to catch out Snows after his flash immediately. Spell 1 flash catching Snow off guard. Beautiful stuff coming in from the Maestro anyway.
Yeah, definitely the pressure that the side of Blacklist needed, right? This is the pressure that we wanted to see in game number 1. But they have learned, they have brought the pain into the bot side of the map and bringing some more here over to Myosotis. He's had to retreat with the Unruly Blade. Right now, Bungjie looking to solo the Overlord.
Overlord being going to the hands of Paul SG, a consolation prize. But right now, Blacklist International, they have activated, and looking at the gold charts real quick, is looking healthy for the side of Blacklist International.
Looking healthy for the side of Blacklist International, but the side of Paws are looking very sort of like neutralized in where they are within that gold bracket, right? Around about the 4K mark for all sides of Paws Gaming. They're not written out just yet, but Chami is having a heck of a game.
Exactly. That's what we mentioned. You gotta give space to Chami, making sure that he scales toward the mid-late stages of the game. He will be such a side lane monster, and he will be able to look for the flank. But hold on a minute though, as they are going for the fight.
Yes, big obviously Wind Slash being committed there, trying to get the knock, but the Chaz wasn't enough to actually take down the Beast. I mean, Wind Slash onto a Zhang Fei, is that really the target you want to go for?
But yet again, nothing is going too crazy at this point. 3 kills solid for South Blacklist International. 2,000 gold lead healthy. Look at the gold chart right here. It is dominated by the Code Breakers for the top 4 spot. But yet again, we have to remember, Paul SG, they drafted the Mengya. You gotta bank on this Mengya stake game. So it's definitely down to Dragon finding these backline engages with Chami onto Fengjie, or Fengjie being to survive in these fights.
Yeah, exactly. They've got to make sure they're protecting Fengjie within these team fights and making sure he's able to get to that late game potential, right? We've seen the barrage come through here with the missiles, but still they are trying to get this T1 into the mid lane as well. Blacklist are not pulling any punches.
Not pulling any punches, and it's extremely difficult to get this mid tower with the presence of a Hano. As we know, these spears, the javelins coming in from Hano is just so much wave clear. And looking at a team that's losing in gold, they're so good in securing these objectives. They got the Overlord, and now they secured the Tyrant.
They secured the Tyrant, but I mean, it was all thanks to obviously the Vanguard, right? We saw the Vanguard rolling through down to the farm lane. Blacklist thought, you know what, guys, we can let that T1 go, but to the detriment, they also get the knock-on effect of getting that Tyrant as well, which is going to be increased damage for Paws Gaming, which could mean these next team fights for Blacklist could look a bit shaky.
Exactly, and I want to comment Paws. Even though they had a shaky early game, they were caught out multiple times from Dragon's successive engages. Through their map rotations, they are slowly creeping back to the gold graph, and they are making a situation where the 10-minute mark will be a 50-50 fight for these two teams.
Very 50-50. I mean, this is definitely not looking like it's going to be an 11-minute match for the side of Paws Gaming this time around, right? They don't have a single kill on the board. They're still behind by around about 2k gold, so they need to make leeway in those two vectors.
Exactly, and we're slowly creeping towards the 10-minute mark. 24 seconds for the Tyrant that's going to be spawned onto the map. As we mentioned, ladies and gentlemen, Shadow variants at extremely strong that can secure you a lead in getting more gold, more team fights in the Gorge.
That's exactly what Paws Gaming need to do right here. The Umbrella Labors has been committed. There's going to be a 2-dive onto Xiaoyang into the mid lane. Crucial initiation. We get a takedown of the T1 in the mid. Blacklist was waiting for that prime moment. They could go for the neutral objectives with ease.
Beautiful Unbridled Outburst coming in from none other than Chaz on the Zhang Fei, securing the crucial engage on the crucial 10-minute mark that they need. Right now, securing the Shadow Tyrant, they are looking to contest them in the Shadow Overlord, making sure that they are not able to reclaim this.
Yeah, they gotta be careful here, but obviously we are seeing a same effort from the side of Paws Gaming. We see Fengjet looking to create that backdoor once again, but over to the clash lane. So is this their MO in the entire of KWC? They're just looking to make sure they can create space for themselves.
Fengjet's doing a heck of a good job. He's looking for these farms. He knows he has to be this late game carry. But yet again, as we mentioned, Mengya doesn't have mobility. If you get caught up by Maestro Nui, if you get caught up by Chami or the Unbridled Opus coming in from the Zhangfei, you're gonna be in a big trouble. So definitely we have to see how Fengjet pilots this Mengya in the team fight.
Exactly. I mean, you can kind of see here, they kind of stuck together like glue here. Fengjet and Qinglin. It's just that wave breaker keeping away. The Maestro Nui, Chami does fall down on cam as well. Could this be the comeback? We see Golden Kite traded. Snow there into the bot side of the map. We see Dragon get taken down as well here for Blacklist International. So currently, Myosote is soaking up so much damage here. The engage onto the dude is just not enough. They don't have it in them. Blacklist are struggling here, but it is going to be the damage from the DRN Jet that's going to be able to close out Myosote's rage.
That was true Tyrant buff, and Paws came out on top. Snow single-handedly 1v2 Chami and Dragon coming on top. Before he fell, Dragon was already so low thanks to Snow.
Very low, very low. Snow, obviously, he took the L there, but it was for the team. But Gen.G is just trying to keep high. He's trying to keep a little bit of intel here onto the side of Paws Gaming whilst they try and go for the Shadow Overlord. Have they got it in them? Is it going to reset? It doesn't reset long enough. Are they going to be able to take it?
Fengjet secures the steal, and although he falls, he takes down 2 with it. What a play coming in from Fengjet in this crucial time.
Yeah, 2-1 trade for Paws as well as the Overlord. This guy knows how to steal. I mean, it's a good job he's not a criminal because he'd be good.
Criminally good, but also Golden Kite sneaking a recall, making sure that he's safe from Xiao Yang's chase. But definitely, through such a good early game, Paws is slowly creeping back and catching up to Blacklist International, and they will get outscaled eventually here, Blam.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? I mean, we were seeing it in the early game. Obviously, they create the space into the top side of the map. They are able to take these team fights later on, thanks to obviously just allowing the room to breathe. And obviously, Fengjet and as well, Xiao Yang obviously being almost into that 4th place within the gold bracket here as well now. But overall, it's looking shaky for Blacklist. They needed to run this one out early.
Exactly, need to win this out early, but yet again, Fatih on Snow was such a good performance here. Time and time again, when you need someone to stand up the most, he was there to really make it happen. Gotta give props to this man, but right now, Shadow Vanguard, the Overlord, has been spawned at the mid lane. They want to push. They want to secure more lead for Paws SG.
Yeah, exactly. They were trying to pay back the dividends that they've already faced into the mid lane for themselves. Paws G here, looking to try and take it now, but we have the Unbridled Outburst. The Fate Rewind has been committed already, so nobody's going down just yet. Myosotis looked pretty low, but same with Dragon into the back line. Chami's had to go into the back line to try and protect him as well. Means that the T1 into the mid lane has been taken down.
T1 taken down, waves are on fire for side of the Code Breakers, and right now, Paws SG securing the Shadow Tyrant for themselves. They are looking even stronger right now, progressing another push towards the bot side.
Another push. This is exactly, I'm pretty sure this is going to be their MO for the rest of the tournament, right? They look to create the space into these side lanes and keep the enemy team just thinking, hey, we've won another team fight. We've won another team fight. But then all of a sudden, it's just like, hey, you've got no turrets, buddy.
You got no turrets, buddy. And right now, Fengjet claiming another tower towards the bot side. Right now, mid and bot strong. They're looking to knock on this tier 3 right now.
Knocking on the T3 is the side of Paws Gaming right now. They take it down, and it's looking like we've just copied and pasted the first game. But it's going to be Blacklist International looking to defend this one with a little bit more honor, right? Because they know what's at stake.
It's still a 50-50 game. You can never count out the PKL number 2 representatives out. They have the tools. They have what it takes to make a comeback at this moment. You have Dragon on the Maestro. You have Chaz. So much engaged potential. They just need to find the crucial moment on Fengjet to really claim this game and push it to a best of 3 full.
Yeah, I mean, they know that, right, though. But on the side of Paws Gaming, we see that Vungja on the Manga is nowhere near the team fight, right? Like, he's always kind of like circulating around. He's just kind of trying to make sure that Blacklist are trying to find him, but he doesn't want to be found.
That's what I'm saying. He's such a top-tier farmling in today's tournament.
Yep.
So far, even though he's gotten so much pressure coming in from Blacklist early game, he has caught up and he is leading the pack in terms of gold.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to go to Kin's point earlier. Here he's on about KDA meaning everything. Look at this. Vungja is on 0-2-4, but he's been just controlling the entire of this game in terms of getting the takedowns of these turrets.
Exactly. This thanks towards the side of Paws SG, the other remaining members, being able to absorb this pressure. But talking about absorb pressure, the overload has been started off for the side of Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, this is where Blacklist could resolve it right, but the Unbridled Labors has been committed once again by the side of Chaz, and we are going to take down onto Chami, one of the big playmakers of Blacklist International. This could be the last team fight between these two teams. Double kill for Snow. We get a kill on the board for Vungja as well, and Golden Kite running with his tail between his legs as they push their Crystal with the Winions, and it is going to be a 2-1 victory here for Paws Gaming.
2-0 clean coming from side of Paws SG. That fight had no Vungja. It was just Snow. It was just the jungle, just making sure that it was happening. They were dictating the team fight so well. The Hino with the spears, the javelins, was doing so much in the team fight. And we talked about Blacklist drafting this early to make a team competition with the Gen.G, with the Agudo, not getting all these leads. This is what results into your late game. You are not strong in the late game, so that's where it all happened. Paws, making sure that they get the late game, and they made it happen.
Yeah, Paws was like, hey, we're no fun, but we got Vungja. You know, we got Vungja. We're across the gorge. We're getting the monopoly that we need that was able to crucially finish both of these two games out, right? Like, because that if we look towards the late game within these highlights, the mid T3s and the T2s were still alive, but they still ran past them. There was like, see you, buddy, we're going to take that crystal of yours behind your back.
Exactly, and looking at all these early tempos being set on by Blacklist International, it was so good. Look at these plays, play after play, 4-0 clean on the board. They were getting so much on the map. But yet again, when we talk about the late game, we gotta say about Snow. He was pulling so much strings, pulling so much pressure, making sure that Vungja gets to scale towards his late game. Xiaoyang on the high note gets to scale towards late game. And what did we see? Late game Paw on this drop was so strong.
So strong. But this is just all to the detriment of Paws Gaming, right? Like we was talking about in the introduction, Hero Pool has shined through for this team. They've got unlocked in the picks like the Hino. They've got unlocked in picks like the Manga. So going for these pocket picks that don't normally come through within a best of 3 is definitely serving up the victory that they need within this Group B.
Exactly, I do agree so as well. With this clean 2-0, Paws SG is definitely going to continue their run towards the upper bracket, and we'll have to see the code breakers fight their way through the lower bracket.
It is the first 2-0 that we see in this KWC, man.
Where's Kin? Where's Kin? Where's Kin? Where is he? Oh, yeah, he's not casting, so it's not going to be 4 best of 3, is it, Kin?
I love it. I love it. It's going to be 2-0 for Paws, man. Paws Gaming is going to take a quick victory. It does not mean that it was an easy victory. It was just fast because Blacklist, they had opportunities. They had a lot of very nice opportunities at the beginning of the game. They had a very clear understanding of what they wanted to do. We're talking about just for them to be a little bit faster, to be a little bit more on the meta, have plays go on, and that's what they tried to do. The Agudo just a couple times tried, but they were not successful at just getting the kills.
Yeah, well, it was like that play into the bottom side of the map in the early game, right? They exhausted so much resources to try and get the I think it was like a 3v1 takedown, and they didn't even get that, and they didn't get the T1 turret because they still had that early game shielding. So Blacklist was really, at that point, a desperation. It was like, right, we've really committed a bit too much here, guys, and that was me already kind of like the boat was kind of shaking at that point.
Even through that shaky point, I still want to give props to Blacklist. They did find a lot of these crucial engages thanks to the side of Chaz on the Zhang Fei, thanks to Dragon on the Maestro. But yet again, Snow on the Fatigue was so good. He was stalling so much space. He was stalling so much of these spaces and time for Vungja to really farm up, for Xiaoyang on the high note to actually farm up. And yet again, he was also the key difference maker, the engage, the follow-up, the damage dealer in all these team fights. Man, this man does it all.
Let me add up to that, man, because Fatih at the beginning had a little bit of a rush start. It was kind of difficult for him, but then turned up and then got kill after kill after kill. just winning all of the fights that in that moment Paws Gaming needed to turn things around. Everybody was just so focused on the fatigue that the Super Minions just came in and took the crystal.
Exactly. I mean, we talk about Snow. That definitely wasn't a British summon. That was like, he was looking more of like your Canadian summon. That makes things just all stop, right? Like, that was Snow, and he was definitely very aggressive within that game number 2. But I mean, is that a 100% win rate here for Vati so far within the competition?
I think so as well. Out of the 5 games that we saw, it was definitely 5 out of 0 so far for T. A very strong introduction for this pick right here. Good engage, good burst when he lands onto you. The spell ones flash onto the backline, has so much range, and immediately popping your ultimate for the insane amount of auto attacks. I gotta say, this pick has been working out wonders in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, we honestly thought it was going to have a bit of a lackluster start. Obviously, you knowing that obviously all you need to do is draft a little bit of CC within your comp, and then it kind of defeats the objective of Vati into the team fights. But I feel like these teams are really struggling within that laning phase, right?
It's gonna be one of the things that they need to fix, that's for sure.
Yes.
All of the 5 players from Paws Gaming had an amazing performance, and that's why they took the victory. But one of them stood up the most, and that was clearly Fonjie with a KDA that is not worth mentioning right now because his job was just to keep the Paws Gaming hope alive.
Yeah.
In the moments that they were losing fights, he was taking turrets down. And in the moments that Blacklist thought that they had it in the hand, he was just quietly just going around, roaming, and then just taking objectives. That's what kept Paws Gaming still in the game.
Exactly. I mean, he was just creating the monopoly that they needed, right? Like I said in the game, like, Blacklist were looking for him. Every team fight, there was like, where's Fengje? Where's Fengje? It's kind of like playing like, where's Waldo? It's just weren't there. It's very hard to find. And then he just wasn't in the team fights. He was just always getting the monopoly. He was getting the T1s, getting the T2s, creating that backdoor pressure and potential for the side of Paws Gaming, and it paid off.
Exactly, and we look from the entire game, although his presence wasn't really seen, but he was putting so much pressure onto the side lane. He was getting so much resources, and he was being this threat. If, let's say, Chammy, if, let's say, Dragon doesn't jump onto this pick, he's going to be definitely a very big damage dealer. But if you do jump on it, that's where Snow, that's where Xiaoyang comes in. So definitely, Fengje, he does it all in game 1. He's the sort of bait in game 2, but he works it out. Double MVP, man, for this guy.
Yes. Double MVP for 2 different playstyles.
It is completely nice, man, because it tells you that if you want to be the MVP, it doesn't mean that you need to be doing all of the kills every single time. No, you need to be an important part for the composition of your team. Because at the end of the day, this is a 5v5. It's not a 1v1. If this would be a 1v1, it wouldn't be the amazing game that it is, man. Like, we need to be thinking about the team. Think about that. What can I do? What is going to be my sacrifice for the team? Sometimes the sacrifice is just to be around taking turrets. Sometimes the sacrifice, and the one that I find the most loyal to the team, is the one that jumps in, initiates, dies, but then it ends up in a 5-to-1 trade.
Exactly. I mean, Honor of Kings is a 5v5 MOBA for everyone, not a 1v1, right?
I agree with that. Let's see what the players have to say about this amazing performance from Paws Gaming. Let's see. Mara, take it.
We're here with Chinlin. Congratulations. You dominated that game. Now, in game number 2, you guys ran into a little bit of trouble, down by 2,000 gold. How were you able to turn that game around and to have a dominating finish?
我哋雖然前期係逆風，但係因為我哋其實了解個陣容嘅，我哋個陣容其實越到後期越好打，所以我哋只需要同佢哋玩兵線，因為其實佢哋嘅陣容兵線大唔贏我哋一直喺度玩兵線玩切圖，然後就拖到我哋陣容強勢期，然後我哋就可以拿下勝利。
Because we are very familiar with the heroes and all of the pools, so we are really good at to do that. So we dominating the game, yeah.
And that was a very nice game for you. Now up next, you're waiting for the next opponent in the upper bracket, and it's going to be between Gen and Boom Esports. If you were to break down those 2 teams, which team would you prefer to face? Which team would make it easier for you to make it to the playoffs?
我哋更加想遇到 Boom Esports， 因為我哋覺得佢哋嘅打法其實我哋係幾克制佢嘅，因為我哋營運比佢哋好多，然後佢哋只不過係打交隊，我哋有信心如果遇到佢哋應該可以好輕鬆拿下。咁 Gen.G 我哋唔想咁想遇到佢，因為佢哋嘅有少少小套路，即係我哋有啲難以去應付，所以我更加希望呢場即係我哋可以遇到 Boom Esports。
He said he preferred to match the Boom Esports because they said the Paws may be more good at about the fighting in the games, but they don't want to match Gen.G soon faster because they think Gen.G have more tricky on their operation in this game. So, yeah, they want to Boom.
We're going to see if your wish comes true. Congratulations once again for a job well done. We're going to go back to our casters. Casters, lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. That was amazing. Great information. It is important just for us to start understanding when the players start choosing who they want to be facing. It is not that they're trying to face the weaker team. There are no weak teams in here. That's first things first. But then after that, they might be thinking about which team would my strategy, which team would my playing style had a little bit of an advantage. And that's what Paws Gaming is doing. We just saw like, okay, they would prefer to play against Boom Esports, right? Yep. Does that mean that they believe that Boom Esports is weaker? I don't think so. Boom Esports is a pretty decent team and they play really well. What is your take on that?
Exactly. I mean, it's not only just in Honor of Kings normally where we respect, obviously, right? I mean, it's within the esports as well. Huge respect for every team because you're not going to be like, hey, guys, we just want to take the easiest team. It's like, we want to take this team because we feel like our skill set matches theirs and it will be a great fight.
I completely agree on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, 3 matches are already done. We have one last one coming right after the break. It's going to be Gen.G against Boom Esports. We'll see you in a minute.
Come on, let's go.
Rush mid now. Come on. Jungle combat. Rotate back to low HP. Victory! Whoa.
Gen.G Esports against Boom Esports. It's going to be our last match of the day. It's going to be defining who's going to be playing against Paws and who's going to be playing against Blacklist. I am Isaac Peña. I'm going to be your host for today. Blam, Sagi, amazing game that we just had, but we need to move forward. We need to be looking at what is coming up. Boom Esports, one of the favorite teams right over there in Southeast Asia. I am telling you, I was checking on the chat. All the fans from Boom Esports right now are really counting the seconds so they can come in and really demonstrate what their team is made of. So to everyone right over there in the Philippines, hi. Everyone right over there, thank you very much for being online. I am hoping, really hoping that we're going to be having an amazing showdown.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all their fans are like a ticking time bomb, right? They're counting down, and what counts down? It's a bomb, and when it goes off, it goes boom. They're on stage.
Oh my God.
They're on stage. But a little bit of like a history between these two teams, though. Like, this is not the first time they've met, obviously, in this entirety.
Yeah.
Boom actually played against Gen.G when they were Falcons last year, and the majority of the players are still the same. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this actually pairs out overall.
Well, definitely long history between these two teams. Gen.G with the PKL teams, Philippine teams, definitely they will come in strong and say, hey, it's time for me to get my revenge. So definitely checking out Gen.G Esports. We got Clashing, Clue, Jungle with Ray, Inua in the mid lane, Rock, their star player in the farm lane, and Clue as their roamer.
We talked about the experience that these players are bringing in, right? Like we know a lot of these names. We know that some of them are going to come in and they're going to try their very best to try to be able to bring something different to the table.
Yes.
What do you think they're going to bring different, though?
I mean, with Gen.G, naturally, what we've been seeing through, obviously, Season 3 Invitational and the KME, which is obviously the Kings Major East League, we see that, obviously, Ray, their jungler, likes to play the tanks, but when he can't quite go for his tank picks, we see that Rock picks up the pay. He likes to go for those really aggressive junglers, and then that really changes the whole composition of their team. So it's one of their really unique identities that they got going for them.
Well, from what you know from Gen.G, what can you add on top of this?
Okay, so for Gen.G, they are known, like Qingling mentioned just now, right, in the interview. Like he mentioned, we want to meet Boom, not because Boom is more easy, it's because Gen.G has weird strats and quoted by him. It's because that Gen.G, they love to mention, as what Blam have said, they love to play the tank jungle. When tank jungle doesn't work out, Rock goes into the jungle from the farm lane. He picks up the pay, but that's not where it ends. The side lane becomes double fighters for Gen.G. But yet again, we have to check out their opponents as well.
Do you think that they're very versatile and that's one of the advantages for them? Or do you think that that versatility actually could come and catch on them later?
It might catch on them later though, but yet again, what can we not catch is definitely we have to catch Boom Esports, the Kuya, the day one of HOK in Philippines. Starting off Miggy in the clash lane, Carl in the jungle, their FMVP, Tatsuri in the mid lane, Toshi, fresh back into Philippines, PKL in the farm lane, and impressive in the roamer role.
I love Boom Esports for one reason, man. Like a year ago when they came here to EWC, sadly for them, they came back home empty-handed.
Yes.
They came back home with no wins at all. It's been 12 months. Do you think that this is a completely different Boom Esports that could actually come and give us a big surprise?
Yeah, I mean, well, Toshi had a holiday over into Indonesia, right? Like, he was playing for Dominator Esports last year and got to second place of KC 2024. So, given over the experience over into the Indonesian teams, he's now back into his home grounds. He's now back to prove himself. The Boom aren't going to be out within that 16th place. They want to get higher.
Well, for me, Boom historically has performed from time and time again in the PKL, in the Philippines HOK League, as a very high-level team. But yet again, when it comes to international tournaments, they still have yet to prove themselves. Today is the time, is the place to really show that to the world. Hey, we're Boom, and we're coming in strong and with a boom.
So do you think that today is going to be graduation? Just taking everything that they have learned from the PKL and just bringing it here to Saudi Arabia and show to us in the international stage, we are a brand new Boom Esports. Is it going to be the day?
I mean, we can only hope so, and I can imagine the fans of the Philippines can only hope so as well, right? I'm pretty sure they're all chanted "Boom Esports Lang Malakas."
I mean, for me, if it's not now, when, right? We're at KWC, one of the biggest tournaments for Honor of Kings. If it's not now, when is it, Boom Esports?
I can see everyone down there already getting ready for the game, man. I can imagine that the nerves are out there. Being in the fourth game of the day is hard because you see all the games happening and then you see the expectations and then you start feeling the nerves kicking in and then you don't know if you're going to end up playing at the time or it's going to be earlier, it's going to be later. You never know what's going to happen. I know that that's difficult. If you guys were the coaches, how do you manage this with them?
I mean, naturally, a bomb only really goes off normally when you cut the red wire, right? I mean, that's what Gen.G's coach is going to be doing. It's like, we need to find that red wire. We need to disarm the bomb. So that's what they're going to be doing onto the side of Gen.G, right? They're going to be looking at maybe, let's not go for our unique, quirky kind of strats just yet. Let's see what we can do with like a tank jungler. Maybe let's go try and lock Dune in first game, try and orientate around that. Give Rock kind of like a carry into the farm lane rather than kind of trying to force him in game one onto the pay.
Okay, so you're thinking about just coming in a little bit more of a slow fashion, something a little bit more subtle.
Yeah.
And then after that, as we move into the game two, try to go into something more aggressive. Sagi, would you go for that gamble?
I mean, it's Gen.G. They always come up with these interesting picks, and especially this meta, we introduce picks such as the Pei and Luna as all these top priority, and also the Jing that's been recently revamped, right? So definitely, if you're Boom, if you're Gen.G, okay, you gotta think that, oh, so many of these junglers right now, they're meta, they're all assassins. And who's the carry, the big boss of our team? It's definitely Rock. So Rock, get over to the jungle.
You think it'll be jungle game one? I think that's very...
I love it, man.
I love it.
Very, very ballsy thing to say. We'll see. I mean, because I mean, it is the thing that obviously cost Gen.G their very early exit in Season 3 Invitational, right? So I don't think they want to leave KWC that early, right? They want to try and get as much as they can to obviously try and get to the victory, because I mean, they were pretty much last place last year.
You know what? Like, from what I've seen right now in this whole tournament, it's a BO3. Sometimes us, as casters and analysts, we kind of like just think too much about it. Just if it will be a BO5 or a BO7. It's a BO3. Go with whatever you got in game one. If you go and take the dub in game one, you're just one step away from that upper bracket. But you need to go out and take the dub in game one. Does that mean that you need to be a little bit more aggressive? Maybe. I know that from what I have seen today, the teams that have gone there with a big gamble, just saying like, I'm going to go all in game one, most of them have come with the dub at the end.
Maybe that's the strategy, right? Hey, just go all in on game one. But I mean, we are starting to see how these players are reacting, how they're feeling on stage. But obviously, Gen.G, Clue, he's always a great taunter. He's always a great player to sort of watch, interact with other players, interact with the crowd. I can remember in the Philippines of Season 3 of International, where he was just kind of like the back and forth between the audience. He was cheering, they was cheering. I don't think he was even know what was going on, but it was just so hype. It was so nice to see.
Definitely, we love these interesting personalities when it comes to HOK Esports. They bring the vibe, they bring the cheers, and they bring the crowd together. And when we talk about matchups, I gotta put the matchup onto Toshi versus Rock. This matchup is the key matchup that I want to see today. Toshi, multiple achievements, has made it to the grand finals of KC 2024 and has a lot of results and experience. And Rock, the core carry, the man of Gen.G. So definitely this matchup is gonna be hot.
Going to be hot, but I mean, if we look at this seating arrangement of Gen.G, it's already kind of spelling to me that Rock is actually going to be in the jungle. Because look, he's right next to Wawa. So we're already getting kind of like maybe a foreshadowing of Gen.G. Rock looking to take jungle both of these series. But we're going to get into the BP of game number one. Dharma being a prio ban once again in this series with the Liang for Boom Esports.
Well, Arlie also being banned out for the side of Gen.G Esports, the standard SOP for any draft that we have seen so far. far, you do not want to give the early for strong marksman players as it will elevate them to a different level. But yet again, my Shiranu as well is locked off, but you know what's out? Luna and Pei is up for grabs here, ladies and gentlemen.
They are. I mean, Luna for the first time of the day could be pretty huge, right? I mean, is that something the Boom Esports Carl is going to want to go for, right? But we're going to go and lock in the priority of the Lung because they don't really want to give over to Gen.G. Lung is just one of those heroes that just can do a lot of damage in the early game, but then as he gets to the late game, he is on fire.
Exactly, and also banning out their early, it means that another counter has been removed from the pool on the side of Gen.G. Gen.G and Yuhuan has been locked as well for Gen.G. They want the strong laning. Where else can you get it? You can get it from Yuhuan and Gen.G. And this Yuhuan pick that we talked about, it can be flexed to the roam. It can be flexed to the mid. And worst comes to worst, it can still go to the jungle. It's very flexible.
Very, very flexible. I think it's a good call for Gen.G here. Kind of keeps Boom Esports, the players and the coach guessing, where is it going to go? What do we ban in the second phase? Because that's the ultimate part of having a flex pick, right? Like, you don't know where it's going and you don't know what to ban. But looking to bring the Pei and Byron combo for the second time today is Boom Esports.
Well, Pei and Byron, Lung has to be on the weak side, but if you talk about the strong side, we can never forget about the Byron. Strong laning, very high sustain, can set up, can tank in the weak side. He does it all. The only bad thing he does is the late game. But if you give it the early to mid game, pairing up with a Pei, that's super high tempo gameplay we're talking about.
Yes, exactly. I mean, if it's anything to go off of last series as well, obviously we've had a bit of a mixed bag today. We've had games that have gone all the way to the Tempest Dragon, which is around about that 20-minute mark for those at home that play Honor of Kings. But we've been having some very quick matches as well. 11 minutes so far, pre-11 minutes, sorry, for Paws Gaming has been the fastest match. And I mean, if we're looking at a pick like this, like the Pei, you want to try and finish a game earlier as well as the Byron, right? You don't really want to be waiting and hoping that his late game pickups is going to be enough to keep him alive.
That's definitely the case. And another lone counter has been locked in for the side of Inua in the mid lane. Nua, when you cast the Infinite Vastus, when you land, the Nua is capable of using the ultimate, the long-range ultimate, to really snipe you down when you're landing. So the only way of dodging it is to commit a flash from the long. So that's definitely a counter that we're looking at from Gen.G to handle this long on the Toshi.
Yes, but speaking of that, obviously we're looking at the second banning phase here. Gen.G looking at some solid support bans here. The Zhang Fei, the Motsu as well. Obviously would be a great setup for the likes of the Pei and the Byron, right? Getting that Cannon Blast would just really allow them to just dive in and do the damage. But over to the side of Boom Esports, they know they're going to take off the Orgrin and the Monkey. So they're maybe trying to say like, hey, we're calling you buff. Q1 is maybe the jungle here.
Yuhuan is maybe the jungle here. It can still go to the roamer. There are still several picks here like the Luna, but Luna into Pei, that's kind of a tough cookie that you don't want to buy. Mayin here being locked in for the side of Gen.G Esports. Like you mentioned, the potential of Yuhuan going to the jungle still remains. Is it high? Maybe not so high, but there's still a possibility. For the side of Boom Esports here, that's a lot of roamers being banned out from the side of Gen.G here. So is it going to be the Lian Po? Is it going to be the Diadea? So what is the cost? What is the pick here coming in from Boom Esports?
Yeah, they definitely need some kind of control, right? Like into the mid lane, maybe go for something like the Yixing, maybe pair it out with something like the Lady Chen as well. Obviously have that Destructive Deluge that's going to really kind of create control, but also do a lot of damage here for the side of Boom Esports. Because we really... Only the Maisha and Noye has been taken off, but they're going full aggressive here, Sagi. They're going for the Kung Ming. They're going for the Lian Po. Impressive on this Lian Po is something that I love to see.
Impressive on Lian Po is definitely gonna be impressive, as you mentioned. So this Kong Ming being locked in for Tatsuri, they are just making sure that they have a secondary carry that can back up Pei, that can back up Long, that's being piloted up by Toshi and Carl, making sure that even these two, they are getting outranged by Nua, by the Yuhuan. You still have Kong Ming to back out the firepower with the decisive strategy.
Yeah, I mean, for those obviously tuning in first time, I mean, Carl is one of the young prodigies within the Philippine scene as well, so he is one of the
guys we are keeping an eye on within this tournament. But the Nutsa is going to be an interesting pick here for Gen.G and a debut for this hero.
Exactly. We've seen from time to time, Nutsa has the global ultimate, has the healing reduction that you can apply on the enemy here. So definitely this hero, when you land onto the backline, you get damage reduction as well. So lots of things that can be funneled to this Nutsa to beat this late game monster, to apply all these damage reduction towards himself. So definitely, we gotta see who comes out on top in this game one.
Interesting compositions. The coaches are gonna shake hands. They're gonna go back to their rooms, and the players are set, man. This is going to be our first game in between Gen.G and Boom Esports. Whoever that takes the dub here is going to have the upper hand in order to make it to that lovely upper bracket. Lamb, Sagi, the Gorge is ready, and I'm really hoping that you guys are going to enjoy this match because I'm certain that I will take it from here.
Absolutely. It's going to be a banger of a match because we have at least a boom involved. So whether it's a boom for Gen.G or a boom for Boom Esports, it's all going to be played out here in this game number one. But you were speaking there, Isaac, there, about the lovely higher bracket of Group B. I mean, is it so lovely after what we've seen from Paws Gaming?
Oh, I'm really sorry about that. You know what, man? Like, it just took me a little bit of a while just to figure out the answer to that question. I'm telling you, man, like, after this, if you go to Paws, like, come on. It is going to be an extra life. Everybody wants to go to the upper bracket. The teams are ready. The Gorge is ready. Boys, take it from here.
We'll take it from here now. Yes, absolutely. Game number one, getting out of the way for Boom Esports and Gen.G. Already seen a little bit of a usual tit for tat into the mid lane, right? We see obviously Tatsuri impressive as well as Toshi there, just trying to get a pressure, get that first wave clear created.
First wave clear being secured. 1v2 for the side of Tatsuri to make sure that he gets the priority here. And towards the jungle, Carl is looking for an invade here, but does not get it. But Tatsuri, no. Okay, Rock gets it for, just gets it secure. All is safe.
Gets it secure, that's all you're going to say, right? I mean, some people at home maybe get a bit confused. They're like, hey, why is Gojo on the Gorge? But this is another thing with HOK, right? We have some fantastic collabs. And obviously, JJK was one of them, and we've recently just had a Bleach collab as well. So if you're into playing your favorite anime characters, Honor of Kings is definitely the game you want to be looking at going for.
Exactly. Migi also piloting the Byron, almost getting caught up, but escapes well. But check out the CD key, ladies and gentlemen. Battle or redeem for tons of encounter fragments and precious dragon crystals here. Hit the community button in the settings and go claim the CD key right now. But talk about the game right now, we gotta say, the early game coming from the side of Gen.G is pretty consistent, but Impressive goes in.
Impressive goes in with an impressive engage. The burst ramp does come through, and it is going to be Netza with the Skyfall onto the backline. Oh! Meiji goes down first blood. Carl looking pretty low. The Nua coming through here with the emergence. He is able to get out there with a complete emergency.
Well, Rock here traveling from the sky, landing onto Migi, who expended his mobility to really catch up Inua. But Inua immediately responding to the flash and getting himself to safety here. Impressive, might be caught out here, gets chunked out, going super low, drops to Wawa on the Migi.
That's not the bush you want to be phase checking, buddy. I mean, that was definitely a fright, but I want to just make a little comment there. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's a rock.
It's a rock, flying in with the Nuzza.
And I mean, if he's traveling some distance, that's going to hurt, and that's exactly what happened to Migi there, right? It hurt him, and it caused the first blood. Enough damage to take him down. But right now, a very steady start here for Gen.G. 1 point, we'll say 1K. I'll be charitable. 1K gold lead so far with 2 kills ahead.
Wow, 2 kills ahead, and we have seen multiple times if you can cement yourself with 1 to 2,000 gold into the early game, you will have the smooth Tempest. Sorry, not Tempest. You have the smooth Tyrant transition towards the 4th minute mark. So definitely, can Gen.G transition this league towards the first objective of the game that's going to be spawning on 4 minutes?
Potentially, right? I mean, they need to set up that farm lane. They need to make sure they're able to create that pressure. I mean, we do have Toshi. It's not like we just have any random marksman. It is Toshi. But we are going to be a little bit of a divide here for the Azure Golem. It does go over to the side of Gen.G. They have found their home and reclaimed it into a Boom Esports jungle for now. They are looking to just get out with that Azure Golem. That small little dub for the side of Gen.G.
Rock here is having a masterclass of a game. The entire Gen.G, the collective hive mind, is really supporting targeting Rock in all his invades here, and Rock coming out ahead against Carl in this jungle matchup. Already a 500 gold lead. And we talk about the pay here, Blam. If pay falls behind, it gets extremely hard to pilot towards the mid game.
Extremely hard to pilot, but I mean, Mai normally extreme hard to pilot, but he gets the takedown on Carl there. The Skyfall coming in very close is going to be enough to take Midgie down. No, he's able to get out. Tatsuri, impressive, like the true teammates they are, come for the save.
Wawa is on fire with this Midgie. Play after play, one play on to Impressive, another play onto Carl, and right now, they're setting Carl even more further behind.
Yes.
Tyrant has been spawned, and Carl, you gotta think, are you able to contest this?
Exactly. I mean, putting the pressure into the mid lane there was pretty good. Obviously, clearing out the minion wave as well was enough for them to try and take this neutral objective with a little bit more ease, a little bit more control for the side of Gen.G, and they get it.
Well, first Tyrant goes over to the side of Gen.G, as we mentioned here. You transition your early lead, you transition towards the 4th minute mark, you get the Tyrant here, and right now, we are looking eye strong onto Ray right now and Wawa in the side lane. They are looking to break through this side lane with ease thanks to this Tyrant buff.
Yeah, extra bit of damage here going over to somebody like the D-Ranger Ray, right? I mean, we're normally waiting for that kind of like mid to late game where his power really starts to come through. Obviously, one of the good things about the D-Ranger, he doesn't only just do physical damage, he does magical damage as well.
Exactly. Hybrid damage, but looking at mid lane though, they are looking to secure this mid lane priority. Whoever secures the mid priority gets to move first right now. Wawa with the teleport comes down bot side. Carl might be in danger.
The emergence is coming through here. It's going to be enough just to drive away Boom Esports. They were looking to try and capitalize on that bot side of the map, but they were like, no, let's disarm the Boom.
Wow, Boom right now, they are still heads on strong, looking for opportunities across the map. But Rock here though, onto the top side. Clue, expanding the unending sorrow, escaping from danger here, but Rock is so darn tanky. Miggy goes down!
Miggy goes down. I mean, it would be a crime to be named Rock and be soft, right? We see there with the net set, he's able to tank the damage just enough time for his teammates to come around and then just claim the poor victim onto the side of Boom Esports. But no turret's been taken down just yet for either of these teams, but the kills are coming in thick and fast for Gen.G.
Exactly. It's just 6 minutes in, they're already cementing this up 2,500 gold lead already here. This is a statement match. Gen.G revisiting Saudi Arabian, Riyadh, EWC. They are making a statement of a match.
Making a statement, and they need to, right? Obviously, last year was not their year, but they are already looking within these 6 minutes a completely different team. I mean, in terms of teammates, they only get a trade of 1, but that's enough here. The emergence coming through as well as the Skyfall. Is it going to be enough to take down his tier 1 into the bot side of the map? That's going to put a lot of pressure onto Boom Esports.
Just one Skyfall here, immediately making sure that Toshi has to commit the infinite bastards here. Rock here on this Noza pick, on the last pick here that Gen.G drafted for them, is a masterclass so far that I've seen.
Yeah, exactly. He's putting pressure across the entire over the gorge, right? I mean, that's where Rock really wants his presence to be felt, right? It needs to be global, and that's exactly what that player is able to give you on this hero.
But still, if you're a Boom fan, don't be discouraged yet, because Tatsuri on the Kongming, the JJK Kongming, is still ramping up. This pick, if he gets to the late game, he is going to be a monster here. So definitely, we can never count Boom Esports out right now. 0-4, 2,000 gold lead here. Wawa though gets caught out.
Oh yes, the phase check. Is it going to be enough for him to survive? Wawa goes down first, going up the side of Boom Esports, but it's going to be Tatsuri going down as well. Mid for Clash. Is that a good trade at this point? That's a lot of damage for the side of Boom Esports being taken off the cards.
And with the wave clear being removed here, Blam, the top tower has to go over the favor of Gen.G. But yet again, you have Boom Esports here actively looking for this trade towards the bot side, so it's still an even trade for towers and kills. So definitely, if you are a Boom Esports fan, it's still something to be happy about. But hang on, those Skyfall goes to bot side.
Yeah, Skyfall onto the call there. He's going to be able to get it out. He is he is slippery, but the Annihilation is clipping his wings there, doing a lot of damage onto Boom Esports. Carl here. Toshi is here to try and save his teammate, but it is going to be Clue with the claim to the kill.
Clue not giving a single clue at all for his whereabouts, immediately flashing in to save his jungler. Rock solid indeed for Rock on this Noza pick.
Yep, solid as a rock, right? I mean, we've had him falling from the sky, we've had him saving his teammates, we've had him just give enough time to basically draw out the team fight, and then the cavalry arrives in the form of Wawa, in the form of Inua as well. But looking at that clash lane, it's not looking healthy here for Boom Esports. They really need to capitalize on that farm lane.
We talked about this, right, Blam? Miggy, Carl, on the Byron, on the paint, you gotta play the early tempo to a perfection. But Wawa, Inua, Rock, getting all these picks, getting all these tempo in the early game, negating the early game draft coming in from the side of Boom Esports here.
Yeah, I mean, putting a lot of pressure here and kind of denying a lot of the neutral objectives as well is really the MO here for Gen.G. They just don't want to give. They are not a charity, they're a business.
They are indeed a business right now, and what's up? The next business is going to be another tier 2 towards the bottom side of Boom Esports here. Right now, 4-man, both teams strong going into the bot side of Gen.G and Boom Esports.
Yeah, T2 takedown into the farm lane is pretty scary for the side of Boom Esports. They are losing real estate, and if they were a realtor, I would not give them my business.
Indeed it is, Blam. And right now, after the business is done towards the bot side, they are knocking onto the mid tower here. But yet again, they're taking it slow. They don't have to rush it, but Clue here though might be caught out on Ending Sorrow to escape.
Yes, the lifeline there from the Huan, the Unending Sorrow, is going to be enough to kind of soak a lot of those skills, a lot of the damage from the side of Boom Esports. So a great bait there from Gen.G Clue.
And yeah, look at the gold chart right now. It's heavily dominated by the side of Gen.G Esports here. But hang on, though, Impressive might be caught out. The boxes are really boxing him in.
Yeah, I mean, forcing the Tremor Smash as a defense is going to be a bit of a problem here for Boom Esports when you're already kind of looking like your back's against the wall.
Especially, that's such a crucial engage tool that's been expended just prior to the 10-minute mark.
Yep.
Shadow Tyrant has been spawned on the map, ladies and gentlemen. Another Shadow variant, the Empowered variant that's being spawned. So, Gen.G, with the lead they have, 4,000 strong, securing this with no issue.
Yeah, no issue. The Tyrant is going to cause a lot of issues here for Boom Esports, potentially, as we see, obviously, Rock go straight in onto Midgie. Midgie looking pretty low. Wawa into the backline as well, just to give over some Hain. But it is going to be Clue getting the final kill over onto Midgie there. So Clue on the Huan playing very aggressively as a support, creating so much area of effect. And CC, just like we saw there with Impressive, but that is a 2-0 in trade. That is impressive for the side of Gen.G.
Impressive indeed coming from the side of Gen.G here. Rock immediately finishing up along the side of Gen.G Esports on the Shadow Tyrant immediately. Skyfalls dives onto Midgie and Tatsuri, making sure that they are punished for even thinking about doing a trade.
Yeah, I mean, look at this damage dealt, right? I mean, 53k for Rock. I mean, no one's even close, right? No one is even close. I mean, Toshi should not be taking that much damage, but he is, and it's only thanks to the infinite vastness, and he gets the takedown on Inua as well. Impressive, not looking too hot there. Gets taken down onto the red side of the jungle as well, but it is going to be a 3v1 here. Midgie, Carl are going to be the last bastions to save this T2, and they're not going to do it. They're going to say, lads, take it from me. We'll keep the higher grounds, though.
That is an amped up tempo from the side of Gen.G Esports here. Yes, they lose Inua, but they trade back Impressive, and they got all the outer towers, all the outer tier 2s from the side of Boom Esports, and right now, they are slowly approaching the Shadow Overlord to really look for the game-ending push.
Game-ending push. I mean, they've got like 6k gold ahead of them as well, right? I mean, this is looking like a very healthy Gen.G in game number 1. Boom Carl having to be retreating on the back foot here once again into the top side of the map. But if we're looking here between these two, Netza ahead in terms of the gold resources.
Wow.
It's not where you want to be with your pay.
Exactly. We talk time and time again. If you're pay, if you are a Byron, you have to secure the early lead. But from what we've seen so far, Gen.G has been a masterclass in negating the pace early tempo here. And right now, they are eyes strong looking at the Shadow Overlord, and they're looking to really nail the coffin of game 1.
It looks like it, right? I mean, claiming both the Shadow variant objectives is very scary and very hairy here for Boom Esports. I mean, their logo is a wolf. There is going to be some hair on the gorge right now, whether it be singed, whether it be shed from stress, we are yet to see. But they need to pull something out the bag, right? They need to keep these higher ground turrets alive.
Exactly, and look at the build coming in from the side of Ray on this Gen.G. Succubus cloak already completed with an ominous premonition. He is a tanky boy.
A very tanky boy, and we can see here Ray using the tokens from D-Ranger here. Another thing to point out for these teams, these players at home, is that extended 4th token. That's going to put some pressure on if you are Boom Esports in this situation. It's not the pressure you need.
Exactly, and we're looking at Miggy here. He might want to look for a flash storm strike on his spell too, to really look for the backline of Gen.G Esports. If they have to find a way with Impressive or with Miggy to really get access to the backline. But right now, things are looking tough as waves are crashing strong in 3 lanes.
Crashing in 3 lanes, but I mean here Boom Esports just need to take a good team fight, right? Just to try and reset, but is it going to be enough for them? We are seeing a hopefully committed here. Impressive, the annihilation from Inua comes through, and then it is the break of the siege from the Vanguards as well. That is a 2-0 trade right now for Gen.G. Looking to try and get a kill on the board. It's going to be Tatsuri, but
Hang on,
is it going to be enough? Infinite Vastness clears out the minions. Shadow Vanguard is approaching.
Shadow Vanguard is approaching. 2-for-1 exchange. Rock out of the map. Miggy, Impressive out of the map. 4v3 for the side of Boom Esports. Can they hold the fort? Only 30% here on the Crystal here, Blam.
30% on the Crystal, and it is looking like this barrage could be the last. Gen.G with the 1-0 victory in game number 1.
Gen.G coming on top in game 1, surprising us with the Nerza pick, the Skyfall, making sure that every play that they commit to was coming into fruition. And I gotta say, I gotta give props to the Nerza. Yep. It made wonders.
It made wonders. I mean, this is definitely something they've been holding, right? I mean, yes, it's probably best they don't show all their cards yet, but if this is the Gen.G we're looking at right now compared to Season 3's Gen.G, this is growth.
This is definitely growth here. I did not expect this kind of performance here. Look at the early gameplay here. Yes, Miggy flashing in, looking for the engage here. Rock immediately with the Skyfall, catching them off guard, and Impressive here. Looks for a cheeky bush attempt, but gets immediately punished by Wawa.
Yes, cheeky indeed for Gen.G. I mean, they definitely tried onto the side of Boom Esports. I mean, Impressive was really trying to create those team fights that they really needed, right? To try and claim some real estate back onto the Gorge in terms of gold, in terms of those turrets, but it just never was given over.
Exactly. I want to give props to Wawa as well. He had such a phenomenal game on Mayin here, making play after play, making sure that he gets these catches. He was making so much room for Rock to farm. He was punishing Carl and Miggy for all the failed attempts.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, like I said, is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's gosh darn Rock.
It's gosh darn Rock from the sky, ladies and gentlemen. And Wawa and Rock really cemented themselves as the 2 players to really cement the tempo alongside with none other than Clue. He had a masterclass with Yuan.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's probably like one of the most aggressive support Huans we've players seen, right? I mean, we've casted MKL. We've seen Wendy in the mid lane on the Huan. It is crazy, but to play so aggressively as the Huan on a support is just very nice to see.
It is indeed very nice to see, but I gotta say, Gen.G, really well done. I gotta give props to them.
I'm gonna tell you, it's impossible for us to find one player from Gen.G that was the carry in here. All of them had such a great performance. It was so interesting just to see the synergy between them that completely turned things around and did not allow Boom Esports even a chance to catch their breath.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's definitely what Gen.G have seemed to be doing in 2025, right? Within the Honor of Kings Esports, is trying to catch their breath, trying to find their mojo onto the Gorge. And I feel like in that game number 1, they're displaying that they have found their mojo.
Indeed. We were talking about, is Rock going to the jungle? Is the jungle just gonna be swapped around, like rotating around based on like whoever's available, hero's availability? But yet again, the draft has showed us from the start, Rock will be starting in the jungle. And with that, we have seen results, much more solid results compared to any performance that we've seen from the previous tournaments of Gen.G.
Exactly.
Something very interesting to analyze right now was the different picks that we got to see in this game, right? Like we got to see Nutra. What about if we talk a little bit about that Nutra? Because no one got a chance to actually play with it before. It comes in here. Is this Nutra really available for everyone?
It's available for everybody, but I mean, like we've been seeing already within day number 1 of KWC, we've been seeing picks that notoriously and traditionally come through within the best of 5 or a best of 7. So we see teams already pulling out those kind of stops and those interesting team comps or interesting picks, to say the least, in these best of 3. So it already makes you very excited for the longevity of how these teams can perform in a best of 5.
Gen.G, a great performance. All of them had amazing performances, but one of them stood up the tallest among them. And that person is going to be sent as home with the MVP for this game. And who else, man? Rock, you said it. Like he came in that Nutra. I remember it was like very early in the game. He made it straight to 4. Got his ult, immediately just proc that. TP'd, completely banished Boom Esports on the Clash lane.
Exactly. I mean, that's what you need onto the Netza, right? Like, you need to be level 4 for you to have any presence onto the Gorge. But when you do get to level 4, your presence, your aura that you have now farmed to get to that point, you are going to be able to be here, there, and everywhere.
He was here, there, everywhere. He was always in the front line dishing out damage. Just look at the damage now. 22.7% with a 35% damage taken
That was impressive, man.
That was impressive.
Just taking so much damage coming in from Boom Esports. He did not die. He stood there, and at the same time, he was still just throwing punches. Imagine, that's such a cool hero to play.
Yes.
So everyone at home, if you have a chance, go online, get in there, practice your Nerdra. It's such a cool option available for everyone at home.
Available for everyone at home. And I mean, if you keep playing him enough, you may be just as good as Rock on the Netza one day, right? I mean, that is definitely going to be, if you are obviously a solo player, it's definitely something you're going to want to try and perfect, because if you don't have comms, you need to know where that presence needs to be felt, right? Like, but in a 5v5, it's very crucial to make sure you're communicating. Like, guys, I really feel like this is where we need to be with this Skyfall.
I do agree so as well. Communicating, making sure that your Skyfall is not a 1v5 dive. It's always Rock flying into the enemy team of Boom Esports, and then the cavalry arrives with the Gen.G bunch, making sure that they support their jungle's choices and actions. So definitely a very good display of teamwork and gameplay here coming from the side of Gen.G in this draft.
Right before we move into the BP, let's analyze a little bit of those meta picks. Pei and Byron, they were chosen by Boom Esports. They're supposed to be meta picks. They're supposed to have an advantage in this patch. It did not work out. We talked a lot about they need to have a gold advantage at the beginning of the game, but if it doesn't happen, what to do? What is out there? Like, what are the probabilities? What are the possibilities for people to turn things around, Sagi?
Oh, for me, I do think in terms of draft, when we talk about gold distribution, there is so limited resource in Hero's Gorge in Honor of Kings. So when we talk about locking in that Kong Ming as the last pick coming in from Boom Esports, maybe that's the detrimental part. Maybe they need a control mage, someone at a sacrificial lamp to really provide the gold towards who? Pei, towards who? Long, on players such as Carl and Toshi. So definitely making a tricore, yes, it works as a tricore, but being punished such an early tempo, drafting Byron, drafting Pei, and falling behind, that's not what you want.
Wanting too many things at the same time. Do you think that that was the problem with Boom Esports strat?
I do think so as well. I think in terms of drafting too many carries, maybe that's where the downfall actually started to happen. But yet again, we can never count out Gen.G for their fantastic performance in negating the early game of Boom Esports.
All right, Blam, do you have a different take on that, or would you say that Sagi just hit the nail on the
I
head?
think it's pretty much foolproof, that one, to be honest. I mean, too many carries, too much kind of like places to put your gold distribution. I mean, you got Lung, you had the Pei as well, which really are kind of like resource-heavy heroes, and you really want to kind of like activate Lung's late game a little bit earlier, especially if the Pei is being punished as well, right? Like, Pei getting into the late game doesn't quite have that kind of same effect, and unfortunately for the side of Boom Esports, they weren't able to get that aggressive kind of play style onto the Pei that they really needed.
Well, on the other hand, I would say that it was a very difficult game for Impressive.
Yes.
It was just so tough. Like, every single time that he wanted to just go and trying to gain vision, it was just caught by 2 or 3 people, making that Liam Poe actually look pretty squishy, which is not one of the factors that we want to have.
It's not one of the easiest things to do as well either. I mean, Liam Poe is not a squishy hero, but of course, if you are walking into a brush where there is 3 people waiting for you, the odds are against you, buddy. I mean, I wouldn't walk there in the dark alley expecting to survive a 3v1, right?
I mean, that's definitely the case, right? So definitely, if we talk about the overall team play here, Boom Esports, maybe it's the first game jitters here, maybe it's a jet lag. They have to accommodate that, and they have to quickly tackle it and make sure that they adapt quickly, because this is not a best of 5, and this is not just any regular best of 3. You lose this series, you're straight down towards the lower bracket, and you have no direct access to the playoffs. So it's a very important game that they have to step up. If not now, it's never.
I think that we need to underline that just to emphasize and make everyone at home understand why we just keep talking about that. Making it into the upper bracket not only gives you a chance to be able to make it with one more win straight to the next round. That's it. You don't have to worry about anything else.
losing the first game sends you not only to the lower bracket, then you need to win again in the lower bracket, and then you need to win one more time against the winners of the lower brackets. It is just so many more games that, again, you do not want to put that in yourself in that position.
And take yourself one step further, right? You get into the last chance qualifiers, you then get to the lower part of it, and then you potentially fight one of the KPL teams in the first round of the playoffs. If I'm already down 1 kill and that's my end goal, I'm like, hey, buddy, I mean, let's try for it, but it's going to be a mountain to climb for some of these teams.
Exactly, and you talk about all these losses, right? It also have to factor in one thing. While the other teams that have qualified are resting, they are looking at your games while you're grinding for the last slot, the last 2 slots. You go down to the lower bracket, as mentioned by Isaac. You go down. You gotta win all the way. But you don't go to the playoffs. You still gotta battle the other last chance survivors, and that only contributes to yourself winning to advance to the playoffs. And better yet, at that time, you might fight a KPL team, and that is a very big mountain to cross over.
Of course, man. It is such a beautiful format. We gotta admit it, man. Like, it's such a beautiful format. It is amazing for us just to be able to have such an interesting way of playing the game. It is not just only just coming in and then just winning and moving forward. Now, you lose, there's still like a pretty interesting matchup that could happen in there, allowing not only us, but everyone at home just to be able to watch a lot more of this amazing international tournament. It's not every day that we get to see all the regions of Honor of Kings gather all together, battling it out. It is, for us, a great opportunity to learn.
Oh, very great opportunity. I mean, not just for us, I mean, the players as well, right? I mean, the differences between some of these regions really allows you to kind of like try and take it back to your own region. Like, yes, scrimming against teams in your own region is cool and all, but if you then go to an international composition and you don't know what their meta is and how their playstyle is, you're going to get hit with the half-truth.
The half-truth, it's an eye-opener. It's also something like you mentioned, something you will learn and progress as we go. So definitely, coming to KWC, we are witnessing more and more meta coming from Chart BR, PKL, IKL, MKL. So it's definitely what I want to see right now. And Isaac, we have a Group A bracket right here.
Look at that. Paws already there, right?
Yep.
They're just waiting for Gen.G Esports or for Boom Esports. Whoever that makes it here faces them for 1 ticket to the direct to the finals, man. Direct over there to the next level. If you do not win right now, then they need to go and battle it out against Blacklist International. And then the winner of that moves in to 1 big pot of winners of the lower bracket. That's not a great place to be put in.
Not a great place to be put in. And I don't want to be the nightmare creator for the Philippines region, right? Like, there's a potential that Boom Esports can drop down to the lower bracket.
And then we're going to have Philippines, we're going to have PKL against PKL.
Leave it a little bit too early for my liking and their liking, clearly.
Oh, no, man. That wouldn't be cool.
I'm going to wake up cold sweats tonight thinking about that one.
That wouldn't be cool indeed. So that is one of the few worries you have to think if you're a Boom Esports fan right now. Yes, Blacklist International, they have went to the lower bracket, but they still have a shot towards the last chance qualifiers. But if you're a Filipino fan, if you're a PKL fan, you gotta worry about Boom Esports right now. They have to activate, they have to adapt right now.
I'm telling you, man, everyone right now is just thinking about that. Right now, the players are getting ready. You can see them just kind of like being all fired up to walk in and just walk into the gorge and fight their way to get that last ticket. They want to start this. We all want this to start, but they still need to keep prepping so they can take this as what it is, a last ticket for survival.
I mean, we don't want the kind of like the first 2 series of the day to be the full best of 3s, right? I mean, we're hoping for as many matches as possible. We get as much action onto the gorge. I mean, it's been so enjoyable today. And to finish this one with the 2-0, we want to see more. We want to see more.
It is a good showdown, man. Come on, like everybody wants to come here. We're already right over here, all the way to the other side of the world. We're in Saudi Arabia, man. It is such an amazing place. Give us more. What about if we just take this to all the way to the last game? Wouldn't that be nice?
Wouldn't that be nice? A full BO3 for us, for the viewers, and for Boom versus Gen.G will be an absolute banger here, Blam.
It would be. It'd be a great way to finish off the day, right? Like, we get a full best of 3. We get a potential for the first seed of the PKL to kind of prove themselves against Gen.G. But I got a bone to pick with you here, Sagi. We did our prediction video. You wanted to put Gen.G into the D tier.
Ooh.
How you feeling about that one there, buddy?
Receipts, I want to hear this. Come on, go for it, Saggy.
I still trust in Boom Esports here, ladies and gentlemen. From Philippines, from PKL as the first seed, they gotta prove me wrong right now. They gotta make sure that they secure this in the back here. But definitely, let's head on to the pick and bans here as Gen.G Esports. Banning out the Yuhuan and Diadia, with Boom Esports responding with both of the jungle carries, locking away the Luna, D-Pay from the back pick.
All right, I want to just highlight something. That Diadia right over there.
Yes.
Why is it being banned so much right now, and before it was being picked so much? I want the people at home just to have a clear idea, a clear picture of why that hero right now is so important.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and casters, so Diadia, why is it so strong? She has an innate knockback. She has super solid early game towards late game. Early game, she can set up, she can steal money, she can gain money, she can provide healing, and she is so strong in the lane. And all the gold that she stole from the enemy, or she heals and gets from your teammate, she can convert that towards her healing and damage in her ultimate. So she's an infinite scaling hero in the Hero's Gorge of Honor of Kings.
It's just like the max snowball that you could have in the composition.
And not only that, right, she obviously creates disruption. So for these high frame heroes, if you are trying to get a great engage, she can just use her bit of farewell to just knock you back. And then she could use her ultimate to just basically disengage and engage for your team. So you can use it as 2 or 1 ways. So for those at home, if you're looking for a support player that really controls the pace of a team fight, Diadia is the one.
All right, but talking about that, Sagi, talk to us how difficult it is for people at home just to start learning how to play that hero.
I think Diadia...
Is it really hard?
I don't think it's very hard. You just gotta understand the mechanics here, right? Diadia spell 1. Okay, it's a block that you throw onto your teammate and it heals them. And if you press it again, you fly towards them. All right? Spell 2, if you land onto the enemy. It takes down for about 2 to 3 seconds, and at the very end, it does a chunk of damage, and you steal gold from them. Now, the advanced part. If both teammates nearby gets spell 1 each and they come together, they get a lot of healing. Same goes for your spell 2, the bit of farewell. If you land onto 2 team enemies, you get more gold being stolen. Now, all the gold being stolen from your enemy and you earn from your ally. You don't steal from your ally, you earn gold from them. That converts to more healing, more damage on your ultimate.
That's such a cool mechanic, man. Come on. Whoever that designed that hero was completely cooking, I would say.
They were completely cooking, but there is a little bit of a caveat, right? Like, if you are a new player to this hero, watch out for your enhanced basic attack, because if you go in by accident with your advanced basic attack into, you may be swooping into a team fight that you didn't want to be there, buddy. You going into a T1, you're taking damage. You've got to try and get out of there.
Oh my gosh, that sounds horrible. That sounds like a situation I do not want to be put in. Right now, we're having a little bit of difficulties. Right now, we're having technical difficulties. Everyone at home, hold in with us. We're going to try our very best just to get back into it really quickly. Talking about this, we're back. We're back. That's lovely. That idea right over there, banned. Let's talk a little bit about the picks that we already have, as we are already halfway through the BP.
Okay, here's the thing. Arlie is a mechanical difficult hero right here. Is it going to Rock or is it going to Ray?
That's the interesting thing, right? I mean, we've seen Ray always, when he goes for the marksman within the team of Gen.G, he likes to go for the D-Ranger, which we saw. Again, D-Ranger, not to kind of undersell him, he is a great marksman hero, but he does definitely require less than the Arlie. So yeah, it might be a good observation here, and obviously with Orgrim being picked up, it could be Ray into the jungle.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about that. Does that mean that the players inside of Gen.G can just kind of like switch roles?
They switch
like that?
Yep, that's
and
it.
Is that something common that you can see?
We see mainly within Gen.G. There's no real other team that gets to qualify to this stage yet that we know of. Obviously, Honor of Kings being a MOBA for all, you may be a grassroots team that can get to this way. We have teams like ACT that get to KWC and could be the same the next Gen.G. But as of the moment, it is going to be Gen.G.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be our second game between Gen.G and Boom Esports. The Gorge is ready. I know that everyone is counting the seconds for this. Is it going to be Boom Esports? It's going to be Gen.G. Boys, take it from here.
So we are getting into game number 2 of Gen.G and Boom Esports. And if we just look at obviously the draft, obviously we were seeing it in a little bit of a faster time. We have obviously the Dharma come through, which has been banned in like the past 3 games that we've seen. Agudo here for Carl, taking a little bit more of a different approach into the jungle and giving over a bit more sustain as well. We've not only got the Agudo, we have the Dolia. A lot of healing for the side of Boom Esports. And speaking of Boom, we get First Blood.
First Blood real quick here as both side junglers look to trade the jungle here. And Miggy here looking for some of a disturbance here on Rock's jungle clear here. And looking at Clue on the Zhangfei here. Does not go for the smite setup that we have been seeing frequently. Goes for the stun instead. Wants to disrupt Miggy on the engage. Wants to disrupt Tatsuri on Maestro's engage. So definitely a very smart setup here coming in from Clue. But whether he can realize it or not, it definitely depends on his mechanics.
Exactly. It was kind of like what we were saying about the Hino in the previous series, right? Like, he may have the ultimate, but if he can press the button, that's a different story. And that's what you really need to kind of lock into with that stun onto the Zhangfei here. But Ray, we're seeing a little bit of a replay here, potentially that First Blood going into the pit here. We do see Inua into the Tyrant pit.
Well, Inua being caught out here, and right now, top side being won over from the side of Wawa and Rock. Rock securing the Dimensional Sprite, and right now teleporting to the mid lane and sharing further farm with Inua. Right now, 3-man strong towards the bot side. Knock up onto Ray.
Knock up onto Ray, looking pretty low here. Gudo is going with the Furball into the backline. Ray's having to use the Parasol to get out, but it is gonna be a heck of a chase there. They get another kill onto the side of Gen.G. Inua going down. The Yixing is not Yixinging right now. And we are getting another one. Clue on the beast. Zhangfei taken down.
Remember what I said about starting your engine? Remember what I said about it's now or never? This is now or never here, Black. Boom Esports, 0-4, clean start. 2 minutes in, already securing almost 2,000 gold lead already.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of a Agudo playstyle we was really hoping from Blacklist International, right? We really need that very early, very aggressive takedown of those turrets, and we're already seeing it down to the bot side of the map. They're trying to create a pressure for the side of Gen.G down there.
Right now, impressive though at the tier 2 in between the tier 3 of Gen.G right now. And hold on a minute, Toshi!
Just another engage here coming through. We are getting the Unbridled Burst to push them away for, thanks to Clue, keeping Ray alive once again. Have to be careful onto this Ali. Tatsuri looking at the land of no return. He gets taken down.
Ray with the immediate dodge on the flash engage coming from Tatsuri though. And right now, they are severely punished right now. Is there an invade towards the jungle of Kyle? There is no invade, but it's a consolation prize for the side of Gen.G as they recover the deficit that they suffered from the 4 kills.
Recover the deficit, but I mean, we have to give appreciation of the Boom Esports, right? Like, even with that shielding onto the turrets in the early game, they've managed to run it down to at least like 1/5 of health.
That's the beauty of Agudo here. You go for the turrets, but hang on a moment, the boys out.
Yeah, Toshi actually being stripped away from the rest of his teammates. Could be troublesome predicament for him, but it is going to be trading with the marksman here for both of these teams. Can they take out either of the jungles? Because if they can, this neutral objective is going to be easier for whoever gets taken down, but there is a lot of pressure being created here from Boom.
It's a party in the farm lane as we see 9 players strong coming towards the farm lane here as Wawa is safely farming on the Fatigue here. As we mentioned, we didn't get to see in the Big and Bam, but Fatigue has been one of the most consistent picks today in first day of KWC.
Yeah, a lot of weight on Wawa's shoulders, right? I mean, he knows that it's 100% win rate, so if it's not careful, he could be the first smidge, the blemish on the record for the Vati at this point. But Boom, for the first time within these 2 games, gets a neutral objective.
Securing the Tyrant does make sure that they have more damage to really burst through this early game here. Right now, we see a rotation coming in from Toshi, securing the Crimson Golem towards the top side here and taking farm in the mid lane here. Yet again, the bot lane tower, farm lane tower for the side of Gen.G is still standing strong.
Still standing strong, and I mean, that could be to the dividends of Gen.G being very good at the defense, or Boom just not quite putting as much pressure as they needed to that bot side of the map. But there we go, we do see the good mobilizations being used by the side of Boom Esports. It is going to be impressive with the kill that he didn't get in game number 1, but gets in game number 2. And we are seeing Wawa looking pretty low. Miji as well as Tatsuri all looking pretty low. So Gen.G licking their wounds, but can they keep this T1 intact into the mid lane? And the answer is no.
The answer is no, and the most important tower tower in the early game. The tier 1 tower has been taken down in the mid lane for the side of Gen.G here. Right now, Toshi and friends are looking to even further push Gen.G behind. Okay, hold on here, Black. We gotta catch a breather here as we're seeing so much action. It's just a short span of 1 minute.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that 1 minute seemed like a lifetime for the side of Gen.G within this game number 2, right? But Boom Midgey looking pretty low, looking to go for a 2v1 here with Carl on Wawa, but the self-sustain from the Marty coming through gets the kill for Gen.G.
Beautiful stuff.
The Enlightened Mantras comes through and hits with a pow.
He was definitely hyped up there. He got a 2v1 play. He was thinking like, can I get this kill on Miggy? Nah, Miggy's like, nah, psych.
Yeah, no, we've been a bit of a tease there. It's like, hey, no, we're pulling him in with a golden carrot. Let's see if he takes the bait. And he did. And that was Boom Esports going out on top there. The Unbridled Labors from Clue being committed here onto Tatsuri. He is looking pretty low, having to be forcing the Maestro into the back line is not where you want it. You want it all up in the grill of Gen.G. And speaking of grills, it is Rock into the back line here. Gets the kill onto Impressive. A little bit of sustain is going to be an issue here. And Midgey comes through, claiming that 1-1 trade and takes down Rock, which could be an issue here for Gen.G.
Well, I gotta say, a lot of fighting. This is what Paul SG Chilling is talking about.
Yep.
Boom Esports, they love to fight, and right now, 6 minutes in, we already have 12 kills on the Gore tier plan.
12 kills? I mean, it's not looking too sort of like topsy-turvy, right? Like, we got 4 on Gen.G, 8 on Boom. It's not looking like 12-0, right? So there is still means for Gen.G to try and take this game number 2, but it's not looking like it's going to be an easy take, right?
It's definitely not going to be easy as the Boom Esports, they have awoken in this game here. The key player here has got to be Wawa on this fatigue. He has shown 2v2s and 2v1s, and right now, though, engaged going always to Clue.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to chunk down the beast, right? I mean, he's almost at the rage bar, so now he has the Unbridled Outburst, so he's not the target you really want to be going for. I mean, maybe try and bait out the Unbridled Outburst to stop a great engage further on down the line. Could have been the issue there for Boom Esports, but they weren't able to get it out of him.
Exactly, and right now, 3-man strong coming from Boom Esports. Look to take down the top turret here, right on the bot side.
No! Wawa! Oh, okay, he's still alive. He's able to flash out of there. Now his teammates come through. Unbridled Outburst catches none, but forces Tatsuri away from Midgey, keeping him and locking him down. He's taken down by Gen.G as well as a T1.
But that's so much resources expended just for the 1 kill onto Miggy here. The top lane tower, the tier 3, has been punished from the side of Boom Esports. They take the Boom Esports tower, but right now they're knocking onto the crystal. Are you serious here?
Yeah, a bit of a pace race between both of these teams. A little bit of a defensive measure is needed here from Gen.G, but Clue taking too much damage here.
This is crazy stuff coming in from Boom. I was thinking that, okay, tier 3 done, but they went for more. They wanted the crystal. That is nuts. But right now, we look at damage taken here. Clue and Rock definitely doing a lot of damage taking from the side of Gen.G. They are the punching bags. The stone wall for the side of Gen.G. They are banking on Ray and Wawa to carry.
They are trying to bank on them, right? I mean, this is the thing. Like, Boom Esports from game number 1 know that the team fights are going to be hard for them, so they have to try and get pressure elsewhere, which is why we saw such a great clear takedown of that top side of the map. But right now, a little bit of a reset. We're looking to go for the neutral objectives, not quite a shadow variant. The Unbridled Outburst actually successful, catching 2, 1 being Furball, 1 being Dolia, but that is not going to be enough to keep away Boom Esports. They're into the enemy jungle. Rock is on the run. Ray Wawa looking to stay here, but get base checked by Tatsuri. Nice, clean intel for the side of Boom Esports.
Nice, clean intel. HP bars are looking low for the side of Gen.G. For the side of Boom Esports, they take it, the fight, they win, they take the tower. It's all about objectives, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes you don't have to get the kills, but once you get the HP bars down, you get the turret.
Yeah, again, another aggressive kind of approach here with the minion wave. They have to try and take this T3. Now, if they don't, they may be pushing the game a little bit further for their liking, because Agudo kind of starts to fall off into that mid to late game. But right now, we are seeing the Arlie just trying to clear out the minion waves. It's going to be enough. The critters aren't going to be enough there to allow Boom Esports to get the T3, but they get the T2 instead.
Wow, that's all the turrets, out the turrets down for the side of Gen.G here. And right now, Tatsuri dancing in the enemy base of Gen.G here. Tyrant has been spotted on the map, but Boom, they want more turrets.
They want more turrets. Furballs into the thick of it, trying to get that last one there into the mid lane. The high ground turret does fall for the side of of Gen.G, which is looking like a shaky game number 2 compared to what we just saw in game number 1, right? This is looking like they've been caught on the back foot.
They are caught in the back foot right now. Gen.G, they need some form of engage here. Wawa or Clue finding these crucial engages onto the back line, such as Toshi, such as Tatsuri here. So right now, 10 minutes, 30 seconds here. Tyrant is the name of the game.
I mean, looking at Gen.G here, they've got to make sure the minions is obviously crashing in there with the minions at base. But one stun was enough for Clue. He's gone for the frigid charge as well. He's going to go for the
Look at
two
Tatsuri!
stuns. But Tatsuri into the backline takes down Ray. A lot of damage already been taken off the side of Gen.G. Inua is looking like he has to be saved here. It is the president. They have to make sure they calm around him to keep him safe. But Toshi doing a lot of damage right now.
Boom Esports here, they do not want the objective, they want the game-winning push right here. 15 seconds on the clock for Ray until his respawn here. Do you have enough time here, Boom Esports?
I mean, they got to wait for the minion wave in the top side of the map to come through because they are able to take down the minion wave into the mid lane. But Boom are looking not to take the pressure off here, and they decide, you know what, guys? Shadow Tyrant, Shadow Overlord is now up. Let's go and get one of those. Let's get that final nail in the coffin.
They play it smart, they play it clean. 3 tier 3s down, empty towers coming in from Gen.G here. So right now, Boom Esports, they're looking for a fight.
They're looking for a fight. The kick up there. The Kachusan's coming through. It's going to be enough damage onto Clue. Not quite. He looks like he's barely been scratched. But Miji, on the other hand, he's trying to get the kill. Wawa goes down. Rock pays back that favor. 2-1 trade right now. The crucial crowd control from the side of Gen.G is not going to be enough here for Boom Esports to stay away. They are looking to make sure they meet these minions right now because it's currently looking like a 4v3.
Hellfires are blinking low coming in from Kyle and Toshi here. Are they seriously going for this push or are they looking for the objectives here? Shadow Variance has still not been touched. Tatsuri goes in!
Yep, Tatsuri has to get in, get out, but Ray goes down again. This is looking very hairy for both Inua and Clue, but they're going to try their darndest to keep the minions from that crystal, but crashing in is going to be the minions, but we are seeing some L's being taken here by the side of Boom Esports. Impressive, going down, and we're seeing Wawa, he's diving a little bit too much, lost into the sauce, is going to be Gen.G Wawa.
They are still fighting. It has been 2 solid minutes here. Boom Esports bringing in their style from the PKL and they're looking to knock on the crystal of Gen.G, bring it to game 3.
They say 3 is the magic number. This is the 3rd minion wave to come through, but it's not looking like they're going down without a fight. Rock is trying to keep them away, but they are going to take down the crystal. Boom, not out with a clean 2-0. They are back in the race.
They are bringing the PKL plays out. They love the fight. They love the brawl. That is Boom Esports plays out. They are back online after game 2.
Back online after game 2. Great game 2, that one. I mean, definitely the performance that they needed, right?
Definitely indeed. Boom Esports here, we were talking, if it's not now, when will they show up? Right now, game 2, they come in with a different style. They were not playing tempo, they were just playing fights after fights after fights, playing with the Agudo tempo, playing for turrets, playing for these crucial engages. Yep. Tatsuri on the Maestro lane was definitely the key difference maker in all these engages.
I mean, not only the players is going to be the thing that's changed the whole interaction here, but maybe the reality check that we gave them on the desk, right? Going to that lower bracket, maybe it was enough to scare them.
I mean, definitely going to lower bracket, losing out the direct access to the playoffs is definitely a shocker or a nightmare here. So definitely, the coach probably head on to the back and say, hey guys, this is not you. Brush up, freshen up, drink some water, and let's go again.
Exactly, that's it. Get your fruit in, lads. We've seen quite a few of the players eating some bananas before this game number 2, and then the potassium is clearly what they needed to get that game 2 victory because they were thinking smart, they were thinking fast, and with the likes of the Agudo and the Mai Shiranui, they needed to operate this one fast.
Indeed, and look at all these plays coming in. This is one of those games where we have zero focus on the objectives. It's just fight, 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 fight. And look at this. This one, they got Ray, and right now, they were knocking onto the crystal. They just kept fighting. Look at this. Fights after fights after fights. Gen.G respawns, we fight again. Wawa comes out, looks for Tatsuri, looks for Toshi, flashes away, and look at this. Miki was getting a big engage onto the backline, and they were looking for the turret. Look at Toshi, he's still fighting.
He's just sat there at the back of the fight. He's like, you know what, guys, just let me get rocked, let me get a bit more of the kills, let me just get some more gold on there. But like you were saying there, though, Sagi, is the fact that they played a little bit more different into that game number 2. Obviously, we saw that big crashing wave into the top side of the map when we saw a bit of a team fight happening. I feel like Boom Boom just kind of acknowledged in game number 1, they can't really take Gen.G in a team fight when they don't have the advantage. Like, yes, they can try and be as mechanically as possible and outplay, but it just wasn't paying off in game number 1. But game number 2, they changed their strategy and the win came through.
This game just looked like ranked. Like, I loved it. I loved it. It just gave me that feeling of like, all right, I'm with my friends just at home playing a ranked game, and because it was just fighting after fighting after fighting, and then the super minions are here in the crystal, but we cannot actually push on the crystal, and then it's 3 waves for us to be able to finish the deal. It felt a little bit like that, and I loved it. I was totally in love with this second game, and we're gonna have to be able to play one more game.
I mean, we gave them the reality check. We gave them what we wanted. We wanted a full best of 3. So, I mean, we've basically cosmically ordered this, I guess.
Wow. Well, you were asking, Sagi, about the prediction here. Are you looking down on Gen.G? Right now, it's a 1-2-1 here, Blam. So I can't prove you wrong. You can't prove me wrong. They can't prove us wrong.
If you drop a group down to a tier list of grade D, you mean that they're going to take a 2-0 stomp, right? So we'll put you under the table for that one. We'll put you on a leash until we see who the victor is of this best of 3. But no, definitely Boom Esports played a lot better in that one in terms they knew they did know how to take a team fight. It was very scrappy towards the end, but they needed to play the macro a lot better, and that's exactly what they did.
I'm telling you, Boom Esports had an amazing performance because, again, like, it was impossible to say like who carried the team. Like, nobody can say who carried the team, but one person needs to come up with the MVP. It's just how the game goes, and that MVP for this part is going to be Carl.
Yes, the young prodigy himself onto the Agudo. A little bit of a love letter to Blam, as I've already stated. I am an Agudo main. I love this hero. But 519 KDA, damage dealt 22.5%. I'm going to round that up to 23 because, I mean, he played Agudo. And then, obviously, damage taken. He did what he needed to do, was soak that damage.
And this is what we're talking about, the Agudo pick. What Blacklist couldn't really execute was all these early pushes.
Yep.
You excel the early game, you make it fast so the enemies cannot farm. Once they cannot farm, they fall into your temple where you can just keep utilizing the Dharma, the Maestro to keep forcing these fights. And that is what the game plan was for Boom Esports. And they executed it flawlessly. Not really, but it was within their comfort zone.
Sagi mentioned something very interesting. At the 2 minutes mark, there was already a 2,000 gold advantage. 2,000 gold advantage at 2 minutes?
Yes.
That's 1K per minute. That kind of speed is not seen every day.
It's not seen every day, and I mean, that's the kind of rate of investment I want to see, right? Like, rate of interest, like, if I can get 1K per minute, sign me up, buddy. Like, I need you on my team, and we need that every game. Because, I mean, we're going to see teams that are able to do this effortlessly within the rest of the tournament. So they need to be able to do this, right? To be able to go toe-to-toe with a lot of these teams.
Exactly, and Boom Esports definitely, they figured out the Gen.G playstyle, but yet again, this was Gen.G putting Rock on a tank Ogren. It wasn't because that they put the marksman onto the jungle. They didn't swap around. Rock was, once again, in the jungle. He wasn't playing the carry picks like he was back in game 1. So is this another code that means that you have to put Rock in the carry? Has things changed for Gen.G?
A lot of questions are being posted right now, and I know that everybody wants answers. We're going to talk among us a little bit to research, to try to find those answers, and we're going to bring you those answers back right after this short break.
And now I'm falling, deeper than a flame I can't control it. Dark against the sky, it's not so black and white. It's like I told him, there's things that I can't fight. I just keep going, I just keep going.
Reach your impossible, Lenovo Legion.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1-1, Gen.G, 1 victory, Boom Esports, 1 victory. We're gonna come into all or nothing. Whoever that wins the next one is going to have a smoother path to the championship, and whoever that loses it is going to just go down the rocks.
A smoother path, but a smoother sleep will be definitely questionable for this team, right? I mean, knowing that they weren't able to take that 2-0 victory, I mean, if you are Gen.G after such a sort of decisive game number 1, that would make me kind of like shake in my sleep, you know?
Well, we gotta think about it. Is it Boom Esports tackling the issue? Are they warming up? It's all these small things that contribute to such a banger of a series here. And right now, we are seeing 1-1. Not just any regular best of 3. Winner goes to their continuance of the upper bracket. Loser, they fall down to the lower bracket, and they have a big route to go for if they want to find a way to achieve their route to the playoffs here.
Let's talk a little bit about the style of the game. The game was actually pretty different to what we have been seeing. We've seen a lot of games of management, trying to manage waves, trying to manage turrets. This one was a lot more about the fighting. Which of these two is your favorite style? Do you want more fights, or do you want a little bit more of the tactical approach to it?
Well, I mean, I'd rather get the tactical approach down first and then take the fights. That would be my kind of like optimal thing, so then you know you're playing at an advantage. Whereas we saw Gen.G was still taking at fights when they didn't have a clear advantage. They didn't have a wave clear. They didn't have the waves pushed for them as well. So it was kind of just like they was taking it at the invitation. It was just like, you know what, they want to fight, let's give them a fight. And to me, that's very risky.
Exactly. And looking at all these players right here, they're all geared up and ready. But you gotta talk about these styles right now that Isaac mentioned, right? It's like, okay, which of these styles that you like? For me, the viewers, of course, they like the fighting styles, right? For us, we are okay with both as long as we can get the cast for the viewers here. And what else is the final pick and ban for today's best of 3. Gen.G Esports locking away the Arlie and Zhangfei, while Boom Esports, once again, the same draft locking away Luna and Pei from the hands of Rock.
We won't be able to see Luna today, man. Come on. What is going on? I want to see that Luna fly around.
I mean, titling games, Moonblade, maybe we need the games a little bit later, so when the moon comes out, maybe Luna comes out.
True. All right, so Byron being picked up for the side Gen.G Esports here, making sure that they have a solid class lane here. For those who don't know in home, Byron is a solid class lane due to the fact that he has amazing laning, amazing sustain, but he somewhat falls off towards the late game here. For that Boom Esports here, they repeat Gen.G's success in game 1. They pick up the Yuhuan and Mayin as their offer for the counter pick.
Exactly, I mean, they're definitely playing them at their own game, right? Obviously, Yuhuan as second pick. They are looking to just go, like, lock that in with the flex, but we're going to get another bit of the power coupling, right? The Liang and the Princess Frost. Not quite the Byron and Pei approach, but it is going to give Gen.G a lot more control into these team fights.
And I'm loving the fact that Boom Esports is actually swapping our Tatsuri and Toshi here. Toshi, he's taking on the role of having to win the laning phase. Once he cracks Ray in the lane, it gives so much space for Carl and friends to really move around Hero's Gorge and get these objectives that Boom Esports really need to facilitate these team fights.
Exactly. I mean, we've seen it, and actually, I think this is the first ban of the day for Fade.
Yeah.
So maybe they were hinting at the Fade come through. Obviously, Fade has been reworked recently. I mean, he now basically has a second execute with his ultimate, right? Like, no longer are you just slowed, you are literally statused and then crushed.
Status and crush, and what's better than that in an objective game like Honor of Kings, that can secure you multiple objectives like the Tyrant, like the Overlord, Shadow Variants, and even Tempest Striker. The crucial objectives that you need to do. But looking at Boom Esports, they definitely put heavy focus to target Bad Rock, their star player of Gen.G Esports.
Yeah, they just wanted to take away those kind of like high-framed, very flashy heroes into the jungle, because we saw him on the Orgrin only really started to kind of like pop off towards the latter part of the game, but it was a little bit too late for Rock to solo carry the game. So definitely taking him and kind of forcing him onto these tankier jungles is something that Boom Esports is trying to do here.
Exactly, and Gen.G Esports as well, looking to ban out all these mages from Tatsuri, who had a beautiful game coming in from the Maestro that he had just now. So right now, Mid lane pool, you still can flex the Yuhuan towards Tatsuri if it's needed here. So that's definitely a flex. So Monkey here being locked in for the hands of Carl here, remaining the potential of Yuhuan being flexed towards the mid or the roam here for Boom Esports draft.
Exactly. I mean, the good thing about the monkeys here, right? Like, even if Liang gets the suppression onto the monkey, he's still going to have to soak a lot of damage. So if you try and drop both the suppression and the winter is here on it, you've expanded those two big, great kind of like control that both the Princess Frost and the Liang give over to you. So again, just filling out Boom Esports, the front line is looking Omega here onto the side of Boom Esports.
Exactly, it also facilitates a path for Miggy. Once the power control is expanded, they have an access to go in, but hang on though, Jing has been locked in. I've seen this drop before. MKLBSE love this drop. The Princess Frost and Liang with the Jing here, so definitely Gen.G here, they are trying to repeat that success that I have seen so far. Definitely an interesting drop for both teams.
Yes, the Mirror Blade herself, having the Mirror Domain as well as her ultimate and recently being reworked, that obviously she can trade with her clone a little bit further than she used to. So now, obviously, it's going to be about catching off Gen.G's Rock on this Jing. Because, I mean, it's not a pick that Wawa is going to go for, right? It's definitely going to be locked onto the Rock here. Rock, once again, wants to be the disrupting force for the side of Gen.G.
So definitely, when we talk about Rock, we talk about the face of Gen.G, the star player of Gen.G here. So if you think about it, if you're Boom Esports, your game plan is to lock him down.
They have to lock him down if they want to keep their dreams of moving forward alive. Gen.G against Boom Esports, boys. Let's go into the Gorge.
Let's go into the Gorge for the last time of the day. I mean, I feel like a little tear just fell from my eye after that. So we get into the last time we visit the Gorge for today. But obviously, we will be back with more action tomorrow. But we are going to be looking and holding in right now.
Clue secured Deep Crimson from Grok's hands. Okay, it's still okay because the EXP does go over to Rock fully because of the roaming item, but still, that's so crazy coming into the first minute of the game here, Blam.
I mean, they were one game up, right? So these kind of mistakes are going to be made, unfortunately, for the side of Gen.G. So that is just a unfortunate consequence of popping down your little AoE, little book zapping away.
But a very interesting strat coming out from Gen.G here is that they do a double roam style. Yes, the Princess Frost is babysitting Wawa in this lane, while Clue here is making sure that his jungle gets the fast clear, and the mid lane, the core role, the 4 minions that we have is all funneled to the 1 carry Rock.
Yes, exactly. I mean, they're definitely making sure they make it ends meet with those 4 minions, right? They need to make sure that the rest of those resources do go over to Rock on the Jing here, but like you said, the loss of the red buff here, the crimson buff, that means extra damage in the early game, and the faster wave play is not going to come through for Rock.
Well, as long as they are not fighting and there's someone to actually help Rock clear out this minion wave, I think that's still fine. Gladly, the EXP still goes over to Rock, so it's still A-okay in this situation. But hang on though, Boom Esports, they're looking for a certain attempt.
They're looking for a certain attempt to try and take that Crimson Golden from him then maybe next time, but Tatsuri looking pretty low there. Dream Roam having to be used defensively there, trying to get him out so they don't lose Carl too early.
It's still pretty okay coming from the side of both teams here, but a gold card being landed onto Ray's face right here, and he gets poked down.
Gets poked down, but I mean, he does have Inua here as well to aid him. Obviously, the Frigid Prison isn't quite going to lock down onto Toshi. He has, obviously, a very high move speed, especially with the passive of the D-Ranger as well, right? Like, if you stack up those 5 stacks, he gets that movement speed increase, which is going to make it a little bit more slippery to lock down with the Princess Frost.
Exactly, and every 3 hits coming in from D-Ranger's tokens, it's an Empower token where it has advanced range and applies slow as well. A small freeze coming in from Toshi here, making sure that if Ray wants to farm these minions, he will have to overextend himself, and Tatsuri and Impressive are there to lock him down. But hang on though, top side though, Clue is level 4.
Clue is level 4. He has the ultimate, so the suppression could come through. But they're looking to go for this T1, looking to try and just do a little bit of damage to it. But obviously, as you see there on the screen, it gets the shield back because it is still pre-4 minutes. But this is rare. They need to kind of set up these side lanes for the side of Gen.G if they really want to try and take some really easy neutral objectives.
I want to give props to Miggy here. He smelled that play miles away, and he is so disciplined in making sure he does not get caught here. And Tatsuri here notices this fact, and he's here to help.
Oh, the flash and the suppression. He's not going to manage, but he gets knocked out of the suppression. Miggy now coming in with the board from Tatsuri as well. It means that he's able to stay alive, so the flash suppression wasn't as impressive as it should be.
We keep saying that Boom is a heavy fighting team, but that reactive play coming from Tatsuri was beautiful. They read that so well, making sure that Miggy came out alive, and they expended so many spells on Miggy.
Yeah, so many spells for Miggy, and I mean, it's what you kind of really want to do here, especially with Gen.G's draft, right? You want to make sure that you're getting all those skills off before you take the next team fight.
Exactly, and right now, 4 minutes. The last Shadow Tyrant at 4 minutes that's going to be spawned onto the map. Right now, both teams here, they are looking strong and wanting to contest for this objective.
Looking to test for the objective. I mean, no clear priority into the bot side of the map as well, right? Like, there's 2 minion waves crashing in equally, but now we're seeing Boone is just taking it effortlessly. They're like, you know what, guys? If you're not going to go for it, we're going to take the Tyrant from you.
Well, free Tyrant go over to the hands of Boom Esports here. For the side of Gen.G, they want to maintain the farm on Rock here as he's level 9 going strong right now. Right now, for the side of Boom Esports, they are looking for an opportunity to really crush down these towers, unlocking Toshi, making sure that he can push these sideways here. But hang on, the Wawa might be caught out.
Yeah, 4 minutes up, so that means that the turrets assist are going to be taken off from it as well, but he's able to keep himself alive. We do get the takedown of the T1 as well. The passive for Tatsuri is not going to be enough. We see Rock claims the first blood for the side of Gen.G. This is definitely the pacing they want to go for. Maybe not go for objectives, go for the monopoly.
And that's the beautiful part about Mirror Blade, which is Jing, right? So much mobility, so much access to the backline after the revamp. That was such a clean execution here coming in from Rock. With that kill, they secured themselves the buff, the Crimson Golem from the side of Boom Esports. That's a net positive win for Gen.G.
Net positive, but I mean, we did see that Toshi's able to take the T1 down to the bot side as well, so they've just basically paid a trade across the gorge, and really, in terms of getting the priority into the bot side of the map, is something that we're going to really want to be seeing here from Toshi, so we can kind of free himself up to go for these team fights as well as his rest of the team.
And Toshi here chunking down the mid tower of Gen.G here, throwing out those tokens here, slowly chipping it down here. 50-50, goal lead is dead even from both sides here. Just look at the goal difference real quick. Wawa, Rock being the solid 2 carries that holds all the gold for the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, exactly. That's why they want to be funneling the gold, right? I mean, we need to see it going onto the lady soon. We need to be seeing it going onto the Jing. And right now, we are seeing that 5.3k ahead of that one. A bit of a team fight going on in mid here. Getting caught inside the box is Lonely Ray. And the suppression coming through. Is it going to be enough to lock down? Impressive. So that is a lot of sustain being taken off the side here of Boom Esports.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the first rule and first lesson of marksman. Do not face check a bush if you are on a squishy carry.
Exactly. You don't want to be kind of going in there and then taking your life for nothing. And there it is again. Oh! Having to expend the flash to get out, but it is going to be Tatsuri falling down to Rock once more. Carl looking very low, trying to do the dream roll out, but he was like, no, you're in my domain, and I will take you down.
Beautiful mirror domain coming from Rock, securing 3 man with that mirror domain, instantly executing Tatsuri and Carl. I'm telling you, Rock is playing a masterclass of a Jing in this cruel show game that decides their fate towards the playoff.
I mean, just look at the banning draft, right? I mean, they banned out a lot of the assassin junglers. I mean, they clearly forgot about Jing, which is a little bit of a trouble there. But I mean, they do lock in here with some control. Ray going down once more. We see Kalu going down, so already not going to be able to set up those team fights that we've seen from Gen.G so far in game number 3. And it is going to be a place to breathe for Boom Esports.
Miggy, the player of Boom Esports, with the Miggy secures a double kill, breathing more life into their team composition. Looking at the damage dealt, Rock definitely is at the peak of the damage dealt with that 27,000 damage right here. And right now, if you're a Boom Esports fan, once again, your team composition does not scale towards the late game. You gotta find a way to break through this early to mid stage. You gotta win the 10th minute Shadow Tyrant fight.
You've got to win that one, and then obviously your expiry date is no much further away from that, right? But they're just trying to catch out Rock here, but he goes straight in onto Toshi. Wow. Takes down the damage of the D-Ranger. Tatsuri's on the run. He doesn't have the passive. He gets taken down by Inua. Into the mid lane is Ray. Actually doing a very good, nice job there, keeping that T1 alive as well, because that could have been a good trade for Boo if they're able to get that.
Once again, Rock again on the Mirror Blade, on the Jing with the Mirror Domain CC onto multiple targets of Boom Esports. It was Tatsuri on Toshi this time, the two core carries of Boom Esports here, Blam.
Yeah, the Stackley, you don't want those two going down too early within the team fights, especially if you kind of playing on the back foot, which is what's unfortunately happening here for Boom Esports. They still have the T2s for now, but we can see up to the top side of the map that the Clash Lane 1 may fall here thanks to Ray. Looking to help themselves and try and contest this Crimson Golem for Rock. He does use it as a bait. He uses the Mirror Domain into the backline. Already chunking a lot of damage onto Midgey. He goes down. Impressive. Not looking too hot in terms of that health bar, but that is the pickups they need because there is no pickup potential here for the side of Boom Esports.
This is one of those key moments that you gotta ask Boom Esports. You love to fight, but you have to understand that some fights you cannot be taking here. With all these fights that's happening, just look at the gold chart on Rock right now. He's 9,000 gold. 9 minutes, that's 1,000 gold per minute we're talking about here, Blam.
Yeah, we're seeing a familiar kind of tradition, right? I mean, that 1K gold per minute has been the story of this best of 3. But right now, Boom are definitely behind by around about 3K in total. So they've got to try and make ends meet, right? They've got to try and find some way to get in. And what is that way in?
In my opinion, this team, if Boom Esports wants to look for any form of combat, it has to be from Miggy or Carl, looking for these big engages with their skill sets. Mayin looking for the 3-man knockup. Carl looking for the big dream roll here. If you're a Boom Esports fan, that's definitely the only way they have back to this game. For Gen.G, Rock is doing us a masterclass with all these engages here, and you have Lick Insurance here. Ray is just farming, even though he's 0-2 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, I think that's where Boom Esports is kind of faulting here, is the fact that they're not taking the engages on their own terms. It's actually Gen.G that are forcing the engages, but right now, could be a change of story here. Clue actually is able to flash out of the world is my board, used mainly for a zone and kind of got Boom retreated, but is this the golden carrot here for the side of Boom Esports to bring in Gen.G?
Wow, that's a 4,000 goalie with a Shadow Tyrant here for the side of Gen.G. Goes in.
The golden carrot is more than likely going to be that monkey, so Carl going down, so front line does not exist here for Boom Esports. That is going to be a 2-1 trade. Toshi going down, so a lot of damage already been taken off the side of Boom once again. Top side, not looking too hot.
Not looking too hot indeed, and once again, it's another fight at this Crimson Golem. How many times does it take for you to learn a lesson here? Because Boom Esports is getting severely punished for how they love to fight in these team compositions. They want to fight their way to success, but right now, Gen.G is pulling so many good team fights and engage with their team composition.
So many good team fights, and obviously they had the early game lead as well, right, into the lanes. Like, we only really see for the side of Boom Esports that they're able to get that farm lane knocked down to the T2, very much half health. But other than that, there is no pressure being put onto the side of Gen.G, and that's where I feel like Boom is lacking. So that's what they need to do, I feel like, to get back into this game number 3.
Exactly, and Siegebreaker already complete by Jing, the highest physical damage item in Honor of Kings here. Once the enemy falls down below a certain percentage mark, you do extra damage to them. A very strong fighter and assassin item right now being completed by Jing. So right now, if Rock so happens to touch Tatsuri, Tatsuri will explode like a bubble.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, obviously, Rock at this moment in terms of itemization. She has just built the Starbreaker as well. We see Rock is now 6 slotted in his itemization. He is going to be able to shred any member of Boom Esports if he's not contested.
Man, 8,000 gold lead for the side of Gen.G right now, and they are knocking onto the Shadow Overlord and Vanguard right now. Ray secures it, 3 waves go strong for the side of Gen.G here.
Gen.G
Time is ticking, Blam.
Yep, Gen.G with the minion waves in 2 lanes for now. Are they able to get a higher ground turret at this point, or just looking to keep Boom locked and restricted into their base? It seems like the case, right? I mean, Rock is like, hey, you can't have your jungle. I'm going to take it from you.
I'm going to take it from you, and right now they're slowly progressing towards the end stage of the game right now. 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. The Overlord Vanguard has been spawned towards the mid lane here. The final 2 tier 3s for the side of Boom Esports.
Yeah, I think if Boom can hold this off, then there's a chance they could come back, right? But right now, it's not looking too hot for them. Rock already taken a lot of damage from Carl. He's already down to half health, able to gain a little bit more health from the Hue 1. So impressive. Being a great teammate, giving
moving over some healing to the side of Boom Esports.
And right now, one more tier 2 goes down. The Overlord marches towards the Crystal here. Impressive goes in for the engage.
With the boom, yes, Impressive does get the CC. The Dream Roll comes through, but it gets met with the suppression. Tatsuri goes down. Impressive is going down next. Rock finally gets taken down, but it's a little bit too late for Boom Esports. And click, boom, it is going down once again at EWC. But this time, Gen.G takes the boom.
Gen.G takes boom 2-1. Masterclass performance by Gen.G and Rock. Rock was so detrimental with the Mirror Domain on the Jing Mirror Blade. That was such a hero performance that Gen.G needed to seal the deal and advance further to the upper bracket.
Exactly that. I mean, this has been a year in the waiting, right? We said this into the introduction. These players are not strangers. They played each other at last year's EWC, but it was a different tale. Boom Esports knocked out Falcons, which was previously Gen.G. Gen.G coming back with this 2-1 victory to go into the top of the bracket to meet Paws Gaming, whereas Boom go down to take their second seed from PKL.
Wow, PKL Grand Finals being repeated at the lower bracket of KWC Group A here.
Yes.
What a storyline that we'll be having for the next upcoming few days for Group A here, Black.
I know. I mean, it seems like we've been having a bit of a repeat of finals, right? I mean, today we had the Chuck BR finals repeat, and then some down the line, we're going to get the PKL finals repeat. But it's going to be a best of 3.
Man, just look at all these plays here, Blam. Exactly like Chuck BR finals, but look at Rock. Literally, this man, he's doing it all. He's soaking damage. He's looking for these big engages. And once again, at the Crimson Golem, once again, a fight breaks out. This time towards the favor of Boom Esports here. But yet again, look at this. Once again, at the same spot, Rock looks for the big engage and he nails it with a rampage here.
Yeah,
Tell me more about this.
To tell you more, I mean, what is it to tell? There's just so much damage coming from Rock, right? I mean, what? At this point in the game, he was almost 6-slotted. I was obviously trying to build the Starbreaker, and we saw the potential of that item just melting through Carl towards the end there. But the suppression, even though faltered to begin with, even though the mistake of taking the Crimson Golem from Rock, and as well as obviously the Flash suppression being extended and not actually hitting, still meant that Gen.G, with those mistakes, won the game.
Exactly, and Master Armorer, one of the all these like pop-ups that you can get if you can manage to fast hand and swap your items here.
Yes.
So definitely, Rock here showing us why and how it is to play Jing. You need high APM and you need to be able to item swap while you're redirecting your swaps with the Mirror Domain here. So definitely, good job for Rock. If he's not MVP, I don't know here, Blam.
Yeah, I mean, I can barely tie my shoes, so it wouldn't be me doing that.
It is such a difficult hero to play, right? It is actually one of those heroes that you need to really master if you want to actually be good at.
Yes.
You need to be good. You need your dexterity needs to be right over there. You need to be like fast. You need to be strong. And I think that Sagi wants to say that he is actually the man. So I don't know. I don't know.
Not me, not me.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Well, interviews, ladies and gentlemen, this is already done right over there. Mara's got the players with us, and let's see what is happening right after that.
We're here with Ray, very happy right now with that win. You guys had a dominating Game 1. Game 2 was a different story, and I think something must have happened in that dugout. What happened there? Because coming back to Game 3, you guys gained control and composure, unlike Game 2. So tell us what happened behind the scenes.
So basically the first game went as planned. We played normal, we played slow, and we basically followed our plan. Second game, we took so many bad fights. We've given them what they wanted. They wanted to fight early, mid, and we've basically given them the fights they wanted and didn't go our way. Game 3, we decided to calm down a bit and follow our plan and play slowly. And as long as we go through the early game, it's going to be a good game. And even though it wasn't so clean, I made some silly mistakes, but it went well so far.
You played well, regardless. Now, tomorrow, you're going to be going up against Paws Gaming. If you saw their game earlier, they did spectacular, and you're going to go up against them. What do you have to think about for tomorrow?
We just watched their match earlier against Blacklist, and they were definitely surprising us with their performance, so they're not to be taken lightly. We're going to prepare for them. We're going to prepare for our match tomorrow, and hopefully the best wins.
Let's do a bold prediction. bold prediction. It's going to be best of 3. How is it going to go?
I would guess 2-1 for us.
2-1. Let's manifest and see how it's going to be for tomorrow. But for now, take a break. You've earned it. Congratulations. We're going to head back to our casters. Lead the gorge.
Thank you very much, Mara. Thank you very much, Gen.G. Qualifying to the upper bracket and sending Boom Esports to lower bracket. We're going to see that PKL final just be relived again, but this time for the last hope to move forward. We saw an amazing game right over here. Gen.G, all the 5 players were amazing. The MVP can be only one of them, and that is going to be Rock. On that, Jing, it is gonna be him, man. Like, it was amazing. It was an amazing performance.
Amazing indeed. But solid as a Rock was Rock with MVP back-to-back. Obviously, both of those games that he did have, it is going over to Rock with the 7-1 for KDA. The damage dealt is 34%. And again, I'm going to be charitable. I'm going to round that up to 35 because, I mean, why not? Why not? They played a fantastic game. And then damage taken is 24.1%. So still quite a lot of damage taken, but thanks to the reflection of Jing's kit, he was able to do that.
He was taking on the gold, and he was really pumping out the gold to damage ratio and gold to tank ratio. He was definitely the man to really funnel gold into, like we saw from the start of the game. They situated the mid lane towards the clash lane. So they formed a pack. They were, while I was being held on, he was assisting to clear out the waves. And what happened to the mid lane? Although, yep, Clue did try and steal away the Crimson, but it's a-okay. All of the gold was still funneled to none other than Rock. And after that, Rock really popped off with all these engages with the remote domain. And in the end, he was really the playmaker, and he really nailed the coffin for the series.
It was clear what the team wanted to do, right? And it was a clear path into what they wanted to do, which was that victory. That victory puts them completely in a different level. That's going to put them in the better place for the bracket. It's going to put them in the way of how the winners want to be looking like. Paws Gaming against Gen.G Esports on one side, and then on the other side, Blacklist International against Boom Esports, man.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in the game, we have got, obviously, PKL. They sent 3 representatives. We're already going to be losing 1.
Man.
We did not think this. From the first seed of PKL and the second seed of PKL, going up against, obviously, regions that they aren't really practiced against other than Gen.G. I mean, they schooled these boys in Season 3 Invitational. So this seems very personal to me.
Well, for me, it's definitely a sweet revenge coming in from Gen.G Esports. They definitely deserve the win today because Honor of Kings is a forever growing game, evolving day and day. There are strats, there are players with capabilities on today, but tomorrow is a whole new different game. So we definitely need these players to really evolve. And today, who evolved? Gen.G Esports.
I'm telling you, man, like Gen.G Esports, from what they showed to us in these 3 games, they're contenders to go out round Paws Gaming and then just taking that ticket into the next round. At the same time, we had action from a different group besides Group A today. At the beginning of the day, we were able to see Group B, where Dominator, Esports, and Team Vitality, they just fought over there as much as they could. And Alpha 7, Esports, and Loops did exactly the same.
Did exactly the same, but I mean, this is now what? It's Indo against Brazil. It was both Brazil against Brazil, Indonesia against Indonesia. Now it's going to be a mix of flavors, and I'm not too sure who is actually coming out on top of that one, because I mean, Team Vitality looked really strong today.
Oh, Team Vitality definitely looks strong. ZanQ came out clutch. Zan with the Marco Polo came out extremely consistent towards the end of the game, and I gotta say, it's definitely gonna be an absolute banger if we do see them play, but we have other groups as well, right?
Oh, come on. We have action from Group C and Group D coming in tomorrow, man. And that's going to be amazing. It's going to be at the same time as today, and I hope that everyone at home is still going to be online, right? We're going to have amazing matches for tomorrow. As you can see on your screens, we're going to have Group D and then Group C.
Yeah, I mean, starting off the day, it's going to be APG from the MKL region going up against the community team from the PKL. This is a team that made it all the way from the Open Series to
KWC. So keep that in mind, people at home. You could be here next year. But the match that I'm looking forward to the most is KME against KMW. And I can't wait to rub it in Haller's face when KMW win.
OG versus Nongshim, the two titans that have a lot of experience and gameplay and achievements backtrack towards HOKS 3. And following Group C match, Kagendra once again with another MKL team, this time being Blacklist Esports here. At the top of the day in Group C, we have Twisted Mind versus Nova Esports here, Black.
I'm getting two flavors of KMW tomorrow. I am in for a treat.
It is going to be an amazing day, man. Like, today has been already pretty good, right?
Yes, amazing.
What was your favorite moment from today's matches?
Favorite moment from today's matches? Oh, I mean, I feel like the Gen.G, seeing them revitalized to actually be back on the stage and be contenders, that's probably my favorite part. 'Cause, I mean, it's been a very... It's scary story for them, right? Like, 2025's not been friendly. But now, it's changing.
Saki, what about you, mate?
For me, I do love the gameplay coming in from Vitality against Dominator. ZanQ and Zan really show me the consistency and gameplay here when they have to clutch it up. And definitely, they were the two star players coming in for the Vitality series to really beat their rival, which is Dominator.
I'm telling you, man, it's been an amazing day. For me, it was the moment when we got the opener, Alpha 7 against Loops. For me, that was an amazing, amazing game. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've got an amazing day with electrifying competition. We'll see you tomorrow at the same place, at the same time, for some more Honor of Kings action. But first, before we let you go, enjoy the Qiddiya top place of the day. Rest well, and until then, goodbye.